Dang, that's crazy. What's going on, guys? We're watching Day 2 of Worlds. But like the split. I'm starting at 8 o'clock because the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe World Championships are starting soon. I find that funny. Let's get it. I'm gonna play open until it starts. This is mad funny, bruh. No. No. It's a little bit off. I can't use that screen. Bum 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 bum. More Stanford practice. Yosha! This game got me messed up, bro. Oh, they got... Damn. I couldn't get close. This sucks. This blows. This. I love Trizuka meta. Maybe I just suck. Maybe that's the problem. Jeez! You're a bitch. trying to beat the scope. What a way to go out, guys. It's been an honor. The Mario Kart starts in 1 minute. Mario Kart. Mario Kart. Mario Kart. Mario Kart. Mario Kart. Mario Kart. I'm gonna continue to play in the background. Let me find the remote. I don't have any food this time. No food is said. I'm cooked. Yeah. I don't know who our representative is for the Mario Kart World. Okay. Got sniped through a wall. Oh, I probably just missed it, didn't I? That's really funny. Oh my god. Dang, that sucks. Oh, it's muted. My bad, guys.
そして進行を担当します辻まりなです。どうぞ最後までよろしくお願いいたします。よろしくお願いします。さてこちらのステージではマリオカート8デラックス初の公式世界大会であります。
Try not to be in the world
ワールドチャンピオンシップ2024。世界各地域で行われた代表決定戦を勝ち抜いた選手たちが世界最速のプレイヤーの座を争います。大会の模様は YouTube ライブニコニコ生放送でライブ配信中です。また任天堂アカウントをお持ちの方は対戦中のゲームの映像を選手ごとの視点で楽しめる視点別配信の特設ページからご覧いただけます。それではワールドチャンピオンシップ2024でレースの解説をしてくださりますこの方を紹介します。伊豆さんです。よろしくお願いいたします。よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、皆さんこんにちは。本日ワールドチャンピオンシップ2024で解説役を担当させていただく IS と海と申します。よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いします。
す。
さて、伊豆さん、はい、まずは昨日の決勝ステージ振り返って大変盛り上がりましたよね。
いや、もうかなり感動的なレースばかりで、
はい、
練習の成果が見えたといった形でしたね。
そして今回は初のこの公式の世界大会ということなんですが、どんなところを注目していきましょうか。
そうですね、各国の代表が集まるということで、本当にこのゲーム国によってプレイングスタイル大きく変わってきますので、そのプレイングや立ち回り等に注目していきたいです。
そしてワールドチャンピオンシップ2024の大会形式としまして、個人戦形式で12レースを行い、合計ポイントで順位を決定いたします。それではここでルールを改めて確認していきましょう。モードは 150cc、 チームは個人戦です。アイテムはノーマルアイテム、 CPU は CPU 強い、マシンはマシンすべて、レースは12レースとなっております。なお本大会ではハンドルアシストの機能は禁止となっております。さあ続いてポイントについてです。1レースごとに得られるポイントは、1位が15ポイント、2位が12ポイント、3位が10ポイント、4位が9ポイント、5位が8ポイント、6位が7ポイント、以下はご覧の通りとなっております。
Alright, I'm on the right one. I don't know.
こちらも確認しておきましょう。
And it doesn't have captions. Oh, I paused it. My bad.
第1レースは N64 ピーチサーキット、第2レースは GBA リボンロード、第3レースはドルフィン岬、第4レースは DS ワリオスタジアム、第5レースは 3DS ネオクッパシティ、第6レースはエキサイトバイク、第7レースはツアーバンコクラッシュ、
Bro, I fuck with Excite
第
Bike.
8レースは Wii ココナッツモール、
Excite. Fuck. Alright,
第
I
9レ
quit.
ースは GCDK マウンテン、第10レースはシャボンロード、第11レースは SFC クッパ城3、第12レースは Wii レインボーロードとなっております。なおこの12レースが終了後ですね、1位が同ポイントで並んだ場合はスペシャルカップのスカイガーデンで最終レースを行いまして優勝者を決定いたします。さあこのコースご覧になって伊豆さんいかがでしょうか。
はい、12レース行うということで、今回前半の6レースに関してはこちらマリオカート8デラックス標準搭載の48コースから6レースがピックアップされています。後半6レースに関しましては2022年から追加が始まったダウンロードコンテンツ48コースの中から6レースがピックアップされています。そして12コースそれぞれ本当に特徴がかなり変わっておりますので、選手は各コースの立ち回りや戦略と準備はしてきていると思うんですけれども、臨機応変に対応を変えれるのかといったところが勝負の鍵になるかなと思います。
昨日よりもレース数も増えていますので、より自身の実力をしっかりと発揮できるかもしれませんね。さあそしてワールドチャンピオンシップの優勝者にはこちらのシャーレとオリジナルレーシングジャケットが贈られます。これもかっこいいですね。
はい、昨日のこのメダルも鈍く光ってましたが、今回のこのシャーレやっぱ輝き方が違いますよね。
ずっしりとしてますね。
かなりかっこいいですね。
そしてこのレーシングジャケットというのもまさかのマリオカートらしいと言いますか、
はい、
そういった商品になっています。はい、このシャーレレーシングジャケット、そして何より、初の世界王者という輝かしい称号がかかっています。選手の皆さんは優勝を目指して頑張ってください。
頑張ってください。
まもなくワールドチャンピオンシップ開幕です。
Well, good evening, North America, as we get set for the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe World Championship 2024. Jordan Ken alongside Ashley Esqueda. We're trackside in Japan as we get set for a whole lot of competition taking place here in Ashley. Some of the fastest racers from across the globe. Your excitement level as we get set to wave the flag.
Just so much excitement.
What?
This is a version of Mario Kart that I am distinctly unfamiliar with. This is a whole other game to me. Like watching these players at the absolute highest level. It is amazing, and it makes me a better racer. It makes me so excited to see all of these incredible competitors duking it out on the tracks today for the title of world champion.
Let's go ahead and get set for our rules here in just a moment. We're going to get an opportunity to meet our racers as you see them taking the stage. 6 of the greatest racers from across the globe, as we've mentioned, that have all qualified. You've got representatives from North America, Australia, New Zealand, Korea, Hong Kong, Japan, and
welcome,
Europe
welcome.
as well. And when you look at all these racers and the way that they qualified, as we see Thomas from Europe, all of them have
still
beaten the
like
best of the
teams.
best. And now when you get into this mode,
Sorry if you
anything
can
can
hear
go,
stuff
especially
in
the
the
randomness
background.
of the items that
I'm
we've all
not
been so
at my
familiar
house.
with in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Should lead for a
Then
pretty
you should
entertaining
not
circuit
be
here.
here.
It is going to be
Probably.
a very exciting competition today. I predict that we are going to see maybe a few surprises. We've got some interesting variables today in the race that I think in the competition that I think will be
got a
very
longer
interesting to
stream
see,
today,
and it will
tonight,
be I'm
tomorrow.
terribly interested in seeing how all this shakes out.
Well, it's really fascinating because you talk to someone like Kevo, the North American
Probably like
representative
7
that is a
hours.
heavy favorite coming into this, and even he was concerned about the competition level because he has seen just how talented every single one of these racers are, and it's going to come down to not only the 10th of a second, but hundredths of a second in some of these races as we take a look at Panda from Australia, New Zealand taking the stage. Currently holds
I can just say
8 world
frames.
records, Ashley.
8 world records in 150cc.
Damn.
One of them is one of the tracks that we're going to see today, which is pretty exciting. And Panda is an absolutely incredible racer, extremely precise, just non-stop brings it, and I can't wait to see him compete today.
Obviously a huge difference between time trials and a 150cc circuit with various competitors and the items that come in, but still, those racing principles, no matter who you are critical regardless of the items, and that's something that all of these racers have. They are so good in their fundamentals.
so
the
it's just
line
like
that they're
individual
on, regardless of
players.
if it's a
I thought
cart
it
or
would
it's
be
a
like
bike, inside drift, outside
teams,
drift.
like how it
They know
was
how to
to
maximize
be,
the machine that they're behind.
No,
That's
it's
right.
individual
Fires.
players.
Dive from South Korea. This is
This is
player
Mario
who-
Kart, not Splatoon.
I've seen a few races online. It's
Well, like
so
in the
impressive.
qualifiers,
As
they
you
did, like,
mentioned, the fundamentals.
teams of 6.
Incredible.
One other thing that you have to
And,
keep in
like,
mind here is just
whoever had
the
the most
players now
points,
being on this stage. It's a completely different
whichever team had the
environment.
most
The
points
pressure
would win.
ramps up, and you're also dealing with things like a new controller.
I
in
don't
your hand
think
and
they
the
would do
grip
that with
you
Mario
break in
Kart.
that controller. A lot of factors that come into play that they're going to have to just ignore
You'd be
and try and lock
surprised.
in and get in that zone.
This was so interesting to me, the controller thing. I didn't realize that a lot of players have to kind of break in their controllers to make them as comfortable as possible, in the same way that, I used to kind of hit a volleyball with sandpaper when I was in high school. It was like so interesting.
It is fascinating, but a lot of the players here, once they get past that first race, we've talked to so many of them, once you sort of take that first hit from an item or get through the first lap, the nerves start to calm down and autopilot starts to
The
take
instincts.
on. Exactly. And
Those
they've put
racing
together
instincts.
thousands of hours on all of these courses, and it's going to be terrific to see the collection that we have. We'll show you the 12 here in just a moment, but
If you
what
haven't,
really wanna
please
keep an eye
subscribe.
on
That would be
is
awesome.
Just how consistent a lot of these racers
That'll help
can
me out
be.
a
If
lot,
that was
actually.
You can't really afford to have one or two bad races because
Comment-
that score difference
no.
is going to be really hard
Type
to
in
make up
chat
when you look at the talent.
what your favorite
that's behind
moment
it.
is, even
Exactly
when
right. And to
we
your
kind of
point
just
about
started.
the precision racing, I mean, sometimes you will see these players race, exactly in the same spot every single lap, never misses. It's really impressive.
We have another one of our racers, Purple from Japan, that qualified just recently. And sometimes you look at how somebody can come in with momentum. A lot of these other qualifiers, Ashley, it has been months since they qualified for this competition, and now Purple comes right in, home turf. Let's see how they can do against these other fantastic racers from across the world.
Yeah, Kevo
Honestly,
qualified,
crazy.
I want to say, back in September at Nintendo Live Seattle, which it's been a very long time. He's had a lot of preparation time here. Knew the World Championship was happening. Purple, on the other hand, coming right in, just jumping in there into the fray and ready to race. I mean, game face on.
All right, our 6 racers have taken their positions, and let's go ahead and check out the rules for today's championship. 150cc, normal items, all the vehicles. You've got your choice there. No teams, of course. Computer, this is a factor. We're going to talk more about this, but it's going to be hard mode for the
Watch
computers.
party.
12 races. And when you
How
look at
m-
these 12
Hello,
races,
Jack.
the courses,
No,
wait,
they are going
Mario
to cover
Kart.
everything that you've seen in Mario Kart
Yeah.
8 Deluxe. We have Royal
We're starting
Raceway,
with,
Ribbon
Mario
Road,
Kart.
Dolphin Shoals.
This isn't what I
Wario
signed up for.
Stadium,
I'm sad
Neo
now.
Bowser City, and Excite
No,
Bank
it's
Arena
gonna be
for the
later.
first half dozen.
We're just-
The
this
second
is our
half,
warm-up,
Bangkok Rush,
basically.
Coconut
Yeah.
Mall,
Yeah,
DK Mountain,
Splatoon starts at
Sneaky
12 a.m.
Pete Sprint, Bowser Castle
Oh my
3,
God, so we're
and we end
out
it
for another, like,
on
5 hours,
Rainbow
okay.
Road from Wii. In the event of a tie, of course, Sky Garden from
We
the
got
Special
3
Cup
hours.
will be the final race to determine the champion.
Oh, I forgot
But
time
actually,
zones. I'm
the
done.
computer can be a part of this. So, yes, there are 6 computer racers. Sure, there's a possibility. Dry Bowser drives away with this thing as a computer.
CPU.
Highly doubtful.
What if the
because
computer
our
beats real people?
human players
How
are very,
depressing
very
is that going to
talented,
be for
but
them?
there's an element of RNG that will come into play because most of these qualifying tournaments to get here feature 12 humans. Now you've got 6 computer racers in this competition, which is going to be very fascinating.
Yeah, that will be really interesting because sometimes you have I think we've all been there, right? You're playing, and there might be a computer player, and then all of a sudden the CPU
they get
does
more
something.
blue shells. I swear they get more blue shells than humans.
It does feel a little lopsided, but it also is. You have that element of chaos where they might the CPU may decide to do something that a high-level pro player doesn't, and so there's definitely that element of surprise, chaos, variables that we just can't anticipate what's going to happen there. So it'll be very interesting to see how these players, if they even need to
streaming
respond
it
to
on
the CPU. I mean, they may just
No,
be
I'm streaming on
miles
YouTube.
ahead of them. We have no
They're
idea.
streaming it on Twitch, yeah.
But it will be
No,
very interesting
Nintendo.
to see if
Yeah,
the CPU
Nintendo's
ends up
streaming it
being
on
any
Twitch
kind
as well.
of factor in the races today.
Now, there was a huge change
That'll
in
probably
one of
have
the
better
latest
quality,
updates
but
to Mario
whatever.
Kart 8 Deluxe that rocked the
It really
world in the
doesn't matter.
competitive racing scene. And we're going to go verbatim here for all
I
the
know.
suits. It made it so that you can't acquire strong items when taking an item box by stopping or driving in reverse, or taking an item box that is in the same location multiple times during a race. Ashley, break down the legalese for me there.
That is that's called bagging, and so bagging is an interesting strategy. So this is a strategy where you would hang back.
Oh, yeah,
in the
I
hopes
remember
of
whenever I
obtaining
used to
more powerful
be a little
items.
interested in competitive
in
Mario
the most
Kart.
extreme version of this, there would be players who would choose to not to go at the start of a race or even drive in reverse.
How dare they?
How
dare they?
In order to wait for all of the other competitors to get the item boxes and then go ahead and get those item boxes. The more powerful items, obviously. Oh, we're starting.
And here we go. We are getting set for our very first race. 12 races in this circuit
No
to
Black
determine
Yoshi.
a world champion. It begins on Royal Raceway, where Panda is the current world record holder on this track.
Panda, his
Oh, somebody's using the
skills
Yoshi
are
guy. That has
absolutely
inside
amazing.
drift.
You can see him right there. He's running a Yoshi. You will see most of these players today. Most of them are Yoshi. Half of them are playing Yoshi. We've got a Peachette. We've got a Princess Peach. We've got a Daisy. These are all medium weight racers. That's
Yoshi,
pretty much
Teddy
the
Buggy is
top
the new
tier
Waluigi
weight
Wiggler.
class that you're going to see.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're going to see any deviation there from any of the competitors.
So far, Purple's in first place in the bottom right of your screen. Peachette with that banana trailing, just trying to provide a little bit of defensive protection. A couple of other racers taking a hit. In 8th place is Dive on the top right, but Kevo all of a sudden takes the lead as we head into lap 2.
See, Kevo was really worried about competing here today. He was feeling a little intimidated, but he's doing just fine right now. He is right there in the mix.
Kevo sends a green shell backwards to create a little bit more distance, but hot on their heels is Jim with a mushroom, trying to blow by Kevo on the left-hand side. Jim going to be awfully careful, but a lightning bolt comes in, and you can imagine that probably came from the computer.
Oh, brutal. I mean, yes, those are the types of things that, these players just aren't going to be able to anticipate when a computer might use something like a lightning. So that's going to become an element that they're going to have to deal with.
Jim, who's in first place, slows down, recognizes a blue shell coming, a blue shell in hot pursuit. Sight is set on Panda. Panda takes the hit. Panda drops to third. Thomas moves to first in our final lap.
Wow, this is a very exciting race. These competitors are so close together. They're all working so hard to stay tight to the insides of the tracks. There's a boo. We've got a stolen item. Things are happening. Oh, man.
Keep an eye on how frequently they check the rear view mirror. That's something the DMV will certainly appreciate. Final lap going over the last big jump. It's Thomas in first. The blooper creating a little bit of ink, but in 5th place is Purple. Purple, though, loses the golden mushroom. All of a sudden, it's going to be a sprint for the end. It's Dive on the top right. Dive going for first place, and Dive gets the very first victory. In 2nd place is Thomas. Kevo, the heavy favorite, picks up 4th place and 9 points. But you see already, Ashley, that was one of those bagging courses.
I just got back.
The chaos that happened the final 10, 15 seconds. This is why this is going to be such a difficult competition. Because
That's kind of crazy because I played 150cc and it is not as fast as
problem with all of the really powerful items showing up at the back of the pack, right? So we're going to start seeing things like lightning, the boo. There's so many things that are going to be happening to these players who are out in the front of the pack.
Also,
that has absolutely nothing to do with the
on the NA commentary for the Splatoon,
so it's really interesting to see how they're going to be responding to those things.
They had interviews
about them as well. You have to really think about how
the commentators were talking over the interviews.
Like that's unexpected.
It's kind of funny.
What you said, the boo popped out twice, especially towards the end. We saw someone with a golden
I'm excited to
mushroom
see all the
trying to
other
make their
teams
way
play.
all the way to the
I literally,
front.
my phone
That
died
mushroom
last
goes
night.
bye-bye, and they don't have any other
when I got it
opportunity
back
to use it.
on,
Our
Worlds
6
had already
humans
ended
finished
and
1
everybody
through
was out of
6,
VC.
but Dive with 15 big points.
I fell
Our
asleep.
representative from Korea,
I fell asleep and then I watched back.
Purple in third, but how about
I watched back the stream and Beef was like, "Yeah, we have Aura."
We have a lot of races
he was listening to everyone in DC,
said, that
and everyone said hi, and I was like,
really falling below 6th place and getting into a situation where they're only picking up 2, 3, or 4 points potentially.
Yeah, and I'm very surprised to see Panda come in 6th there. I mean,
he's the world record holder.
He's the world record holder.
The very fastest person. You pop that ghost on, and that is Panda that you were racing against at home. That is beating you every single time.
Exactly. Oh, look at this is one of my favorite tracks. I love Ribbon Road so much. This is a really
I hate this map.
Debuted on the Game Boy Advance. I like this is an old school.
I like it for its aesthetic.
The new school twist, and there's a huge shortcut at the end as you go over that last big jump. Anybody that has a mushroom or an item
and also
with a
like the
bit of a boost
shortcuts
will be able to save significant time if they cut that corner very tight. Couple of gates through there, but this is another one that it feels like it's going to be a mad sprint the final 10-15 seconds of this race.
Yeah, this is a good course for shaking things up. A lot of times we see this course kind of it can be a surprise element. It can change things up in the course of a tournament, so it'll be really interesting to see who ends up taking this one. I think you can see Kevo's they're locked in, they're taking a second, they're getting ready to start the race, and that big shortcut at the end I think is going to
Let's go, Kevo.
It's going to educate a lot of Mario Kart players at home. I'm watching these players take these really big shortcuts and use items in such a way at the top level. It's just been so interesting
right now.
And informative and educational for me, if I'm being honest. I now feel like a better Mario Kart racer just after watching them compete.
Well, anybody that gets a mushroom, the question is, do you
I should have been playing in Mario Kart Worlds
shortcut at the end, or do you try to cut a smaller corner earlier in the race? We'll find out. Jim in the lead, as we mentioned. That'll start here. Dive got the 15 points last race, and no changes to the kart or bike combination. As we said, they are locked into that for the entire circuit. Off we go. Early going here. It's Thomas that sprints out to the lead. All of a sudden, Purple scoops it up once again.
Purple scoops it up. He's got a red shell. I mean, this is a really good position for Purple to be in. He's got that protection from the back, but also we can see Jim just took that forward, but also, oh no, gets
Jim Bob.
That red shell.
And Jim has to lose a couple of coins. Here's Purple taking the shortcut over the ramp off the stage. Takes a second jump here, and that's going to go ahead and hit the boost pad, and another big shortcut trying to cut that corner, able to protect themselves from that red shell. Doesn't have a boosting item, though, has to go around the gates. A couple of our racers, especially Dive on the top right, though. However, Lakito has to come in and save them.
This is, man, I love seeing the boo. What is it going to be? It's a triple green shell. And did Kevo just he tossed him.
And Dive with one of the crazy eights picks up a whole assortment of items. And here comes a bullet bill in hand for Dive. We'll probably want to hang on to that in the holster. In third place, we focus in on Thomas. Thomas, triple mushroom, ready to go just in time for that final shortcut. But it's still Purple in the lead. Only a coin, though, no protection at the moment.
He's got a banana and a green shell, so he's got a little bit of a shield, but no boost. He's got no mushrooms. He's got nothing that's going to be able to take him through some of the shortcuts here. So it'll be interesting to see how he responds.
Like this map's music.
Thomas hot on their heels. Panda in third. Dive in fourth. Everybody bunched up once again. All 6 of our competitors in the top 6. It'll be fascinating to see what happens down the stretch. Keep an eye on Thomas. Has that horn ready to use. Fireballs in hand for Panda. Panda in first at the moment.
Panda in first. Those fireballs are really potent. You're going to see him probably, throw them backwards.
Bro, watching this
he's
is
taking
insane.
those shortcuts as best he can. He's going to make sure that he is just getting those players as best he can if they're right behind him, but he's got a little bit of a lead here.
Nobody really with the boosting item except Jim in 6th, and then coming through, cutting the corner is Thomas. Thomas gets the victory. It's going to be Panda in second. Kevo falling all the way to 6th, though. So back-to-back surprises for one of the heavy hitters coming into this competition. But Thomas, you see the sigh of relief as they are able to cross the finish line. And that was a situation, Ashley, where you're coming up on the final shortcut, and nobody really had the necessary items to take huge advantage of it.
If you're the only player that has a mushroom at the end of that last lap on Ribbon Road, it's gold. It's gold for you. Even if it's not a golden mushroom, it's still gold for you because you're going to be able to take that big shortcut at the end. It is such a big corner cut. You can really shave off a lot of your lap time there, and it obviously paid off.
I'm betting all my money on Jackpot.
We keep mentioning Kevo, the North American champion. Many people felt had a tremendous chance to win this championship. Just to show you how difficult this championship is going to be to attain, how tight the competition is, Kevo, 4th and 6th place finishes in the first 2 races. How does Kevo try to bounce back from this?
I mean, I think he has to just take a deep breath. You got to recenter yourself. He did seem a little anxious, a little nervous right before the competition. And you mentioned earlier, this is on a really big stage.
Asian representatives,
he's played on a big stage before, he hasn't played on a big stage for the World Championships. And so I think that is something that he is going to have to just, kind of get right with. He's going to have to center himself. He's got to get back in there. And he's got to relax a little bit and play the Mario Kart that we know he can play.
Thomas, a 2nd place followed by a 1st place victory, puts Thomas in the lead with 27 points, just a narrow 3-point lead over Dive. Our next course coming up here, Dolphin Shoals, shout out, best soundtrack of any course in this entire game, in my humble opinion. But we get set for Dolphin Shoals, and this is another one where it's a bit of a drafting course where you don't necessarily want to be in 1st place the entire time.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. The strategy here generally is to kind of stay.
Oh my gosh, the game started.
And 5th, and then you want to kind of steal first, or by drafting. So you want to really kind of. And you're going to see all of these players staying between 1st and 6th. So I think between 2nd and 5th is going to be exactly where they're going to want to be. And you want to make sure that you're really collecting coins and keeping your top speed as best you can. There are, interestingly enough, 2 bullet bill extension areas in this map. So one of the interesting things in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is when you have a bullet bill, there are certain tracks that have what are called bullet bill extension areas, and that is to say when you use a bullet bill, it actually lasts a little bit longer when you use them through these sections of a course. And so this one has 2. So it'll be very interesting to see if anybody decides to maybe do just maybe like a nano bagging strategy, like a little one where you really get that bullet bill so that you can use it in those extension areas.
We shall see. Over the last couple of races, Purple has raced out to the early lead. Here we go, Dolphin Shoals as they propel past some porpoises as we get set for race 3 in this championship circuit. And already it's Purple again with the lead in the bottom right.
I mean, Purple just really jumping out there. You can see he's already well on his way to 10 coins, which is a huge deal in this track. You want to get those coins as quickly as possible. You want to make sure that you are maximizing. You can see right here, this is like a perfect example of you're maximizing your boost. You're doing all of the things you need to do to reach a top speed as quickly as possible.
Panda, the first one to hit the saxophone section, jumping over another jump here, turning on the beach side. Back in the water in 1st place. Panda will take the lead heading into lap 2. Jim now in 8th, trying to farm a couple of items. Kevo in 3rd, and it's Purple in 2nd place.
I'm going to say that's a risky move by Jim to stay in 8th place. I think this is going to be a little bit it might be a little bit of a tough climb for him, but it'll be curious to see if he can, he's got a bullet bill.
Blue shell coming out also. It's Panda in 1st. Panda going to have to eat the blue shell right at the tail end of the eel, right as they get set to get out of the water here. Then a lightning bolt right after that. Dive with the star, able to avoid the lightning bolt in the top right, and a bullet bill comes out. We're all of a sudden going to see a lot of movement here, Ashley.
There's a lot going on here at the end of lap 2. I can't believe it. I just watched Jim use that bullet bill in that extension area, and now he's got fireballs. Okay, now he's got a mushroom. He's got a lot going on.
Kevo in 1st place, coin in hand, has to get a defensive item. Gets that banana peel, a little bit of potassium for the protection as we get set midway through the 3rd lap. Elevates over the pipes, the bubbles, sending Kevo further down the track in 1st place. It's Jim, hot on his heels, though, with 3 red shells coming. One of them hits a banana peel, though. That might spare Kevo, but 4 mushrooms ready for Jim in second place. Kevo does take a hit, has to hustle with just 1 coin, gets past, though, on the other side, and now Kevo moves to second, Jim in first.
Oh, it's going to be very interesting. Kevo's got a red shell. He's got a banana
frick are
peel
they
as well.
doing? Why are they opening the menu?
Oh, no, is he going to get it?
Dive in third with the star, takes out Kevo, and able to blow right by Kevo. No, at the tail end. Kevo stays in second. You see the self-applause. Jim gets first place. And all of a sudden, that is going to bunch up the standings. That was a huge performance for Kevo. Nearly fell out of his hands. Took a hit while he only had a coin. Had to avoid a star after getting hit as well, too. And credit Jim for hanging in there and doing that drafting strategy to a perfect execution.
I mean, it was a really beautiful draft.
Damn.
And I watch these players. They're just so great at
Is that water?
timing, knowing exactly when they need
Or is
to
that like
execute,
soft drink?
how they
No
need
clue.
to. It's really,
I'll be
it's
right
really
back,
impressive
guys.
to watch. And honestly, watching Dolphin Shoals is really fun because it can be so chaotic because of that strategy of kind of staying back a little bit, hoping to get those
So,
backing
chat,
just a little bit, hoping to get those really good
seen
items
any good
for the
movies
bullet
recently?
bill extension, things like that. And then
Godzilla
also,
and
you know,
Kong.
having
Honestly,
that
that
ability to
movie
watch
was
players all
peak.
draft around each other is just great.
There was a lot going on there towards the end of the second lap. I believe it was Kevo that had the bullet bill when the lightning bolt hit, and Kevo just launched right past
What did I watch
everybody.
recently?
And now Kevo finds themselves tied for fourth, but look how close we are. Thomas and Dive in first place, just 6 points separate first from fourth. That was only our third race, Ashley.
I mean,
we
I
have
remember
9
that
more to go
movie
at
I
this
watched.
point. And up next, we have Wario Stadium from Nintendo DS. Many people call this the best running track.
This is, a running track is the one where you have to get out front very quickly and you stay there. The running tracks, you want to be in first, you want to stay in first. So the top 3 starters are going to have an advantage here. So Thomas, Dive, and Jim are going to have a
I would
little,
not be good
little
during
bit
a
of an advantage
podcast.
as the 3 who are going to start out farther forward at the beginning of the race. And
Definitely.
whoever's out
All
front
right.
can pick up 5 or 6 coins in the first 15 seconds, which is pretty significant for Wario Stadium.
Yeah.
And the
so-
final gravity section where you see the bit of the ramp at the tail end, that can be a dicey moment because the rails are off and there's a lot of chaos that can ensue. That's where a lot of people are going to look to use those bursts. You've got a couple of options as well, too, to save yourself some time during this course throughout. So this is kind of coming down to racing purity and just making sure you can get out to the lead. And what we've seen over the last 3 races, Purple's been one of the first racers to get that early lead.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see who jumps out in first quickly here, and I am very curious how to the chaotic nature of a runner track, which a running track can be very straightforward, but when you add in that chaotic element of the CPU players, I think that it might shake things up a little bit.
I'll put it this way. The way the humans are beating down the computer, I am not worried about AI anytime soon. Here we go, our 4th race. It is Wario Stadium, Nintendo DS. Who can sprint out to the lead and hang on and grab those coins? Keep that in mind. Those are so vital. The currency is limited on this course. And you see just how aggressive everybody is coming out. It's Jim with the early lead, but then loses that as Kevo cuts them across the corner and takes the excellent line.
Yes, Kevo, and you can see also Kevo is closest to 10 coins. Kevo's got 8. He's almost at 10. Now he's got his 10. So you can see these really great racing here by Kevo, and hopefully he can maintain that lead. But you know what? Anything can happen.
Don't make me have to mute you.
Kevo with a coin and a horn, so a little bit of protection at that moment. Blue shell, not anywhere near at this moment. Purple in second does have the boomerang as we get set for the second lap, but Kevo looks very comfortable with 10 coins
This is
well out
very
in front.
entertaining.
He does look very comfortable. You can see this is an interesting strategy, holding on to that
This
coin, not
makes me
using
wanna
it
go
right
play
away. He
Mario
already
Kart.
had 10 coins. He didn't need
I
to.
was
So
playing
when
it
the
a second
boo
ago.
came, it stole the coin and not his
I don't have
horn,
my
which was the
Switch.
second item he had.
That reminds me of the
No.
IRS. Here we go, cutting the next corner. You see the little
The
baby
IRS
hop
is
over the
crazy.
corner,
I don't have
and
my Switch.
Kevo running in perfect line so far in this race, just catching the tip of these boost pads, and now heading into the 3rd lap. Just has to navigate this
I'm gonna
corner.
be
Things are
honest,
looking really well, but a
I
blue
think-
shell is coming. Kevo, though, can he time this
I
up
think
well?
these
Keep an eye
commentators know
on the
more
top
about Mario
left.
Kart
Yes,
than
he does.
should.
Kevo displaces the blue shell
I
and
wouldn't
now
go
is
for it.
cruising to the lead.
He had a little tiny bit of a blip there. He ran into the wall just
So
for
I'm
a
pretty
second.
sure
He was trying to get that green
9
shell going to
last
create a shield for the
commentating
red shell that was incoming.
Last
But he
was
did
the
it.
only one that
He's
actually
now in
knew
second, though.
stuff about
He's now in
Splatoon.
third.
Purple takes the lead.
Jordan was
Red
kind of
Shell, though,
following
doesn't
9.
knock out Kevo. In second is Dive. Dive is one of our leaders. Dive and Purple duking it out for first place. Purple just trying to get over one last turn.
Come on,
no
Kevo.
real threats, but no protection for Purple in the bottom right. Purple's just got a little bit longer to go. Gets the banana. Purple still in first. Jim in second. Dive in third on your top right. Is Purple going to claim
Kevo
the
might
win?
be able to come back,
Yes,
actually.
Purple does. Crosses the finish line first.
The
And it's going to
fire.
be Jim
Come on,
in
come on,
second.
come on.
Dive gets passed at the end by Kevo. Kevo, a late hit, and he is thrilled about that as he sends one of the leaders down to fourth place. And so that third lap, it was pretty much chalk the first 2 laps here, Ashley. That third lap saw all sorts of chaos.
Yeah, again, like those lightnings from the CPU. I was like, that's just like, because when you know who you're racing against, and a lot of these players race against each other a lot online, and so you kind of get a feel for when they're going to use those things, how they might use those things. Not with the CPU.
Damn.
you have no idea when it's coming. You have no idea when they have it. So
If you
it's
could
a
add
very interesting,
Subway
time for all of these racers to be
to the
dealing
bottom
with
of your screen.
CPU players.
4
No, I'm not
races
adding Subway
down.
Surfers.
How about Purple, though, coming from behind on that third lap to get the victory, and that's going to shake up the standings here just a little bit. Coming into that race, it was just 6 points separating first from last. And
GTA parkour or Minecraft parkour.
I will
one
not
racer
add
with
either.
31 points in the middle, so we'll see what the standings are after this. But what you're learning here is that everybody
Family Guy
actually
clips.
is very, very good.
No.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so great, and it really is anyone's tournament to win today. They are all so incredible.
Oh,
look at this
this.
score, 3-way tie
Wow.
for first right now.
Wow,
Play for
Dive,
Family
Jim,
Guy clips.
Purple, all at 43.
Damn.
Tom is 1 point behind. Kevo and Panda in 5th and 6th. And I think if you talk to a lot of people coming into this, you would
it's
not
tied.
anticipate this. But
That's crazy.
it's only been 4 races.
Only been 4.
We're 1/3 of the way through our Mario Kart 8 Deluxe World
Only
Championship
4 races?
2024
Wow.
circuit. And now we have up next
We got Neo Bowser City.
Neo Bowser City. And this is one where you have just got to be taking the lead at the beginning, but a lot of tight turns in this track as well too.
There's that hairpin turn where you've got
Yes.
to basically you're doing a 180. It's raining on this track, so it's a little bit it's a little slipperier. But this is a classic runner track. If you're out in first, you can stay in first as long as you get those items, and that's the important thing. We saw Kevo get that horn, and he was able to keep that blue shell away, even though he didn't come in first. That was really integral for him to come in third. I mean, it was to be able to stay up in the top 3, really important. So even if you're not coming in first, you've still, because this is a 12 race tournament, you've really got to make sure that you're coming in 1, 2, or 3.
What's crazy is if Kevo doesn't hit Dive there, Dive is in first place all by themselves at this point by 1 point. So it comes down to that type of margin as we get set for Neo Bowser City, our 5th race. As we said, a classic runner course. There is a bit of a shortcut at the end, though, so you want to save those mushrooms.
I actually turned on my Spotify.
Opportunity. You can save yourself a little bit of time, but other than that, who's going to take the best line? Who's going to execute those turns as fast as they possibly can? We'll find out as we get set for our 5th race. As we mentioned, a 3-way tie for first place so far, as we are looking for a world champion. And off they go. And it's been Purple lately that's been taking the early leads. It's Purple once again that does sprint out to that #1 pole position.
I am so impressed with how quickly Purple is able to just get out front. And, this might be a case where he stays there. This is a runner track. This is the type of thing that you want to see. If you're Purple, you're feeling pretty good right now, even though it's the beginning of the race.
Keep an eye on Jim. Double mushroom can save that for the shortcut at the end. Thomas decides to use it on just a normal curve, so that's a fascinating choice, probably trying to farm some better items and move their way up.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit of I'd like to maybe get that farm. You can see Jim's got a mushroom. He's going to be able to use that shortcut toward the end of the lap. And now, Purple still, again, he's still out front. He's got a banana. He's got a little bit of a shield. Use the peel.
Purple with a sizable lead and has a banana for protection. So Purple showing everybody how it's done. This is basically a time trial for Purple at this point.
I mean, it must feel like that for him. He's not really getting any kind of competition for anybody right now. What a pull. He's got a red shell. He's got 3 mushrooms. The triple mushroom is just so nice to have.
Purple getting set for the third lap.
And a horn.
Well in first and has a horn. You couldn't ask for a better situation as you're the front runner.
I mean, is it Christmas for Purple? I don't know, but that's the thing I would have asked for. Santa Neo Bowser has come today.
Dive in second place on the top right of your screen. Purple has to use that horn. Purple still in the lead. A sizable lead, still one turn ahead over the rest of the competition. Coming towards the end here, lightning bolt comes. That's going to erase all the items for everybody. That works out for Purple's advantage. Now they just have to navigate this course for a few seconds longer. Kevo in second, moves their way up. Red Shell coming on the curve. Kevo able to defend it, but it's Purple, the Prince, the Purple Rain at Neo Bowser City, picks up the win and moves into first place overall.
I really love that reference. Thank you.
Yeah, you're
Thank
welcome.
you for that. That
You're
was
welcome.
really that was so clever. I really enjoyed that. Purple Rain today in Neo Bowser City. What a great race by Purple. Just a solid race. No mistakes, no errors. Just again, classic runner, got out front, stayed out front.
And look at Purple, just stoic, striking fear into the hearts of their competitors as they led start to finish, wasn't threatened at any point. That was arguably the most dominant performance we've seen over the last 5 races.
Kevo's coming
this is
back
something
a
that
little
Kevo
bit.
said. He was watching Purple during the qualifiers and said, okay,
I'm impressed.
these racers have me impressed, and I am worried. And now you're seeing as Purple takes first place after that performance.
What a race.
How many races are we doing?
I can't wait for this next one, though, because this is
I don't know.
not only do we have variables with the CPU, we also have track
I think we should have been
Do
paying
you have some
attention.
track variables? That would be Excite Bike Arena. And as you know, you never know what you're going to get. For those of us that remember Excite Bike back in the day is, wow, look at this. Purple, a 6-point
Jumping
lead,
out.
launching themselves beyond
and
everybody.
also there's
now
the
it's
wait
Dive
time
in
between
second.
the-
Kevo moves up to
between
third.
switching
A 3-way tie
from
with
Mario
Thomas
Kart
and
over
Jim.
to
And Panda
Jim.
now 13 points behind Purple. And this is starting to get a little bit of fascinating because we have some separation finally as Purple with the largest lead of this championship that anybody in first place has had so far.
Yeah, we're starting to finally see that. Like, we're starting to see it shake out a little bit. We're starting to see how things are settling. We're almost
And
halfway
dance.
through the tournament. Again, we're going into Excite Bike Arena, which I like to say Excite Bike's about. You may not know this if you've only played Mario Kart a little casually for those at home, but this is the one course in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe that changes.
And deep cut, you never know which letter ramp you're going to get. I'm a big fan of the big R's that
I love
pop
the R.
up.
The
The
R.
R, the
It's
huge
all-
triple
yes.
ramp. Sometimes
Yes.
you get a couple of small little H's and I's thrown in there, but this is great. Obviously, shortcuts on both of the turns in this track where you can
I
cut through the
fucking
grass
love
if you need to.
Excite Bike,
There's a
man.
little bit of mud, but this is
It's
one
real.
that's just going to have items
It's
flying
such a
left and
silly
right.
map.
Many people say it's an option to
bagger.
reset everything. as
Yeah,
well,
it's a
too.
little bit of a shake-up course. It can also be a bagger track. It can be pretty potent for a really good bagger, so it'll be interesting to see who stays
Got through
back
my
a little bit,
first
who hangs
water
back a little
bottle.
bit to kind of
Of the night.
gather up some powerful items. Again, like you mentioned, there's the shortcut at the end. I think it's really interesting that there's over 200 possible layouts
Well,
that
what's-
are randomly generated when you load
Hey,
into
welcome
Excite Bike.
in.
Well, it's funny because you go from Neo Bowser City, which has more turns than your uncle giving you directions, versus, here we go, Excite Bike, 2 turns. It's simple.
Yep.
Just go right and go fast. Here we go, the 6th
I'm gonna
race.
go real
It's
quick
Purple
to
with
charge
the
my
6-point
phone,
lead
and then I'll be
over
back.
everybody else. Purple has been launching themselves into
I
first
fucking
place,
love-
race after race,
Jim
and it's
missed
no
the
different this
item
time.
boxes. Jim missed the item
Oh,
boxes.
that
That's
is
it.
huge.
It's really tough there right at the front. You've got to make sure that you're getting an
Oh,
item box
someone's
there right
in
up front.
12th
Otherwise, you
place.
have to wait
12th
a long
place.
time.
And Dive had to go backwards to get the mushrooms on the top right. Thomas, though, on your left in the middle, in first place,
Oh, he did it
cruising
on
with that
purpose.
banana behind them. But as you expect, there's going to be a lot of shuffling on this course.
A lot of shuffling. You can see Panda's got a red shell, just staying right behind Thomas. I'm be curious to watch this draft. Let's see if he can overtake him. He does. Purple's right in front of him, though. Purple's right there.
Purple zooms by with the banana in trail. No protection at the moment. Has just a coin, does Purple in first place. You've got Kevo with a red shell in 4th. And then in second, just a coin is Panda. So not a lot of defensive options for our top 2 racers so far in lap 2. However, nobody able to take advantage of it as Dive is just trying to get back into the top 6.
Dive's
Did
got
you-
a piranha plant, so I think that might
What?
come in a little bit handy. But also, the piranha plant can be a little unwieldy.
Do I have
it can
what?
be a
Stream
little difficult,
open?
but he's
Yeah,
now
the
he's
stream's
working
open.
on it. He's in 5th now. He's coming up.
It's Purple in the lead. 2 bananas. Blooper not going to bother
there's
them
some-
at
there's
all.
some-
It's the final lap as
There's a
Purple
little weird
continues
audio.
to just make their way down the first straightaway. In second place, Panda with a green shell. Keep an eye on Jim. Has a red shell and a mushroom. Middle of your screen on the right-hand side. Takes a hit, though, as Kevo blows by them. But then the lightning bolt comes and stucks Dive and Jim in the grass. That's going to slow them down.
That's slowing everybody down. I can't believe it. You've got Purple in third place, Panda in first.
Panda in first. Kevo gets past. Kevo jockeying for positioning. It's first. It's second. It's Kevo. Entering the final turn, Kevo in first, takes a hit, but zooming through the corner is Purple. Purple with the mushroom. Purple with another victory.
I cannot. I mean, what an unbelievable last-minute victory. That was exactly how you have to play that last shortcut. What a perfect, I mean, those item boxes are really falling in Purple's favor today.
How about Purple was in third place on the second straightaway, the final one, but just cuts the corner and dashes the hopes of victory for anybody.
Literally.
And now builds upon this lead and will take at minimum, Ashley, a 9-point lead heading into our 7th race.
That is a sizable lead. That is a sizable lead, but not an insurmountable lead.
Let's get it.
Lead. We're halfway through.
Who y'all got winning?
So there's
Who y'all got winning Mario Kart?
for fortunes to change.
That was huge, though, because you look
huge.
at what it means for the standings here. If Purple had remained in third place and, say, Kevo got first in that situation, all of a sudden Purple comes right back down to the pack. But Purple able to just find that mushroom, cut the corner perfectly. There were no options for the shortcut for places 1 and 2. And you see why getting the right item at the right time can make all the difference.
Critical, very clutch, and really speaks to the sort of beauty of the randomness of Mario Kart.
If you haven't subbed, please, I need it so I can make money off of this.
Of a race, you can still pull out that win if you get the right item, and you know you have that muscle memory, you have that idea of, like, I know exactly how to race this track if I get this item, this item, this item. Like, there's contingency plans.
Purple, an 11-point lead over Dive. Kevo in third place with 59. Thomas, 58.
It's free to subscribe.
Panda moving back up closer to the pack now. Panda and Jim tied for 5th with 57
It is free.
points. But now it's starting to become the Purple Invitational. Who can catch Purple? Because they are just coloring the field with victories left and right at this point.
Everyone likes free things.
It's going to be very interesting to see how the last 6 courses play out.
Yeah.
Here they are: Bangkok Rush, Coconut Mall, DK Mountain, Squeaky, Clean Sprint.
I love that
Bowser
map.
Castle 3 and Rainbow Road. We've seen it. There's been separation in the first 6 races, but to think that Purple might give up 11 points to anybody else behind them at this moment seems pretty hard to believe. We'll start to get a better idea of that, but if Purple gets 2, maybe even 1 more victory, this is going to be
tough.
Very difficult for anybody to catch them. They might put this away here pretty soon.
Yeah, it might be very, very difficult. I mean, yeah, to your point, if it's, courses 7, 8, 9, where he's pulling out a first-place victory, it's going to be really tough for anybody to keep up with him at that point.
Purple, cool, calm, collected. You see these racers have really settled into a groove at this moment, but it's been difficult. And for some of them, think about this. They're used to being in first. They haven't really felt the pressure of having to make up some ground as we head for our 7th race, Bangkok Rush.
Bangkok Rush is an interesting one. This is another runner track. This is one where you want to get out in first. You want to stay in first.
I don't think that's how you pronounce this.
There's a very interesting computer variable that could happen here, which is to say if lightning happens after the item boxes in the last section, that can be really rough for these competitors. That's going to be really tough for them.
It's a long stretch without any help whatsoever, so we'll see if the RNG Lords play to the favor of our human competitors at this moment. But as we get set for the 7th race, once again, Purple, the representative from Japan, an 11-point lead over the field. Dive in second, Kevo in third. Still a lot of racing with half a dozen races left, but so far it's been Purple that's established themselves as the dominant racer so far.
Very dominant. You almost wonder if because qualifying was so recent, maybe it's just, you're in that mode. You just came in just ready to
momentum.
You're already
in
that momentum thing. Yeah, you've already got that
thing.
momentum. That's it. That could be a factor here today.
And it really seems to come down to the final turn in a lot of these races as far as do you have the right item at the right moment. We'll see what the situation is. It's Purple on your bottom right. That has been our leader through the first 6 races. Here we go. The second half of our championship set to take place now. And it's Purple, as always, out in first.
Out in first right away. I mean, Panda right there, second, third, but dropping down to fourth. I'm surprised by that. Thomas jockeying for position there, first and second with Purple. I'm really surprised that that I'm not seeing maybe Kevo. Oh, well, Kevo's now in second. So I was gonna say I'm not really surprised not to see Kevo in second place.
Kevo in second with a mushroom. Purple has a banana for defense. All of a sudden, Purple does get past, takes the lead right back from Kevo, though, as the two wrestle for first place. We get set for a second lap. Purple has to take a boomerang and has just a coin. It's going to be a little bit of time until Purple can get to an item box. It's
let's
Kevo
get it.
In the lead with that red shell in tow.
Gotta love that red shell in tow. He throws it behind him. He's getting ready to pick up another set of item boxes here. You can see him take that ramp, and he's going for it.
I may be scoring the NA for
Panda in second.
Splatoon, but I'm
parasailing down with the mushroom, cuts through the grass. How about the execution?
Beautiful.
Uses the fungi on the grass to propel themselves forward, but it's Kevo as we get set for the third and final section in the lead. Has a banana. Kevo's got to try and hang on, looking for their first victory so far of the day.
Kevo's got a lot ahead of him. It's the third lap, but there is still a lot that can happen.
Purple, though. 2 banana peels and a red shell ready to go. Can Kevo find some type of protection? No, the lightning bolt towards the end. It gets Kevo.
No.
Has to take a red shell. Kevo, though, still barely in the lead, just trying to land. Kevo's got to go a little bit further, trying to scale those stairs. Victory in their sights for Kevo. Purple, no item whatsoever in second place. Goes under the bridge. Purple in second, now switching third. It's Purple and Thomas for second and third as Kevo is going to go past the finish line.
Let's get it.
Take first place, and then second place is Thomas. So now the pack, Ashley, moves a little bit closer to Purple.
What a shift. This is an interesting turn of events. I can't believe that we just saw this happen. I'm so interested in the score here. It is going to be a shakeup. This was a shakeup track. This was a good one for shaking things up.
That is a game face from Kevo. You never know what happens when a shark smells blood, and all of a sudden Kevo got that first taste of victory, and you feel like
these
Kevo
niggas is mad
find
cringe
gear here because all of a sudden the pressure kind of shifts to Purple here. You were leading by 11, all of a sudden Kevo nearly
but they're also kind of trying to sell the game for Nintendo.
One race. We still have 5 more left here, Ashley.
That is accurate, and also like we said earlier, momentum
even
is
though
real.
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe has been out for 7 years. 7 years.
You know what? It was pun intended. This could be a real turning point for.
They're still trying to
Kevo
sell
and
it.
Also Thomas, like who is also able to kind of get in there, get into the mix, and do something. So I can't believe
the Switch came out in 2017, and so did Mario Kart.
Well, it's huge because Thomas passing Purple, that was a 2-point difference. That was everything. If Purple had remained in second place, Kevo is still trailing by 11 points with 5 races left. Now it's only 9, and you can start chipping away. If Kevo can win 3 races here of the remaining 5, which is a tall task, at worst, you will be tied with Purple going into the final 2 races. So can Kevo find their stride as we head to Coconut Mall, which is always a fan favorite?
Somebody could just pick me up something while they're at the Coconut Mall. Maybe some like cute Shy Guy clothes, some merch. I need some Shy Guy merch.
And this is one of those bagging courses, and you like to talk about the bullet bill sections that exist here.
Yeah, there are bullet bill extension areas on this track. There are also cars in this track that can be very painful if you aren't careful at the end.
Shy Guys are terrible drivers. Let's be honest.
They are not. You know what? I don't know who gave them licenses.
Don't think you can see through the mask, to be honest. So I would remove
does
that
seem
before I
to
get behind the
remove
wheel.
What's the shade towards Shy Guys?
Either way, it feels
yeah,
like
they don't like Shy
did
Guys
an excellent
apparently.
job in that last race of drafting
that's
the
racist.
first 2 sections and then finally taking the lead. We'll see if that's a situation here. There's a lot of different routes that you can go here in Coconut Mall. We've seen these racers take different lines at times based upon whether they're in first or whether they're in the back because those items become so important. And especially for Purple, there were a couple of dry spells in Bangkok Rush where they went without an item for a while.
A really long while. And especially that lightning came into play a little bit after an item box bay. And so now you have to deal with not having anything.
Here's our 8th race. Kevo won the last one. Purple still our overall leader. Purple now in 5th, not getting out to that typical early start. It's Kevo in your top left that sprints to the lead.
Let's get it.
Kevo and Jim are out in first and second. This is going to be a tough
getting
fight.
it.
This is a reset course. This is a course where things
Jim.
can be shaken up.
Jim still in first now, only has a coin, so doesn't have any options if something comes their way. Trying to scoop up the double item box. They do as we head to the outdoor section. Getting set to conclude the first lap. You see the cars with the hydraulics right there as we get set for lap number 2. It's Jim in first, Kevo in second, Purple in third. And now things are starting to settle in. Nobody with any tremendously powerful items either.
Nobody's got anything majorly powerful. We're not really seeing, we might be seeing Thomas maybe do a little bit of bagging, hoping he's got a golden mushroom, so that's going to come in handy. You're going to see that used with the gliders at the end of the lap.
Kevo in second, trying to see if first place has anything to protect themselves. Jim currently has a green shell. Jim with a sizable lead, but the boo comes by and takes the item, and a red shell is available for Kevo. Kevo not going to use it right now, has to protect themselves, and then Jim took a shot there down the stretch, and now Jim is in second. Kevo's in first. Here comes Dive coming fresh off that star as we get set for the third and final lap.
Nice. This is very exciting. Everybody is just right there with each other. This is very tight.
Purple had the star as the lightning bolt came, and Purple launching towards the front. But in first place, it's Kevo still trying to hang on.
Purple
no items whatsoever. Purple has a green shell. Can the aim be true? Kevo drops back. Purple in the lead with the green shell. Blooper comes. Huge bullet bill coming. No threats here. It's going to be up to Kevo with the mushroom. Can they do anything? Can Purple hang on? This would be a huge victory. Purple down the stretch. Unbelievable finish as Purple comes from behind, and Kevo has to settle for third as Thomas sneaks in and takes second place. What a development. That was monstrous for Purple.
Wow, that was such a finish for Purple. Such a finish. I mean, wow, what racing.
It was bizarre. You saw Kevo slow down right towards the stretch there as they cut to the right to go underneath the stairs before the outdoor section. We don't know if Kevo got hit or if that was intentional to try and pick up an item, but Kevo wasn't first.
I don't believe there was a blue shell out either, so that was what I thought.
Really
when I saw him slow down, I thought maybe there was a blue shell out, but maybe I was wrong.
And especially what was at stake, because if Kevo gets that win, that's 3 more points. That was a 6-point swing, and now Kevo getting third place only picks up 10. All of a sudden, that difference becomes 16 points between Purple and Kevo. That was huge over the final 10 seconds.
That was a very huge shift in the last 10 seconds of that race. And really just, I'm so surprised. A full stop in Mario Kart is a really big decision to make. It is a big decision. If you are going to slow down to the point of almost stopping, you have to really be sure about what you're doing. And it just didn't pay off for Kevo. Whatever that strategy was right there, whatever was going through his mind right there, like it didn't work out the way that he had planned.
One other thing that's interesting,
they're criticizing his food. He was trying to cook.
They are far inferior to the humans. That's what we're learning. In a typical 12-human race, that pack is going to be bunched up. You don't have to bag as far if you want to get those elite items, that 10th, 11th, 12th place. We're not seeing the bottom of the pack getting that because they can't afford to fall back as far as the computer is. So we aren't really seeing some crazy items coming out of the end amongst the humans.
Yeah, we're not seeing. You'll notice we've only seen one Crazy 8 this entire tournament, and that's why.
We haven't seen one human use a lightning bolt.
Yeah.
None of our 6 competitors have used a lightning bolt yet.
Not a single one.
Which is bizarre. We typically see that. But as we take a look at our next course here, DK Mountain from GameCube, there's a lot that can happen at the end here and a lot of situations where you got to be careful.
This is one of the newer. This is a Wave 6 booster course pass course. This is a newer.
This was Thursday night in college for me here. It was DK Mountain. Let's go.
Nintendo GameCube. We all us old people. We all know that we are all familiar with DK Mountain. We've climbed to the summit of DK Mountain. But this is also a reset course. So again, anything can happen. There's a very critical shortcut at the end in this track. So a lot of the competitors, you might even see them take it without a mushroom, and using a super mini turbo and another super mini turbo. So it is very critical. Like, they have to take that shortcut.
Our first of the 4 remaining races. Purple has an opportunity to separate themselves. If they get a victory here, there are not too many chances left for the rest of the field. As Purple in second, racing out. The first one through the barrel is Panda on the bottom left with the banana. 3 other competitors with a mushroom. Purple, no item whatsoever, sitting there in second.
That is, again, I mean, you're going to see the super mini turbos happening. He also misses that double item box. That is so crucial. That's going to be tough for him right there.
Panda in first, Purple all the way in 6th. Still plenty of time left, but bizarre to see them. Now they fall back to 7th place. It's Panda in first. Still getting set for this last turn. Let's see if they can make this shortcut while they are in the small racer mode because of the lightning bolt. They do.
They do.
And that just goes to show you the expert skill of these racers.
I mean, I'll never be this good. I'll never be this good. But you know what? I love it. I love watching it. There's the blue shell.
Blue shell coming in. Panda has no options other than to get to that barrel as fast as possible. Not fast enough as Kevo races by. Here's Thomas in second with the Piranha Pant. Leading away, and Purple not too far behind with double mushrooms.
I mean, Purple bagged a little bit. He fell a little back down into 7th, and now he's in 3rd. So there is a strategy there. He once again misses the item boxes there. It is really surprising to me that we're seeing him miss those double item boxes. But, you know, sometimes that's how Mario Kart shakes out.
Another lightning bolt. The computer just throwing these things out like they're candy. That'll neutralize the field. Kevo in first, Thomas in second. Purple in third, does pick up that mushroom and 3 green shells, though. But no items whatsoever for Kevo in first place. And you look at the rest of the field, no red shells at this moment, so Kevo can breathe a sigh of relief.
Kevo's got a little bit of breathing room here. It is interesting that we're seeing the computer light up that lightning before the last set of item boxes, because if it was after, it would be absolute ruin for all of the pack.
Didn't realize Thor was in this thing. So here we go, second place. That lightning bolt, that's an excellent time to eat that. Kevo in first, though, trying to stay in front of the pack. You've got Purple in third, Jim in second. Everyone's bunched up together, a slight lead for Kevo. It's going to come down to items at this point here, Ashley.
It's going to come down to items. It'll be really interesting to see if there's one more lightning, either right before or right after that last item box set.
Kevo frantically checking the rear view mirror. Oh, Purple almost got him on the side. And then Purple eats a red shell, gets past, is now in fourth, wrestles for third. Red shell coming. Purple leaping across the gap. Kevo well in first. Kevo closes it out with the win. Jim gets second. Purple, oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Purple's in sixth. Purple takes a lightning bolt. Purple trying to move to fifth. That's going to change everything as Kevo gets 15 big first place points and now trails Purple by just 7. That's exactly everything Kevo could have asked for.
I mean, what a
Purple is crying right now, bro.
Great race by Kevo. Played it exactly right, did everything he needed to do, and then you saw there was that strategy by Purple to fall back a little bit, try to bag. It is a risk versus reward situation, and again, it just didn't pay off.
Purple had to use all their resources to try and launch an offensive assault against Kevo. Missed everything, like Shaq at the free throw line. And then all of a sudden, the red shell had no more resources to protect
Shaq
himself.
is catching strays, bro.
All the way back to
what did Shaq even do, bro?
That was unbelievable. And now you see just a 7-point difference between Purple and Kevo. Those two have really distanced themselves from the rest of the field. But now we have our final 3 courses coming up. And here we have Squeaky Clean Sprint on deck.
I mean, we've got 7 points, which means
that's anything.
Kevo's,
that's one race.
That's one race.
It's one race.
And it depends on who finishes where. I love Squeaky Clean Sprint. This is one of my favorite tracks. And this is also a reset course, but there's a lot of interesting things that happen in lap 2 and 3. A water geyser route opens up, and you're able to take a little bit of a detour. There is also a drain area that gets very messy, just like real life drains.
Yes.
Gets really messy.
I think someone lost a ring down there.
Yeah, I think somebody lost a ring down there.
Someone's in trouble.
It's I think it's Bowser's engagement ring for Peach. I think it got thrown into the sink. It can get messy down there because of item spam. So there's nowhere to hide.
All right, guys.
And so
I gotta use bathrooms, so I'll be right back. Please entertain chat.
Geyser that comes
I'll be back.
The toilet.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is as you get set for laps 2 and 3.
It's,
and that gives
it's a bidet, right?
Y'all got it.
We're in Japan.
Yes.
We're in Japan, so it's
Absolutely.
a bidet.
Cultured here. And so with the 7-point difference, you've got 3 races left. Obviously, any victory for Purple is huge, and it feels like the pressure's on Purple because it's Purple versus the field, and if Purple falls back, if you're Kevo, you have one racer to beat every race. Doesn't matter if you get first, but you obviously trying to get that premium of 3-point differential at minimum. If you get
I'll be right back, guys.
There is opportunity there for Kevo. Can Purple close the door, though? Here we go. Our first of our final 3 races, squeaky, clean sprint. Who will come out in first?
I love that shower curtain.
I'm sure we could get you one, Ashley.
Is it at the Nintendo store?
We'll find out here soon. But in first place, it's Kevo. Out to the front here. Takes the coin. No protection at this moment. Purple with 3 banana peels. Doesn't give them too many forward-facing offensive options. And all the racers head down towards the drain. And now a couple of opportunities to cut some corners near the ring. They go the left side of the ring. And this just goes to show you their skill. It's unbelievable as Kevo comes out unscathed.
Kevo, you can see Kevo has not tilted. He's never centered. He's always tilting. He's always drifting. He's always doing things to up his top speed. He's got a bob-omb.
And that'll be fascinating what Kevo decides to do with that bob-omb. Do they leave it behind to have everybody try and eat that? We'll see. But in third place is Thomas. The competition's starting to get really bunched up. Kevo still in first place with that bob-omb. You've got Purple in 6th place at the moment, but how about Jim with the blue shell? Oh, trying to crash the party here in a moment as a Bullet Bill comes screaming in. Now it's Kevo all the way down to 4th place.
He's got his horn.
Wise decision. Saw that blue shell coming. Now cuts the corner. Has the horn. Panda has to take the blue shell. Panda will get past. Now it's Panda that's still in first place hanging on to it. Thomas in second. But it's Kevo and Purple jockeying for 4th and 5th place.
I mean, this is going to be a really tight race. You can see Kevo is making sure to use things right before he's hitting those item boxes if he's not going to need them.
Jim used the star momentarily. Panda in first. Kevo in 5th. Purple in 4th. Thomas hanging on there in 2nd place. Lightning bolt comes, though. Kevo able to be the first one to get the items right after that. Kevo hits one of the members of the opposition. Thomas in first still.
Here comes
it's
the drain.
Panda switching places. We come down to the drain here, Ashley.
It's going to be tight. There's the only person with anything is Purple, and also Kevo's got a shell, a green shell.
Purple in second with that horn and that mushroom. Purple trying to chase down Panda. This would be a monstrous opportunity for Purple. Cuts through the suds. Kevo in third. Kevo with a red shell. Purple all the way down to 5th. Purple took a hit and fell off the toilet seat. And now it's a golden opportunity. Kevo takes one. Kevo just trying to fight for points. Kevo in second. No, another red shell. Kevo gets past. Kevo picks up third. Panda gets first. Purple in 5th. That, however, is going to move Kevo closer to first place. Absolute pandemonium in the bathroom down the stretch.
Literally pandemonium.
Woo! I see what you did there.
I mean,
Panda
well, you set me up. You teed it up so well. I couldn't help myself. What a finish. That was top tier Mario Kart racing. That was unbelievable.
Your guess
can't believe Purple
is as good as mine as far as the standings after that. But Purple,
I think Kevo's within 5 points.
Took a critical hit mid-air, had to be respawned. That allowed Kevo and 4 other racers to go right by them. If that's how it was held, though, that's 2 points that Kevo was able to make up. And obviously Kevo would have loved to have gotten second to create more of a difference. And now that margin getting narrower and narrower at the top with just 2 races left. There it is. 5 points separating themselves. Arguably, 2 first-place finishes for Kevo could clinch it. Purple, you get the sense of Purple can win 1 race. That might be enough to do it because we haven't seen anybody finish lower than 6th in any of our races because of the 6 computer racers.
Oh man, this is gonna be a high stress race.
Because what do we have next?
We've got Bowser Castle 3. This is one of the coolest tracks in my opinion. I love it so much. I've loved it since the original. This is an OG Mario Kart track. Look. This is a Bowser Castle 3. It was in this Mario Kart, 1992 Mario Kart. This is where I found this at a secondhand shop. This is the original Super Famicom version of Super Mario Kart, and I was so excited to be able to find that here. And it favors no one.
No,
this track favors no one.
This is a tough race. You talk to anybody, they say this is one of the hardest tracks to mechanically run just because of how narrow some of the passages are. You see those very skinny ramps at the end. Who can stand on the top of that with everything going on? Because, Ashley, you watch the races. These racers are bumping into walls because of all the mayhem. It's hard to hold a perfect time trial line with all the traffic going on, and so the pressure is mounting. Our top 2 racers, a 5-point difference. Purple in first at 114, Kevo in second at 109. I bet you more than anything the temperature on those controllers is starting to heat up.
Oh, yeah. And Kevo's got to really be also feeling the pressure, knowing he's going to have to win the next 2 races to clinch this. Like, it has to be. He's got to have at least – he's got to grab at least 3 points more than Purple in both this race and the next race.
You see Purple has shifted to the forward aggressive stance that everybody does when they get set to get real with Mario Kart. 2 races left. Will we decide a champion? We're going to find out here soon. It's Kevo and Purple, then the rest of the field. Here we go. Bowser, Castle 3. In third place
Purple
is Kevo.
Missed the item box.
Purple missed the item box. That's a huge missed opportunity. Does miss out on some coins as well, too. And it's Kevo in first place with a red shell.
Oh, man, what a great – you can see they are literally drifting on the thinnest parts of the track. It is so precise. The precision driving here is really fantastic. It's so fun to watch.
Kevo able to navigate those thin ramps. Excellent line here as we approach the final turn towards the first lap coming to a conclusion. It's Kevo in first. Purple in fifth. Purple takes a bomb, has 2 mushrooms, but all of a sudden, Purple starting to fall back. Kevo really in a groove at this moment.
Really in a groove, but this is going to give Purple an opportunity to get some stronger powered items. Coming up right here on that item box, you can see the slowdown right there just to make sure, just to see what ends up popping up on those boxes. That was the best possible place for Purple to get lightning right before those item boxes.
Jim takes a red shell. Kevo still cruising. Has to lose the green shell. Purple in the back has a crazy 8 and a blue shell. All of a sudden, Purple is going to create chaos here on Bowser's Castle 3. 1 more lap nearing here for Kevo. Kevo's still in the lead, but I don't think he realizes what's coming for him with Purple. Here comes the blue shell. Kevo going to have to just eat all of that. No crumbs left behind. Kevo moving forward. Hangs on to second, though.
Hangs on to second. Really, really good there. He just got back off to a start. He's already back to – he just lost those 3
Kevo takes
coins.
another hit. All of a sudden, Purple sneaking up on him. In first place is Dive. Kevo going to have to sprint back into this one. Kevo now in 4th place. Just a banana circling them. Purple in 5th with the star trying to pass. Kevo cuts the corner. Purple in 4th. Kevo in 5th. This could be monstrous. Here comes the Piranha Plant. That's not helping out Kevo too much. Kevo in 3rd now. Purple in 4th. Oh, Purple takes a hit. Purple in 5th. Kevo moving forward, trying to pick up some points. Kevo does. Purple going to have to settle for 5th. And as we head into the final race here, Ashley, it'll be just 3 points separating Kevo and Purple as the victory goes to Dive after that race.
4, 3. Oh.
Unbelievable.
I'm losing my mind right now.
It is going to come down to the 12th and final race to decide the world champion of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. You couldn't script it any better, Ashley.
My heart's pounding. I've got goosebumps. You could not possibly script this. And this is peak Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I am so excited. I can't imagine what's going through Kevo's mind right now. He's got to be feeling that intense desire to just clinch the win. That's all you want. You just want to get in there, and you want it so bad.
Don't forget, if it's a tie, there is a tiebreaker as well. So there is something to keep in mind. Now, here's our situation. Purple, if Purple beats Kevo, no matter what the place is, Purple will be your world champion. However, Kevo, a first-place finish, clinches at worst a tie. That would mean Purple has to get second place. If Kevo does not get first place, that's when things get chaotic. A second-place finish for Kevo, that means Purple has to finish 4th or worse in order to force the tie. So if you're Kevo, you have to win. If you're Purple, you're thinking, I just have to stay 1 spot behind Kevo. As long as Kevo doesn't win and I can be 1 spot behind, I'm the world champion.
Is there any strategy in this is my it's like you want to win, obviously. But we're heading to Rainbow Road, and anything can happen.
A lot can happen.
Anything can happen on Rainbow Road.
A prism of possibilities as we get set for our final race here. Multiple sections that you can save some time just by sheer skill. You don't need an item necessarily. And we know that some of these hairpin turns can be very difficult to navigate. How do our racers handle some of the half-pipe sections where you're launching yourself in the air, exposed to weapons potentially?
You can skip a little bit of stuff. There are some areas of the track that can be skipped. There's a trick section that can be skipped after the cannon glider if your timing is right. There's also the half-pipes have a little bit of you can jump a little bit of the course. You're going to see some of that here. It is critical. This is a runner course. If you've ever raced Rainbow Road, get ahead, stay ahead, don't fall behind.
And it's important to secure the bag, get those coins, because that is critical here with so much track to cover. Having that speed advantage will be something that everyone's looking for, obviously. But as we said before, if you are Kevo and if you get first place, you force a tie at worst. If you're purple, you just have to stay one spot behind if Kevo's not in first place. Here we go. Our final race of the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe World Championship 2024. Who wants it? Rainbow Road Wii Edition. And it's Dive that switches to Funky Kong. Of all characters, you'll love
Kevo
that.
goes off the track. No.
Kevo falls off the track. Purple, though, in 10th place. Purple fell off as well, too. And an interesting choice in some of the carts here as they switch things up. Kevo in 6th still has the lead over Purple. We'll keep an eye on Dive in first place. As we said, this is coming down to between Kevo and Purple. Dive, how about Funky Kong? Putting on a display on Rainbow Road as we all were accustomed to seeing in the Wii days.
Shit, I just realized I've been muted this whole time.
Cruising on the tracks, living his
That's
best life.
crazy.
Purple in 4th. Longer. Kevo in 2nd, moves their way
Whoa,
up.
did not mean to do that.
On our first lap, plenty of track to go here. Triple mushroom
I've
lined
been
up for
muted
Kevo.
this
Let's
whole
cut into
time.
Jim at 2nd place. Jim with that green shell.
Damn.
Red shell no good against Dive.
That's
Here
funny.
comes Jim cutting the corner here. But it's interesting, the positioning of both Kevo now in 6th, Purple in 5th. They're going to get some decent items here, Ashley.
They are going to get some decent items. It will be very, very critical for them. Kevo's got a star. If Kevo can stay on the track, if Kevo can keep himself safe, he can really gain some
My bad.
Kevo burns the star. Doesn't really create much separation as Purple able to blow by Kevo. Kevo has to take a hit. Here comes the blooper. And Kevo now just trying to get to 10 coins. Purple sitting at 10 coins right now. Piranha Plant comes out for Purple. They'll try to utilize that here in the half-pipe section, trying to save some time. You see Purple cutting the corners, but then Purple takes a shot, and that allows Kevo to cut a huge amount of track with those mushrooms, and now Kevo's in 4th, the first one to the barrel before Purple.
I mean, the first one to the barrel, he does lose those other 2 mushrooms right there with the lightning, but he
Purple
slows down.
takes a hit.
Purple takes a hit, too. They're trying so hard to get those high-impact items.
Thomas in 3rd. Kevo in 5th. Purple in 7th. Purple in the danger zone now. Here comes Kevo moving forward. Kevo hanging on to 5th place. Now in 4th. Inching forward.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
By Panda. Takes over 3rd place. It's now enough of a difference for Kevo to win.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
And Purple, look at Purple, has a crazy 8 ready to go, and now going to deploy all 8 of those. The Ghost comes out, and now Purple has some protection and all sorts of items. It's Kevo in 3rd.
Splatoon 3 will be in at 12 a.m. my time.
Can Kevo hold off against Purple? Here comes Purple in 4th with the star and 3 mushrooms. Purple marching forward and avoids the lightning bolt. That's monstrous.
That's so
and now Purple's in 2nd place. Purple takes first place. Purple wants to close this out with an exclamation point. Does Kevo have enough in the tank?
No items.
No. Purple in 1st with that mushroom. An emphatic victory in sights for Purple.
No red shells for Kevo. No red shells for Kevo at all there. He's got a banana and a
Purple
green
protects
shell.
themselves. 1 green shell. Can Purple claim the championship? It's Purple right there at the finish line. And Purple is your world champion. Unloading all the items on the final lap, comes from behind
GG's
and claims
everybody.
the championship
GG's.
in dominant form on that final lap of Rainbow Road.
I mean, the Crazy 8. You can't beat the Crazy 8. You got the Crazy 8. You avoid the lightning. That really enabled Purple to just pull up and get ahead and take the lead, and then didn't look back from there.
It was the combo of having the star when the lightning bolt hit. Then you were able to use the star followed by the mushroom, take the shortcut, and nobody else had a chance after that.
Not in the world.
And Kevo can't believe his luck. Felt like he was in the driver's seat. No pun intended. Was in 3rd place. Kevo was in 6th. That was the difference. It was right there.
That was right there.
But then the item box comes up in absolute perfection for Purple, and what we saw there was a tremendous race. And how about all 12 races? It came down to the final one. That's all you can ask for in this situation.
It really is all you can ask for. When you have a tournament like this, you want it to go right down to the wire, and it did. I am so unbelievably impressed by all of these racers today.
We got
Catch your breath after
we got 2 hours till the world championships.
A lot of credit for Purple.
Day 2.
The way that they're able to keep their composure and really the timing of their items.
Maybe some
burned all their items
big will be announced.
Have gone through that star and then taken the lightning bolt.
Hopefully something big will be announced. We don't know.
No.
And so sometimes we know little bit of RNG comes into play.
If you haven't, please subscribe. That'd be awesome.
Purple was back there
I can't make money with this until 1,000 of you subscribe.
Behind, you're really hoping for those more powerful items because you trust that you're a good enough racer to be able to capitalize on those powerful items and pull up ahead and make it to first place. By the end of the third, like that was the middle to the end of the last lap, and to know that you have the skills, to have the confidence, to have the ability to be able to grab that crazy 8 and go, if I can just get a crazy 8 or a star here, I got this.
So Purple from Japan defends his home track and picks up the victory, led the majority of this competition. Kevo nipping at their heels, but here is the final count. Purple in first, Kevo in second. How about Dive, though? An impressive finish towards the stretch to grab bronze there, essentially, with 122. And it just goes to show you how difficult this competition is. Thomas and Jim, valiant efforts, but Panda, who holds 8 world records, finished in 6th place.
I mean, yeah, that's again, speaks to the field of competition here. Somebody who holds so many world records, you know, just in there, in the mix with everybody, but still unable to make something happen in a really, like, effective way.
And so congratulations to Purple. And for Kevo, you look at the way that they stubbed their toe a little bit earlier on in this competition. Yeah. A couple of races where they took 4th and 5th, those first 2 races, and really set them behind, unfortunately. Now, of course, that would have been tough to overcome with the way that Purple raced that last race. But I think, Ashley, too, the 6 computer players really changed the strategy because no longer could you bag all the way back to 9th, 10th, 11th. We didn't see as many bullet bills come out. As we said, not one lightning bolt to my recollection from our human competitors either. And so that gives us a chance to give the victor their spoils as we get set for Purple to receive not only the championship plate, but also, as we saw, the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe jacket in. How about that? That is something
I'm a little envious.
Y'all be joining at the most random times.
I mean, I would display it proudly in my home.
Well earned and
so
well deserved for Purple.
That is
crazy. Just a few days ago,
that is a nice looking play.
All the way to a championship.
I wonder if they're gonna eat on it.
Can't beat that. What a feeling and the amount of pride.
I genuinely would kill someone if. He gets a jacket.
Thomas just remarkable
the best of the best.
And now you got to wear the jacket, the champion's jacket that only goes to the world champion, and that's something that you're going to cherish forever. And
I mean, I don't need a
it's
gold
a perfect
jacket.
fit.
That's
almost like it was a premonition coming in here.
It's so perfect. Gold jacket. I need one of those. That's how they do a Mario Kart jacket. That's the championship jacket you want, right?
So much fun.
I would keep that in my closet.
Excellent races. We saw things go.
Nah, bro. No, bro. Because if you wear that, that's like telling people. You're telling someone. I'm the best at Mario Kart.
Yeah. Yeah, and also that's telling someone that you want to get robbed.
What are they going to do?
No mistakes. No mistakes. Unbelievable.
The plate is, they're more likely to take the plate more than the jacket.
I wonder if Kevo had just maybe shaken the jitters a little earlier.
And that's also, they probably don't even know what Mario Kart is.
Some key points
those
right there.
first couple races
you
really
probably
lost
could go
them a
back
few
to
key points.
Kevo and ask, do you think you could win those races? And that's a difference of 6 or 7. But either way, that's how Mario Kart 8
I thought Thomas was going to win. I'll be
true. Always go your way. You don't always get the item you're looking for.
We've all been there.
After all the chaos,
I was actually streaming, by the way.
That is your champion. And
I figured.
Once again, your Mario Kart 8 Deluxe World Champion for 2024 is Purple. And, you know, as you step aside, what do you take away from this, Ashley, as we had a chance to see just the best racers in the world duke it out over 12 courses?
Number one take, I need to play more Mario Kart. I have to get better. I need to get good. No, it's being able to watch these racers really shows anybody who loves Mario Kart how the top tier players play, and it really
and then they're gonna announce
really
Wave.
Speaks to how
great and
what a range of players can play Mario Kart. You know, it's like you can have
I wouldn't doubt it, honestly.
Adults play Mario Kart. You have these players who are the best in the world, just playing at a level that is unparalleled. It's just really exciting, and that's a takeaway for me. Like, what a great Grand Prix today.
Let's see. The adaptability of all these racers. It wasn't too long ago, but Waluigi's on Wigglers every single race.
It's true.
Waluigi Wiggler.
Some of the bagging strategy and how they were able to reform what they're able to do within the construct.
I can't say that.
How they can push the limits. And you see how difficult it is. We saw a lot of racers
neither.
off the track bump into walls when everybody's right there.
I keep forgetting I'm live.
Even the best players bump into
fall
walls.
off the track.
Remember that for life.
Rainbow Road.
Even the experts hit the walls. How fast can you get back on the track, folks? And just tremendous fun, and what a special moment for everybody here to be here in Japan, to take this stage, to race against everybody, regardless of whether or not you won. There can only be one winner. This is a memory and experience they're going to cherish for a lifetime.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. And
so true.
Lots of fun, as we said before, and it really opens everybody's eyes to what you can do in the depth of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And it's a game that we've enjoyed for so many years, yet we continue to see these racers shave off more and
hundreds
more time.
Of a second.
Hundreds of a second. Perfecting how far can you push the limits. And I doubt
if you really think about it,
all of them.
Even longer.
I think we're going to see them continue to improve, to find new strategies, to figure out better ways to sort of, be clutch in those last seconds of a third lap. This is a really unbelievable.
They could have announced Mario Kart 9, but I doubt it.
I'm so impressed by them, and I can't wait to see what they do.
Congratulations once again to
we'll
Kevo,
see.
Panda,
We'll see.
Dive, Jim, Thomas for their competition. They gave us a wonderful show. But only one can hoist that plate, and only one can wear that jacket, and that was purple today. That was just dominant, as we said before. And you come into this competition, you might feel nerves, and you might think of what's at stake, but it really feels like once you settle in and you get a chance to just get back into that rhythm of racing and you get that tunnel vision, that's when we saw everybody relax in the competition.
They should have made individual jackets, considering it through one.
Yeah, really opened up. And we saw in that third, fourth, fifth, sixth race, it really got exciting. There was a lot of surprises. It was really fun
but
to
I don't
watch
think
these competitors all get in there and really there was a genuine mix of first through sixth, right? Like we really saw them kind of mix it up. And there
here we go again with commentators talking over
end, which again, that's exactly what you want in a Mario Kart tournament.
And what was fun, too, was the mutual respect. We heard Kevo say, coming into this one, he's a favorite, and he looked at some of the qualifying races and thought, everybody's really good.
Everybody
really has respect for their opponent, and everybody had a wonderful time. And with that, we have crowned a champion. It is Purple from Japan, your Mario Kart 8 Deluxe World Champion for 2024.
Let's get it. Good job. Good job.
We just saw the best
Good job, everybody. They did their best.
Can't wait to hopefully do
Could not be me, bruh.
But what a treat it was.
My game is Splatoon,
closing thoughts,
not Mario Kart.
That you realize as you expand the opportunities we had representatives
almost 2 hours
from Korea as well too. You love opening up the world of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and the competition to everybody.
It's just so much fun to be able to watch these competitors play at this level, and what an honor. And like I said, we'll see you on the tracks.
All right. Well, for myself and Ashley Esqueda and our wonderful crew from behind the scenes that did everything to make this look so beautiful, and to all of our competitors, thanks again to you, the viewer, for joining us. Make sure you stay tuned though, because coming up next, we're going to head to the Splatlands. We've got the Splatoon 3 World Championship 2024 coming up around the corner. Make sure you join us for that. But for once again, congratulations to Purple, your world champion for Mario Kart.
Yeah, and now we're in 35 minutes.
They didn't announce anything. That's cool. Hopefully they announce something for Splatoon though.
If they didn't announce anything for Mario Kart, they're probably not going to announce anything too.
They usually do announce stuff for Splatoon after the World Championships.
If they do, I will eat my shoe.
I'll hold you to that.
Oh God! Please let them not be. Sorry. He said he was going to bed. Yeah.
Yeah, we're waiting. It's starting.
gonna do now?
I'll probably play some more Mario. Or not Mario, Splatoon.
I think they're doing stuff over in General VC. Wanna go join?
Nah, I'm gonna stay here.
Alright. Go over there.
Alright, you guys. We're going back to Splatoon. Don't mind that. I was definitely not playing Mario Kart. I will mute this though. If you got Splatoon, that is so cool. Splatoon's a really fun game. If you haven't, you probably wouldn't be watching this if you didn't watch Splatoon, but we got through Worlds for Mario Kart. We're watching Worlds for Splatoon now, but that doesn't start until another 3 hours. Not 3 hours, 2 hours. We got until 12. My time. 1 o'clock EST. 10 o'clock PST. Good luck with that. This is definitely something you want to have just in your background. Whoa, I hate Turf War. Bam. If anyone's watching, what do y'all think is gonna be announced after Worlds? Damn. Put me in, coach. Put me in, put me in, put me in, coach. Coach, put me in. Put me in, coach. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Oh lord. I got hit with the sleepy. I suck with Zipcaster, bruh. Shit is ass, bruh. My Zipcaster is ass, bruh. Whoa. Bro. with this streak. Day 2 stream will not be available tomorrow, just a heads up. So if you want to watch, you better watch all the way through. 'Cause I will get banned from YouTube. You said. Right into that one. Oh, and he's jumping. I love this game. My ass is sleepy as fuck. I need to be playing Wiper. Damn. $52 for bitches. If you play 52, you a bitch. You a bitch, nigga. Your mama don't love you. Damn. We're not winning. Oh, we came back. I think we came back, guys. That's pretty funny. I will never give a fuck. No. Show you how to start. Show you how to start. Right side, I'm gonna show you how to start. On the left side, I'm gonna show you how to start. Game 2, baby. Game 2. Game 2, baby. Game 2. Game 2, baby. Huh? Huh? That is a huh moment, cause like what the hell is that? What the heck is that, red? What the flip? When the flipper flopper? When the shenanigans? Nice. Damn. The mama. Ah. You're a bitch, nigga. And your mama agrees with me. She was like, please stop making it so my son ain't a bitch nigga no more. Oh wait, I can't say that. I'm getting banned, bro. Damn.
I'm back.
That's 2 comebacks, bruh. That's 2 comebacks, bruh. That's 2 comebacks, bruh. I came back twice. I came back twice, bruh.
Apparently, you're also repeating the word twice. Apparently, you're also reading your words twice. I'm gonna turn my camera. I'm outside.
I'm him.
But you can't see me.
500. 100.
I turn invisible whenever it's the dead of night.
Alright, let's do some series.
Series? What's the rotation?
Whoa, Squishy, you're back. Hi, Squishy. Well, world starts in like. We got a good big an hour and 20 minutes. A little less than an hour and 20 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Wara.
Sorry. I thought you were hearing me.
Nah.
I'm gonna try to get.
So we're playing Splatoon.
I'll upload your stream to the Plus server.
What?
The Plus server.
The Plus server? What's that?
Basically, it's a server where all the top players in Splatoon hang out in.
Oh.
There's usually a lot of arguments and controversies there, but it's so windy out here. I'm sorry, by the way, for the audio of the wind.
It's fine. It's not that bad.
A dumbass. It's out here in the wild.
We're gonna
Gamer
cook.
goes out.
Bro, as soon as I like mention how there are literally no Novas in this game, there's a Nova in the game. I knew you were right there.
I think it's because of that one player that has been using Nova in the Ocean tournament. From GDX.
GDX.
Yeah, GDX, the team that lost to Unidon. Or no, Smarters.
Bruh. Yeah, Smart Roast Chicken. What does that even mean? Where did they come up with that name? And it's in English, which makes it way more funny. Damn.
At like the beginning of the live stream, where all the teams were introducing themselves, they told like their main strength and how they got their team name. But
Greasy Goblins.
Yeah, but Smarters Chicken, they speak their language, so
they speak their language. They speak.
Yeah,
I'm not even.
I mean, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong.
I'm pretty sure it's Chinese, but I'm not.
Mandarin.
I mean, yeah.
Can't say what's the difference.
No, I'm not. There is a difference.
There is. $10.46 on a interstate name that I.
Aw, we had a DC. Damn.
There's a car. Be suspicious. Be suspicious.
All right, or if I catch, I'm calling the police. If you're robbing somewhere or committing any crime, in fact, because I don't want to be involved.
No, I'm literally just in a field next to my car.
If I get in trouble,
at
or
a family reunion, because I'm an introvert who doesn't like social interaction.
You're interacting with me right now.
Yeah, but that's different. It's over Discord. It's meaningless. I'm just kidding. I kid. Hug. A virtual hug. I can do Plus, also, if I was robbing someplace, like, I wouldn't be in this PC.
Probably. I'm just making sure. Because if you are, I could get in trouble for that, and the police will contact me. And I don't want to have to deal with that, because it's evidence. Because the stream is evidence.
Little bro.
And I'm going to turn it in immediately. I don't think you understand. I'm snitching so fast.
Wow, so you're really gonna become 6'9"? Like, you're really gonna. Wow. Nah, but no, actually, I'm not sure not. Project aside, I'm not.
You got 2 for 1. Damn. All because I
Collateral.
get.
They get collateral. One a.m. EST. That is good. Why don't they just pure report it? In the premiere.
It's Beefman lives. It's Beefman is a goat. Is the goat.
You know what? That deserves a subscribe.
I died. Never mind.
Oh. But you should still subscribe. Because guess what?
Damn.
It's free. And you can always change your mind later. But you probably not change it.
And if you change your mind, remember, I know where you live.
Okay. Okay, you got on to me for... I was gonna be upset. No.
I'm committing crime.
Hypocrisy. Wild.
No, it's not. You're wild. Your mama. They ain't ready for this. Call this the Beefman Nah, I died. Damn.
I did not cook.
Whoa. Damn, there were
That was so cute.
2 of them at once, bruh. This game keeps going back and forth, and I don't like it.
I just want to be outside.
One down.
I'll go inside now. It's pretty cold. Huh? No.
That is such a me thing to happen.
You can't see me, right? I'm just gonna play my camera.
One jumped out like a little silly Billy. He's just a little silly Billy. That's it. I'm not gonna say anything mean. Because being mean is mean, and you don't like mean people.
If you're a mean person, come on.
Alrighty, let's get it. Hold.
Don't be a mean person.
Y'all are cooked. I'm him. Stop playing the game if you suck. I'm kidding.
It's so cold. So cold. I don't even know if I'll be able to make it to the watch party. Try. Chat, drop a 1 in chat if you're a cool person.
Chat. Say the N-word in chat. Spam N-words in the chat, please. Oh.
And we mean
no.
N-word.
N-word.
I'm taking the stream, bro. I'll be your mod. Mod me.
No.
No, I'm scared.
I only have one
I'm
mod,
scared.
and they're sleeping peacefully.
Me. And then no.
And
Bruh.
can we get some N-words in the chat, please?
You are a piece of work. Which is a good thing. Pablo Picasso.
Your mother.
Bro, Squishy, you're the one that said I was robbing a...
Squishy didn't say anything. You just said don't be suspicious, and you're being suspicious. That was suspicious.
Oh. My fault. I just saw a car and I thought they were gonna kidnap me.
Don't be suspicious. That's kind of suspicious. I got it. You fucking... Ooh.
Don't be suspicious. You could even say, don't be sus.
You're a... Oh. This game got me feeling some type of way.
Uh-oh. Squishy was in the car.
Getting banned. How to get banned 101. Say the N-word. Yes. Yes. Wow. Alright, now we just need to hold their base. For as long as possible.
Drop a.
Lava Gobba. Aw, damn. Chat.
Type a tune, chat.
Chat. Is it true? Huh? Didn't even touch me, bruh. He didn't even turn around. What?
Huh?
Did y'all see that? No, let's. That's one. That's two. Yeah, didn't even turn around, bro. That's crazy, bruh. Didn't even. Did y'all see that, bruh? Didn't even get touched, and I died out of nowhere.
Seems like Seems like people in chat all want to play trap. Insanely loud trap music I'm hearing. Right, chat?
Nah. Alright, guys. What is it? This is game 3. Worlds is in an hour and 2 minutes exactly. Or day 2 at least. This is gonna be the fun day. This is where we see who's gonna win and who's gonna fucking lose. This is where we find some losers. I am down here. Don't test me.
This rotation is kind of amazing.
It is.
Except for Robo Ramen.
Damn. Don't test me. I'll go Super Saiyan.
But bro doesn't even have the hair.
Are you making fun of me for being black and not having that much hair?
Oh no, I was talking about in game. With your hairstyle. Like with the pompadour. Can saying with the pompadour? I don't even know.
Hit him with the Waka Waka. Nice.
Beef, get a quad right now.
No. I don't have my special.
No.
I literally can't without my special.
Wow, Katana Wiper can't catch up with it.
I mean, it can, but it'd be way easier with my special.
Me personally, I didn't even need my special. Yeah,
Go on. 3. Oh, I can't get a quad.
Oh yeah, dude, remember that one Sendu set where I used like pencil?
I don't.
During mince meat?
I do not. Probably. It's just not hitting me. It's my brain is a little odd. He's a little odd.
Hey, yeah, you've been grinding Sendu recently.
Yes, very
Let's talk
much.
about that.
It's because I want to get better. And the best way to get better is by playing people who are good. We got an hour till... We got 59 minutes till... What's it called? Don't care.
Alright, now, pick up Scream Pro Challenge. The Blue Maritime video idea was probably top tier. I hope that video goes viral.
It will not.
That's a video that.
Damn. New rotation.
It should. And it would. And it will. Will it into existence. Come on.
It's not. That's stuff like that takes time. No, it's tower control.
What's crazy is that if you like make a bad shit post, then that'll probably go viral, and that's I don't know if I don't know. Cause I
This is not funny, man. I don't know this individual. I'm apparently the GOAT. Let's get it. Into the boat.
Whoa.
Octo brush down. I'm cooking. Nice.
How's that? Oh.
I am the beef man. The man who cooks.
Oh, there's lag in this game.
I'm dead. Alright. 3 of us are down. We're not making that. That's where you jump out, bucko. Yeah.
Yeah, also by the way, I can't see your thing, so I'm just relying on your gameplay.
Oh Lord! One, 2, 3. Just the hammer. Oh Lord! Oh Lord! Damn. Lost wiper battle.
What's your what in your most valuable opinion is the most delectable beverage?
Dr. Pepper. Or Ruby. I've been in a Ruby mood a lot more recently. If we fucking lose this game, I'm killing my teammates. Cause I'm goated. I played goated this game. 1. Oh, I'm out of ink. I was goated this game. I don't care what anyone says. I was goated. The other team sucks. I'm him.
So lost them though. Can't even lie.
I killed him thrice.
How can you be better if you lost?
Nah. My team was dragging me.
No.
They know I'm right. They know I'm right. They know I'm right. I am right. I am correct. I'm kidding, by the way. Unless, who knows? I could be not kidding.
He has never regretted anything he's ever said. And also, beef means every single word that he's ever said.
It's about to start.
Really?
Alright, guys. Yokai. I don't know what to do. I want to stream me playing Yokai Watch, but I don't know how to. So, like,
I need a 3DS capture card.
And I'm not buying a 3DS capture card.
Yeah, those things. The 3DS is old.
Yeah, I'm like broke. Old means expensive, by the way.
Yeah.
Alright, one on tower. That's good.
Well, I'm pretty sure you can mod your 3DS to have, like, you know.
Ah, I was in a terrible spot there. Damn.
No, but I actually kind of miss playing Yokai Watch. It's a shame that it didn't get traction in the US like it did in Japan.
Why does everyone say that? I mean, like, I understand. I agree, in fact. But, like, literally everyone who I bring that up to agrees. Oh, man. I couldn't. Damn. If I lose this series, that'd be crazy.
Nah, but
I'd be really sad.
I'm not here for Yokai Watch. Like, my friends who are Pokemon fans just think it's a Pokemon or a Digimon clone.
Yeah, it's not.
I try to explain them because, like, Yokai Watch is completely different.
Pokemon fans don't listen, though. It's also people would be like, oh, this is gonna be a Pokemon killer. No, it's not. It's not meant to kill. Some games are meant to kill Pokemon. They're supposed to be their own thing. You understand that if you paid attention in class.
Also known as trailers. And, as you play the game, no.
Nah, that's just something I like to say because I think it's funny. You know this if you paid attention in class.
One thing from your teacher.
You're cooked.
I'm gonna go inside now.
Good luck with that. Damn. Dang. We're right there, guys. Come on. Hit the Quan, hit the Quan, hit the Quan, hit the Quan, hit the Quan. Hit the Quan. Hit the Quan. Hit the Quan. You're a... Oof. I hate it when a special is special and special. Invincibility specials. It's... Got him.
Yeah, it's better out here. Reach.
I'm gonna be really sad if I lose this series. I just realized when you beat someone in a series, they lose a game. And it could be their last game. That is all my fault, bruh.
I know, dude. Like, I feel bad.
Oh, I don't feel bad. They should have gotten good.
Oh. I don't feel bad for them. Oh, it feels good to lay down.
Hit the Quan. Alright, guys, lock in. Now's your chance to prove yourself. Damn.
Oh my god, I made the softest thing ever. I made the softest moan. A moan that I did. Oh.
Why would you get off the tower? Damn. Damn.
Unlucky. Unlucky.
If I lose the series. If I lose the series.
Wait.
I don't know what the knot was doing that game.
I think you should stop and then continue back.
Nah.
To get a new group. Bro, I'm trying to get gold ultra stamp, but the requirements are you have to use the special in the match, in the game that you won, without dying with it.
The gold ultra stamp?
Mhm.
What?
Oh, the badge.
Yeah, I thought you just had to win a whole bunch.
Yeah, and like, you also have to not die while using it.
No, I'm pretty sure you just have to win a whole bunch.
No. That's literally how it works. You have to win with it, and you have to use it in the game without dying. And that's like Ultra Stamp's whole thing, is that it dies while it's trying to use it. Like, bro, you have to literally just throw the Ultra Stamp for it to count every single time.
No, I'm pretty sure you just have to win games with a weapon that has ultra stamp.
No, I've talked with professional Ultra Stamp players and like
Or I promise you, it's not that complicated.
I've talked with Scantman, I've talked with people in the Viper Discord. Certified Little Blaster moment. They have 2 blasters. They have no paint. Can kill.
Damn.
to be honest. Being in a place with no light pollution at night feels so good.
Damn, we lost the lead.
Because you can just look at the stars.
Nice.
I feel like a main character.
Bro! Stamper try to work challenge. Impossible. Aw, that's my own fault, bro.
Oh, why did the grab tape?
Got two.
Have you been here the entire time? If so, you would W.
Chat, show me these balls.
Bailiff, whack his pee-pee.
You ruined my quad.
We love doing that.
In order to get the Ultra Stamp badge, you need to win 120 times with Ultra Stamp. Not 100. 1,200. 1,200 times.
And trust me, I have won more. I have won more than 1,200 times. Well over. But I don't know that because I don't have the password to my Nintendo account.
We got 5 more minutes, or we got like 10 minutes until they start showing stuff. So I'll switch back to laptop.
And so I'll just jump to this. No, never mind. I'm gonna watch the stream too. Yeah, we see you, Squishy. Alright.
Dang.
I say no, I'm a real one.
I'm a real man. Check this out. Check this out. I was our side filled with their color, more of their color than. I'm gonna find you. Gucci goo. Zuka straight to the face.
The stream is delayed, by the way. Like, kind of.
Huh? It's okay if it's delayed.
The stream is like a minute.
That's fine. What's the worst that could happen? I'm cooked.
They just said like read chat and like it took like a whole 20 seconds for.
I will not be reading anything because I can't read. Googity googity goo.
Oh, then you're not Sigma then, because Squishy said read chat, we're not Sigma.
All right, I'm fine with that. Oh,
Those are my entertainment.
Oh, we wiped.
Which honestly is a good thing.
I feel like a silly Billy right now. You know what I'm saying? Damn.
Yeah, I know, Squishy. Imagine not being a Sigma.
Batman. You don't mess with Batman. Found you! You're cooked! Aw, I was cooked. If you really like and subscribe if you're into men, I guess.
Squishy says he is a bit of a Ligma. Do you know what Ligma is?
Ligma balls. Bitch, I went right into that one, bro, but I couldn't see nothing. So.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you're streaming, so you can't. So you can't be going through streaming.
Yes, I can.
Okay, so you're gonna give. You really want to give your viewers seizures?
That's their own fault for watching the stream.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. And yes, Squishy, beef is a Ligma. You're a Ligma for not caring about your viewers.
Viewers. And we lost the lead, damn. Thank y'all. Thank y'all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Fly high, brother.
I don't know.
24 minutes left. How's y'all's weekend, chat? How's it been going so far? Beef, you should play Geometry Dash.
No, I'm not playing Geometry Dash.
I mean, we all. Come on.
No.
We all know he's gonna do it.
No. What is it? We got 30 minutes. All right, I'm giving everybody the heads up.
Stream's a little delayed, so you guys might hear responses to the. chat. Like, it's fine. We are reading it. Unfortunately, we would have to ask. Unfortunately, we would have to ask a team captain to let you in to the VC.
I could find another VC.
Beefman server just starting right now.
Nah, not yet. I don't think.
What was the Beefman server called?
It's
The meat
Beefman's
shop.
silly server of silliness. Alright, guys. We're getting off of Splatoon.
The meat shop. The beef shop. Oh no, what's the thing for what's the actual thing?
I don't know. Ba-na-na-na-na. This is the cool part, guys. This is the cool part, guys. This is the cool part. You know you have to invite like Micro, Jay probably. Let me do that.
Yeah.
In fact.
Marco was the only one that would be actually like hype and get the party going. Because they were kind of out of it.
Oh, wrong person. Oh, okay. It's okay, guys. It's okay. You could invite some of your team if they're up.
Let's see.
Alright. I'm gonna join a different thing. Yay. Woo. Heyo.
Hello.
Hello. Again. Please. What's the watch party for?
Worlds.
When is that?
The Splatoon World Championships.
When is it?
Right now, in like 30 minutes.
It's 8:30 for me right now.
What?
It's 8:30 for me right now.
I know.
Yeah. Spread.
It's at 12 a.m. for me.
I'm all
1 a.m. for me.
Yeah. Too bad no one can join the one. Too bad. Yeah, I wish I could join like a Mario Kart World Champion, but I'm nowhere near good.
Did I invite Micro?
I'm eating pizza right now. Feeling good.
I did not invite Micro.
Oh, well, well, gonna be me. Yeah. Hello, buddy. Sure, just leave. Alright. Guess what I'm watching?
Not the Splatoon 3 World Championships.
I was watching Teen Titans.
The original?
Yeah, the original. I've never seen it before. I'm on the second episode. I've heard it's good, so I'd try to give it a try. Needs a... Beef. We had an amazing time in Saturday Night Live without you that you never joined.
I was sleeping, probably.
But you never even joined anyways.
Either that or I was playing Sindhu.
Yeah, well, you need to join my server so you actually know when it's about to happen.
I will eventually.
Alright, I'll send you another invite.
Add team member.
Because it's expired. Not really. Alright.
Uh-oh. My phone might die.
Na 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 na. No 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 no.
How are you scared of a balloon? Dude, you're scared of a balloon? That'd be so sexy. Oh, fine. Go, baby. Tiger, you put this.
Oh. 14 minutes left. No. 24? I don't know. I forget how math works sometimes.
Oh, no! Tiger.
Yo.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I
just won 10 strikes in a row in Nintendo Switch Sports.
Nice.
Let's get it.
Did
do a watch
I
party,
couldn't
Zion.
close it out. I couldn't close it out.
Did you see the picture I sent of me practicing INSAP? It's like I have a curse when it comes to paint. I played the most painter heavy weapon, and yeah, I still got more kills and more deaths than painting. I was trying to paint that round too. Honestly.
Winner.
What is Dolphin doing?
Why is no one watching?
I'm watching.
I'm watching.
I'm watching.
Legend left, because Legend always leaves. Octo and Fox are probably sleeping.
Yeah.
But we just
Really sleep on this tremendous event.
You know what? In celebration for Splatoon, I'm gonna play Splatoon while I'm waiting to watch it live.
That's what I do.
Swaggy. Oh, I have some words. We tried to do a downward dog. WR dog, but that's not how you do it. So, I think I'm choosing for this podcast, even if no one agrees.
Oh god, it's windy out here. I'm the only person to watch the Splatoon World Championships 2024 while
Well,
outside.
Outside. Technically, I could just put my phone outside.
In a VC.
Actually, no, I can't do this. I cannot. I'm not staying up to 1 a.m. No.
It's gonna be past 1 a.m., bud.
That's my point. Like, that's my point. Like, it's gonna be 1 a.m. by the time this thing starts. I'm not-
Yeah.
Phosphate.
Yes.
Why did you join Saturday Night Live game show? I mean, was it game show?
I had to go support my family.
You had a
My sister was doing something and my dad was like, "You must come," and I was like, "Well."
Let's tell him I'm not gonna fall asleep. Oh mama. Oh my mother.
I'm gonna play Tower Control, Anarchy.
It's starting.
It started.
Starting? I just started. Oh my god.
Is it live?
Yes.
No, no wonder why we're watching a live stream.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
Oh wait, let me see the Megan Jetpack sir again. They did change it again. They reused it again.
Or are they actually gonna play? Or are they actually gonna play Turf War or Brainmaker? I thought it's all zones now.
No, this is an official Nintendo tournament.
Yeah, they use all modes.
Nautilus?
Jetpacker. The American Jetpacker.
How do you have two backlinks?
And Nautilus is more midline.
It's great, it's a midline weapon, but it does get taken down. スピナーの強みである連射力を生かし、相手選手2人をダウン。すると同じくスピナーを持つ Q も仕掛ける。チームの鍵を握るスペシャルウェポンジェットパックでさらに相手をダウン。 2人の波状攻撃を起点に見事にステージ中央を制圧。攻撃的なジャックポットを牽引するダブルスピナーに注目だ。キープレイヤーをご紹介。私から始まる総攻撃、アメリカンジェットパッカー Q。 ジャックポットの攻撃の鍵を握るプレーが Q の操るスペシャルウェポンジェットパックだ。 Q が仕掛けるジェットパックを合図に味方のプレイヤーは一気に前線へ。ジャックポットのお家芸全員参加の総攻撃発動。一気に相手を制圧してみせた。 Q から始まるジャックポットの総攻撃に注目だ。欧州代表カイザー。欧州大会を勝ち上がったカイザー。強力なスペシャルを持つ武器編成を基本とするカイザー。彼らの最大の特徴はステージやルール、相手に応じてさまざまな試合で武器編成を変えて戦えること。そう、彼らはカメレオン軍団。例えば
Y0 is
潜伏中心に攻めてくる相手に対し
Y0
武器編成を変え、サブウェポンにポイントセンサーを持つ武器を採用することで
I'm gonna go get some food.
たとえ倒されてしまっても
Yeah, this is nothing. This segment is nothing new.
ダウンを奪い返す。あらゆる状況に応じて編成を組み替えることができる柔軟性こそカイザーの最大の特徴だ。キープレイヤーをご紹介。俺についてこい。世界を知る陽気なジャーマンマジン。カイザーを引っ張るムードメーカー、底抜けに明るいのがマジンだ。実はこのマジン、2018年の世界大会に出場経験があり、しかし決勝戦で惜しくも敗れ世界一になれなかった男だ。欧州大会決勝のガチホコバトル、世界一への執念を燃やすマジンの気持ちが現れたこちらのシーン。矛を持った相手プレイヤーを倒し、マジンはすぐさまジェットパックで相手陣地を襲う。味方が矛を持つよりも誰よりも早く攻撃に転じるマジン。この勝利への執念が味方に伝心。相手陣地を制圧し、一気にカウントを進めることに成功。流れに乗ったカイザーはそのままノックアウト勝利を収めた。あの悔しさを次は笑顔に。どんな時もマジンがチームを引っ張る。
Can I kill him? Okay, Jackpot doesn't win, then I kind of want Kaiser to win.
このチームの特徴はチャージャーを1枚編成している点。その最大のメリットとは
Or either Kaiser or Jackpot to win. Jackpot a lot more though.
こちらのシーン、櫓の上のレミを狙う2人の相手プレイヤーに対し、後方からチャージャーで相手をロックオンする。
North America. North America is Mexico.
チャージャーのプレッシャーを察知したもう一人の相手プレイヤーは壁のあるところへ慌てて避難。チャージャーが生み出すプレッシャーとそれによってもたらされる安定した試合運び、これこそがブリージーゴブリンズの特徴だ。キープレイヤーをご紹介。華麗なるショットテクニック GG を導くスーパーエースネックス。主にスプラシューターを使用するネックスはその巧みなショットテクニックでチームを勝利に導くスーパーエースだ。こちらのシーン、青の丸のネックスの前には黄色い丸の2人の相手。ここでエースが見せる。まずはスペシャルウェポンウルトラショットでゴール付近にいる相手をダウン。今のプレーお分かりいただけただろうか。実はこの時ネックスに相手は見えていない。一体どうやって。なんと一発目のショットを外すもそこから相手の逃げる動きを予測し仕留めているのだ。 芸術的な一撃をお見舞いした後はお箱のスプラシューターでさらにもう一人をダウン。ネックスの華麗なるテクニックに注目だ。
Yeah, I should be watching this. I'll take some notes.
It wasn't that impressive. All he did was just use the blast radius of the Trizuka.
Oh, I need to watch Playo. I haven't dabbled in it. Playo.
I'm back.
Hey back. I'm there. Sorry.
これこそがうな丼の強さだ。キープレイヤーをご紹介。全員これに注目。サメライダーのシェルターだけでなく、相手の注意を引くことに長けるスペシャルウェポン、サメライド。
He gets killed right after, I guarantee it.
韓国大会決勝戦の縄張りバトル。勝利したブルーインクのうな丼だ。
They probably died right after.
匠の技が。残り時間の少ない中、エリア中央でが仕掛ける。サメライドで相手陣地に突っ込み、2人の注意を引きつける。逆転を狙い、塗りを拾い上げるチームだった。の対応に追われ、そのままタイムアップ。最終盤に逆転を狙う相手の出鼻をくじく実にスマートなサメライド。状況判断に優れた匠の技に注目だ。
ファントムティーフ。
ファントムシーフ。先日行われた日本大会を制し、世界大会への切符をつかみ取ったのがファントムシーフだ。彼らの特徴は見えていなくてもわかる仲間の動き。こちらのシーン、ゲーム終盤、塗りで劣るブルーインクのファントムシーフ。塗りに不向きなマニューバーを使用するつくよみは相手の
I'm gonna head out, yo. My phone's battery is about to die, so.
その意図を完全に察知していた他の3人は勝利に向け少しでも塗りを広げていき、
That's not stopping me.
この試合をものにしてみせた。そしてもう一つ、彼らの最大の強み、それは勝ち筋への嗅覚。
No, I tried to curb him.
ピンチになっても自分たちは縄張りバトルにおいては毎回僅差でまくってきました。個人個人が持ってる勝ち筋への嗅覚は誰にも負けないと思います。
Yo, you're actually on.
キープレイヤーをご紹介。対面力でチームを救う控えめスロッシャーエース3件。主にスロッシャーを操る3件。彼の強みはその対面力にある。前線でダウンを奪う能力はチーム内でもずば抜け、チームのエースであり要の存在だ。日本大会の決勝戦では終盤に1人で2ダウンを奪うビッグプレーを見せるなど、ダウン、塗り、相手の牽制と全てに貢献しチームを勝利へ導いた。そんな頼れるエースに意気込みを伺うと、
調子が悪い時は本当にもう弱すぎるので、まあまあコンディションちゃんと整えてやっていきたいなと思います。
控えめなエースなビッグプレーに注目だ。最後は香港と台湾の代表。来たる4月11日、代表決定戦を戦う両チーム。その勝者は世界大会への切符を手にすることができる。そんな世界大会へのラストバトルに挑む2チームを紹介していこう。
What happened? They did a killer well, and all the killer wells are on me. I was so mad. I'm actually like decent at Dry Stringer.
ローラーを生かす注意引きつけ戦法。例えばチームの一人が相手の注意を引きつけるため相手陣地へと進撃すると、その動きに合わせ他の味方プレイヤーも一気に前線へ攻撃を仕掛けていく。そしてチームが塗り広げたところにローラーの検事がさらに進撃。 このローラーを生かすためのチームプレーこそ GDEX の必勝パターンだ。キープレイヤーをご紹介。俺はここにいる潜伏の奇襲ローラーケンジ。このチームのリーダーはローラー使いのケンジ。彼の強みはローラーの特性を生かした潜伏攻撃だ。こちらのシーンをご覧いただこう。イエローのインクのスプラローラーがケンジだ。ケンジの動きが速すぎたのでもう一度見てみよう。潜伏からの不意打ち攻撃で1人をダウン。その後は電光石火の攻撃で一気に2人をダウン。わずか5秒で3人を片付けてしまうケンジ。気をつけろ、そこにケンジはいる。台湾代表スマートローストチキンズ。このチームはシューターを複数枚編成、さらにチャージャーやローラーといった2つの武器を採用する。そう、彼らは一気に試合を決
Should
め
I
る
be
攻
playing
撃
in
特化
Zapper
型。
or not Zapper? DNF Charger or E-Leader on under control with? E-Leader. Actually, depends on the mode. It's for the 4 hours.
このスペシャルを合図にリン
Wait, what happened?
の2人が
It's
相
the
手
4
チーム
hours.
にすかさず侵入。
I'd say E-Leader, honestly.
一気に試合を決めてしまうのがスマートローストチキンズ得意の形だ。キープレイヤーをご紹介。天下一品の対面技術オーニーテクニシャンリン。
Do I not have the
オー
E-Leader?
ニーガロンを愛用し、そのシューティングテクニックに加えサブウェポンスプラッシュシールドを効果的に使用することで対面において無礼の強さを発揮するのがキャプテンのリンだ。こちらのシーン、スルスポット相手に近寄りあっさりとダウンを奪う。
That wall did nothing, by the way.
シールドで防御を固め一方的に攻撃できる状況を生み出して相手をダウン。お次はこちらのシーン。まずはシールドを投げ相手からの攻撃を防ぐ。そして素早い攻撃で1人をダウン。さらに画面右から現れたもう1人を素早く倒す。シールドと武器を操る巧みな対面テクニック。リンのオーニーガロンに気をつけろ。ローラーを生かして戦う香港か、攻撃特化型の台湾か。代表決定戦から目が離せない。
Spoiler alert.
スプラトゥーン
Smart
3
chickens.
ワールドチャンピオンシップ2024は Day1 4月13日に予選リーグを戦い、翌日 Day2 予選リーグの結果を踏まえた決勝トーナメントを開催。大会の模様はライブ配信でお届け。世界一が決まるその瞬間を見逃すな。
Ultra, just demonstrating. Jeez, man. No way, I jumped. I thought he got it. Go bits. Oh my. No. I don't know how I can. I don't know how to win. Hello.
You change my mind, I'll do it.
Do what?
I'll watch.
Ow.
Yeah, jackpot!
Jackpot. I'm not into jackpot. Why does they keep destroying my beak? They're going out of their way to destroy my beak. That's probably good.
We fuck with jackpot.
Ew. Oh my god.
Banana na na.
That's cool, Milo.
Yeah!
Whoever has Blue Doolies on their team, I'm just gonna cheer for them.
Una done.
I got 3 kills to 9 deaths. I don't think I did it.
Bear, if you really want to get better, watch this.
Splatoon 3ワールドチャンピオンシップ2024決勝トーナメント始めてまいりましょう。さあ本日実況を務めますアナウンサーの田口翔平です。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。そして
はい、同じく実況を担当しますアナウンサーの原田修介です。よろしくお願いいたします。
そして進行を務めます久野静香です。よろしくお願いします。そして解説を務めてくださるのはこちらのお二人です。
はい、ファミ通でスプラトゥーンを担当しております世界三大ニューカーと申します。よろしくお願いします。
はい、同じくバニラ近藤です。よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いいたします。さあということでいよいよ世界最強のスプラチームが決まるということなんですが、宮川さん。
はい、つい昨日ねすごい熱戦が繰り広げられたばっかりでしたので、それの勢いのそのまままた熱戦が、しかも今回は縄張りではないいろんなルールが見られるということですごく楽しみにしています。
バニラさん、本当にこのバンカラマッチで 熱戦が見られるというのは楽しみです。
楽しみですね。選手の方も昨日もそうだったんですけど、結構楽しんでいらっしゃる方が多かったので、今日もね楽しんでリラックスしながらすごいプレーを見せていただきたいなと思います。
野さんも昨日ご覧になっていかがでしたか？
いや本当にチームワークがいいのはもちろんのこと、それぞれで戦術が違ったり珍しい武器も見られて、今日はねガチルールで見られるので、さらにどんな戦いが見られるのか楽しみですよね。
原田アナも今日はねガチマッチでのということになりますか。
もう昨日も縄張りで本当に各地域のね特色が色濃く出るぶつかりでしたけど、今日どんな戦術力非常に楽しみです。
はい、改めてもう本当にマッチアップ自体で言ったら1,2,3,4,5マッチアップで終わってしまうので、どうぞ皆さん最後まで楽しんでいただければと思います。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
さあそれではこれから行われる決勝トーナメントのルールについてです。昨日の予選リーグの結果を踏まえてトーナメントの組み合わせが決まっています。準々決勝、準決勝は3試合選手、決勝は
And welcome into day 2 of the Splatoon 3 World Championship 2024. Jordan Kent, your spray-by-spray host. And joining me, we've got 9, our lead Splatalist for all of the action that'll take place here today. And 9 yesterday was all about the round robin and the groups as far as finding our seeding as we get set for the ranked modes. And today we will crown a champion. And from what we saw yesterday, the competition is going to be fierce, and these teams are really playing their best Splatoon that we've seen all year from them.
Yeah, it was a tantalizing taste yesterday, Jordan, and I can tell you all of the teams today have been pacing around. They have been staring holes in the wall. They are ready, and they're going to put on their best.
It's going to be a lot of fun. We've got quarterfinals action, semifinals action, and then finals as well, too. And we've got a tournament format that we'll get to here in just a moment to give you an idea. And as you look at the screen, we talked about the group stages that gave everybody their rankings coming in, and now today we have our championship bracket. A couple of teams will have buys to that semifinal, but we've got 4 teams in the quarterfinals that'll get the action going here. And as you take a look at the schedule throughout the day, we've got our quarterfinals at 10:10 p.m. Pacific time, and then at 11:45 p.m. Pacific time, our semifinals, and then at 1:20, brew another cup of coffee, we have got our finals, and we will have a champion as we get set to dawn a new
watching
day.
all of them?
I'm watching all of it.
Yep, same.
Just a reminder, all weapons and gear, primary gear abilities only. The game language will be English, and then voice chat. Of course, you have to have it on. How else could you communicate with your team at that point?
Yeah, it's only primary for
look at all
Nintendo.
of the here. Your quarterfinals will be best of 3, semifinals best of 3 as far as first team to 3 wins there.
Okay.
And then our finals will be the first team to 4 victories, which is a best of 7. And these are predetermined.
They really want us playing Turf War. That's crazy.
These teams have had
imagine making it Game 7 finals and losing to a last like
no surprises
10-second wipeout in Turf
No
War.
excuses either. This has been publicly available to all the teams that have been competing, and
That is
with the more
such,
versatile
like,
teams out there, it's
BS.
going to give them a real opportunity to hone in on their strength on these given maps
Hopefully
and modes.
Let's focus
And
in
these
on the
maps are
quarterfinals,
not
and here is
well.
how the
These are
quarterfinals will take place.
bro.
Splat
Tower
zone
on
to
ship
Bluefin
shape,
Depot first,
clamps
tower
on
control,
sturgeon, and
ship-shaped
zones on
cargo
bluefin.
company. Say that
Tower
fast. And then
ship-shaped
Rainmaker,
tower is not that
Robo Robin,
bad.
And then, if necessary,
It's mostly clam sturgeon and mahi turf. That's
Yeah, those are disgusting.
yeah. Someone just get a 3-0, please. We do not want to see the other two.
We don't want to see them.
It was Jackpot.
Okay, so
from Group A. They
Jackpot
got the
and
number 1
Phantom
seed
Thief get
with 2
first round bye, so
victories,
it's
and Phantom
Kaiser
Thief from
and
Japan,
Una, and then
Group
Greasy
B,
and
they
Smart
also
Roast.
got the
Okay.
other bye. That means Kaiser,
Greasy.
the representatives from Europe, will take on
Alright.
Unadon, the representatives from Korea, and our very first
Kaiser!
quarterfinal after that, the Greasy Goblins. A surprise victory. They played very well yesterday. They get the number 2 seed in Group A.
Let's
The
go!
reps from Australia and
World!
New Zealand will face off against Smart Roast Chickens, our team from Taiwan. And you look at really
Goofy
all the
ass
teams that we
name,
have here
bruh.
tonight, and what stood out is Kaiser surprised themselves with how they played in Turf War. Phantom Thief looked really dominant in Turf War as well too. Jackpot looked a little
Okay, but to
vulnerable
be
as
fair,
well.
Turf War
Leads to a
doesn't
lot of
matter
excitement
when
today as
you're
there's
comparing it
no
to like
clear
ranked,
heavy
does it?
favorite. Anything could happen to some
No,
of these
it
top
doesn't.
teams.
It
Yeah, and
now
that's
Yeah.
the beauty of
Like
this game,
Turf War,
right?
you
is
can
depending
wipe
on the
out in the
map,
last
depending on
15
the mode
seconds
how
and
you
win the
prep
game.
for it, things
Yeah,
can turn
we
very
saw that
quickly.
yesterday.
Joined us
If you were
yesterday to discuss In Turf War, you really want to wait for those last 30 seconds.
They're even saying it.
That can happen at any point. They are
They
not
know.
going
over until it's over. That's what I've learned from Turf War. It's not over until it's over.
Yeah.
I've been.
Or you could be spawn camping for 2 minutes 30 seconds and get nothing from it.
Yeah,
that
happened.
That literally happened yesterday when Jackpot was playing a team. Jackpot.
Yeah,
that's literally what happened. Jackpot. That's like the only reason they dropped the game. Yeah, they literally locked the people out and then they got locked out at
time. Whereas in these other modes, at the end of time, whoever has the higher score wins.
For some reason, my team never does that. I always get permanently locked up for the entire match. It's so strange.
That's just randoms at that point.
We were even talking to players, and they said the new controllers take time to break in because you get that brand new Pro controller. It's a little slick. You got to get a little bit of it worn out here, so you've got a better grip. I think the teams are going to look a little bit more comfortable today.
Yeah, well, they all expressed happiness that it was divided in such a way that they got those games yesterday where there were certainly stakes for the season.
Oh, that's crazy. Jordan had to switch seats and shirt.
With the chair, with whatever your setup has to bring. I know some of these new monitors maybe a little bit faster or sometimes slower than what the players have at home, but it's all a matter of comfortability. They were much happier, and all of them expressed some sort of confidence that today.
2 minutes until the game starts.
The ranked modes, we're going to get a chance
they're just yapping.
Set as the game is ready to roll here, but let's start with Splat Zone. Frequently, a lot of times it might pop
It's
up
their
twice.
job to yap, so.
The general strategy for Splat Zones, these teams, what are they telling themselves that they're getting set?
Sure. So, Splat Zones, the big thing to note about it is these players.
That's the strategy.
Last resort.
Very, very gently about the map. Once you take
Yeah.
you want to play ahead of it. You want to, I would say, get set up in the right positions, let the opponent come to you. It's a matter of slowing down and speeding up as the moment takes.
Kaiser takes the stage, and obviously the charisma. Majin was part of that 2018 team for Kaiser that was part of the World Championships. They're facing
Squishy.
Unadon. Early thoughts on both of these
If
teams.
someone ever starts in call, starts rambling about something that's not related to the World Championships, mute them.
The one note here for Kaiser, they are the only team that does not run a traditional backline in that Snipe Rider 5.
I'll do that until I fall asleep in my chair.
That's fair.
Is going to have to play an important role with that NZEP 85 of working up with the team, fighting, being active with that short-range shooter, but still.
Who y'all got in this first game?
And on the other side with Unadon
that's tough. I feel like I want Kaiser to win, but I don't think Kaiser is gonna win. I'm gonna have to see them play a game and then probably decide.
I got $20 on Kaiser.
I got no money.
And with Unadon, we saw a tremendous amount of Tentabrella. Do you foresee that in the ranked modes?
Oh,
imagine having $20 in the first place.
Exactly. Imagine not being broke.
Here.
I got $1 on
in some of these modes that
I
wide
got
canopy of the
50
Tentabrella can
cents on
absolutely
Kaiser.
make it easier for you to push forward, hold on to a tower, push a Rainmaker, and keep that zone your color.
Kaiser, one of the teams that surprised themselves yesterday by being able to pick up a game in Turf War. They felt coming in Turf War as our weakest mode. We don't expect much. We want to be in the quarterfinals. You talked about how they wanted that opportunity to shake off the rust and get a little bit of momentum going early on.
Yeah, Majin said yesterday when I was talking to him,
Bro,
that they
imagine playing Turf War and then you queue up and you just see Madness, Leafy, Hugh, and Jared, and you're like, why am I playing Jackpot in Turf War?
Also to build momentum for yourselves. The big M, as we say it in the traditional sporting world.
Just queuing to open and then I'll just run with this. Why?
You feel like you can beat anybody. It builds, it compounds, and right now Kaiser knows if they want to make this run, they have some absolute monsters they're going to have to face. Let's get it started now and get the ball rolling.
And with that, it'll be Splat Zones and Bluefin Depot as the.
I want to see Kaiser versus Jackpot. That's what I'm most interested in seeing.
Played this mode several times at Bluefin Depot. What are a couple of things that you need to keep in mind on this map?
Well, this is one of the most unique Splat Zones maps in the game. Maybe the most unique in this particular facet. It is a moving Splat Zone, Jordan. There have not been a lot of them over the course of Splatoon's history, much less here in Splatoon 3. But what it means is that big central Splat Zone will travel to the left and right side of the map depending on who is controlling it. But what that means is you have to be able to pivot your defenses in the middle of the moment, and it means that some backline weapons can influence it from safety all the time.
Does that have any influence on how teams like to secure the zone, then push forward the fact that you've got this moving splat zone?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, one of the things is I kind of noted earlier about splat zones is you want to set up just ahead of it and move around to meet the threats coming from the opponents. That's all predicated on the splat zone not getting a little squirrely and moving away from you. When the splat zone moves, you have to be a little bit more active in maybe trying to attack ahead of where that splat zone is moving, or at least putting some specials there.
So what is Kaiser thinking here? Without that true anchor, here we go into splat zones. What do they need to do as far as all 4 members being on the same page without that traditional anchor?
Well, that's an interesting thought because Majin did have listed under the weapons a ballpoint splat. Now, that could have been a long time ago that Majin was asked that question, and we know they're a chameleon of a team anyway, as said in that nice opening video that you all got to see. So they could use it specifically for this map. This is certainly one where if you've got it in the pocket, you use it. But Jordan, we're not going to have to speculate any longer. The World Championship is finally here.
Let's get it started. The very first game of the Splatoon 3 World Championship 2024 is for all the marbles. Day 2 as we begin the quarterfinals. It is Kaiser versus Unadon. 9. What do we see here with our initial loadouts?
A few very interesting changes from what we saw yesterday. That is the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco. Say that a few times fast. Coming out from Majin. But on the other side, we have a double dually composition that is coming out here from Unadon. So a couple of weapons that are fine to dive on the opponent's side of the map without a whole lot of
reef slider as well.
Dynamic. It can get away from you in a hurry. And right now, it is crazy pandemonium.
They are running double reef. What the heck?
Bro, what? A splat there. 3-2 advantage. 3-1. It's a wipeout for Kaiser and an opportunity to take the lead.
Nice.
There by Majin with that Rapid Blaster Pro Deco, simply peppering all of those all of those dualies rather. If you're a weapon that is very mobile, that chip damage that weapon can apply can put a lot of that damage on from safety, and you let the rest of the team take over.
Kaiser's lead continues to build. They have locked down the zone, and now they are pushing out Unadon. That Tentabrella coming out from Unadon, trying to create a little bit of space. They're finally able to get some ink in the middle. Then they seize control.
Yeah, but you're going to see a lot of that. This zone flips very, very quickly once you take a dive down on the side. Now, one thing that's important to note here is that Xeris on that Splatana Stamper has been getting into a lot of positions that are very difficult to challenge. It gets a couple more. Oh, my goodness gracious. Xeris, one of the best Stampers you'll ever see.
The second wipeout of the game for Kaiser, and now they're pushing forward, trying to keep Unadon at bay. 3:30 left, but the timer is starting to go down for Kaiser. They're cutting into that penalty. Unadon trying to get back into the game, but so far Kaiser building that lead, 9.
A big lead here, and already they're scoring some more points. There gets the zone back again here. You can see that Ishik doing a fantastic job holding down this left side of the zone, making sure that nothing gets flipped back and being very safe. I noted earlier this player had to be very patient and deliberate about when attacking. Because of all this diligent turfing, they've continued to score more and more points even as players have gone down.
Lead is still in the hands. 13 seconds away for Kaiser. 10 seconds left. They're trying to push everything. They've got 3-1 on the map. 9. They're determined. It's the third wipeout of the game. And Kaiser, how about that? A dominant performance out the gate. Unadon had to go through 3 wipeouts as Kaiser gets game number 1.
I think they would
Great showing
relying too much on that one
Listen,
Zuka.
Kaiser felt comfortable in the Splat Zones mode coming into this event. It was one that they felt like was one of their better ones.
It's got like
you see this
2
as your
mediocre
first map, you feel
specials and
happy
then
with it
double,
there.
which
But the
can
way
be
that
good,
they
but
played around how Unadon was trying to come
to be
in
first.
earlier, those 2 dualies.
I don't even did the Brella ever get a
Zuka? I don't out of hand a little bit, but they
like I
never
don't remember
let
ever
them
seeing a
get behind them.
Zuka.
Zera's always sitting up
It
on
did.
those raised areas with that stamper, made sure there was no funny business, no tricks, and they attacked the Tentabrella in the exact right fashion.
And the mobility they have without having that true anchor for the most part, it felt like whenever they need to scramble left or right with that moving splat zone or advance, they were able to do so, and they were able to move fast enough to really find those advantages to create those 3 wipeouts.
And they also did a great job of taking advantage of the range that they had here. I know you look at that no backline, you say you don't have a ton of range,
with
but when
Stamper
the
on the other comp, they're gonna need to run cooler, and the Brella is just gonna have to be
they're going to have to run
very,
at you in pretty much
careful.
one way. They're not going to be able to hit you from distance, do some damage from safety, or poke at your defenses. So again, credit to Kaiser understanding the advantages that they had and executing when the moment presented itself.
So Kaiser gets game number 1 over Unadon. It's the first of 3 wins to advance to the semifinals, and they looked very comfortable. Took that initial onslaught.
If they wanted to run double
Unadon built up a
duels, they should have ran
19-point
the
lead after that.
cooler.
It was all Kaiser.
Exactly. The one thing that you can say for Unadon is that is a very tricky map to play Splat Zones on, as we kind of noted there. So if there was one that you're a little more unfamiliar with, it's one of the newest additions to the game itself. So they can shake that one off here. Still plenty
What
of
are you
time.
talking
Another
about?
4
Bluefin's
modes
been
for
in
them
this
to
game
go
for
through
like
here.
a
I'll be
good
interested
amount
in
of
seeing
time.
if
What do you
they go
mean
back to
newest
the
edition?
composition they used
It is
last
still
year.
one of the newer
Just
maps.
got done talking about how I thought Huide on that sloshing machine really was the key player for them yesterday.
I guess,
Huide
yeah, that's
switched
fair.
off of it there, and you saw without that fighting force of that main weapon, they just weren't quite winning the fights as cleanly.
It's a good point that you bring up because they never really took advantage of a lot of one-on-ones. They just weren't able to get over the hump and get enough of those splats to give themselves the advantage. You frequently saw 3-2, 4-3 on the map, advantage Kaiser, and that's when you talk about that weapon choice. Sometimes you want to be mindful of what's going to give you
Bro,
the
never
upper
let them
hand in
cook
those
again.
one-on-ones, because that's ultimately going to open up the window of those opportunities in
Bro,
these ranked modes.
which one of them really
I
said,
don't care
let's
what the map or
run
mode is, you gotta be able
Textbook,
to fight.
Daffy
And
Nouveau,
Splatoon is a game of
Sorella
incredible
Tense,
quickness and
and
incredible danger.
Junior, and this
You've
is
got a
gonna
couple
work.
of weapons on your team that want to fight and a couple that don't. At some point, push is going to come to shove here. So plenty of answers for Unadon to go back to as well. And we've already talked at length about how Kaiser can switch on a moment's notice. So this will be interesting to see.
Up next, tower control.
The fact that we
Ship
saw no
Shape
pencil
Cargo
that first
Company.
game, though, is insane.
This- You said it right there, my friend. What are we going to see with
Is
that?
this
I mean,
bullshit?
this is a
And now you're gonna jinx it, and there's just gonna be double pencil.
What's the one get away from you in a hurry.
Actually, I think like Unadon doesn't really have a pencil player. Actually,
I was gonna say there was no pipelines of
checkpoints.
either of the two.
But on this map in particular, it is very easy for the team that is riding the tower to attack those positions. Look for Majin with that rapid blaster. If he does opt to bring it out again, he'll be able to hit those from relative safety.
They could both
And this
be
is a
just
team Kaiser
backless
that is
comp
very
teams,
relaxed,
to be
very
honest.
comfortable. As far as the body language goes, they are the most expressive, it feels like, in those chairs. You see
Yeah.
the joy coming out. Doesn't mean it's a lack of
Let's see if we
focus.
see
They
any
just enjoy
backlines
the
this
moment
game.
here. So tower control, Ship Shape Cargo Company, Game
Oh,
2.
really?
Can Kaiser build a 2-0 lead, or can Unadon lock it up? I see a sloshing machine coming out.
Well, you see one coming out from both sides.
Who's it
Get
now?
started here. On one side, you're going to see the sloshing machine Neo.
Quiet
On the other
down.
side, you're going to see much the same. The sloshing machine Neo. Puyo sticking on those
I believe in
Tetra
Unadon.
dualies, excuse me. So they're going to try to work in and create some havoc on that side.
Tentabrella comes out, retreats. Still both teams fighting for space. You want to get that advantage before you think about moving the tower initially, and so far it's a 4-1 advantage for Kaiser. They nearly wiped the field clean.
Well, and look, Shino is all the way back behind them there.
Jump
that was
out.
the play. They were hoping that everybody would go in and attack Shino and they would work through. Kaiser says, well, okay, we'll just attack everyone that's not behind the Tentabrella shield. Excellent play and adaptation to what the opponent's trying to do.
First checkpoint, just a simple layup for Kaiser at this point. And oh my gosh, look at these Trizuka shots. There's a reason why it has become the special #1 in this game.
Yeah, get used to it here, folks. You're going to see a lot of Trizukas, but we'll talk more about those later on because a second wave of them are coming. Would love to see if Huide can hit one of those shots. Not able to, but they did sneak Shino close enough there to at least get the Tower Rider off. Would love to take a player down, but for the time being, they're simply trying to give themselves a little stability and not get taken down by another Zuka.
Impressive opening push by Kaiser. They get through 2 checkpoints. They've got 38 on the board. And look at this, 4-1 once again, sending Unadon retreating back to spawn. And just the pressure we're seeing from Kaiser right now, Nine.
Well, I mean, this is what a double Trizuka composition can give you. Is you can pressure the opponent out of spots they would like to go to defend themselves simply by firing that special over on that side. Now look, they're already attacking this defensive perch that I mentioned earlier. Once again, Shino comes forward and is able to force the Tower Riders off there, so not a whole lot gained. And with an explosive wipeout on their own, they're finally going to have the opportunity to make a counter push. Worth noting, 30 points didn't take a lot off of that last checkpoint. If they get to that checkpoint, they could steal this lead.
Unadon stepping up to the plate and hitting one as they get the wipeout. Now they're sending the tower back the other way. How can they coordinate this attack as Kaiser now put on the defensive for the first time? We take a look. Oh, a splat right behind the Tentabrella. No luck there. And then a splat on Ishik. That's a huge opportunity, but down goes another member of Unadon.
Yeah, very cleanly taken out means they're not going to be able to cycle anything. And I again want to note Unadon, the only team in this tournament who hasn't been running Tacticooler, which means they're not going to be able to jump back in quickly enough to continue that push. They're going to have to do it again from scratch.
You saw Huide trying to go in there and mix it up, but Ishik able to negate that attempt, and now Kaiser just really trying to fortify their approach at this moment. You've got the lead, just over 2 minutes left. Nine, what's their thought process as this game continues to go on?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're really trying to find some of these fights to break through. The problem is that Kaiser is too good at identifying where their members are. Finally, Typhon does sneak through as everybody was looking over at Puyo, so maybe there's an opportunity here, but no, they don't fall for any funny business from the Reef Slider, so they're just continuing to trade player after player. But Jordan,
Reef Slider's not good at all.
No Tacticooler means that every one of these trades is going to favor Kaiser.
And Majin doing an excellent job of just holding down that anchor position for Kaiser, advancing the tower, trying to move forward, just peppering Rapid Blaster shots. Here comes the Killer Whale just to provide a little bit more support, and they've got Unadon scrambling in their spawn.
Yep, Xeris is already pushed up there. Nice shot by Huide to close that one down, and with Fly Zero gone as well, it appears that Shino has stabilized this position once again, but Jordan, they've stopped them every time at this spot. They can clearly play defense and keep some sort of lead or some sort of opportunity for themselves, but I'm not sure how they're going to attack and fight through this. They have to get through 2 Trizookas if they want to get their checkpoint.
And Shino did an excellent job of dodging and then finally getting the splat with the Trizooka before they go down. Just over a minute left, 71-30. And look in the back, Ishik trying to flank from behind.
Way behind there, waited that entire time and may have waited a little bit too long. No, the other members respawned in time. So any push that may have gotten started there is immediately broken out by that one timely flank. Flanking is a skill. It's not easy to know when the time is right.
Majin just trying to cover that tower with those Rapid Blaster shots here, rolling with the dualies, trying to avoid a little bit of damage. Shino was about to jump in, but no luck there as that member goes down. Over 30 seconds left, and now Kaiser can take full control of this game.
Yep, and they're going to do exactly that. Simply get the spots on the map the opponent is trying to come from here, and don't fall prey to any of these tricks. We know what the Reef Slider can do. We know what these dualies are capable of, and we know what they're trying to do with their Tent Umbrella. Sit back and build up your specials, and all 3 members who we were not spectating there got taken down one by one. They're Tacticoolered. They're in position of the tower. It's going to take a miracle at this point for Unadon.
Kaiser just trying to close this out. 3 seconds left. They have control of the tower, and that's going to wrap up game 2 as Kaiser gets the victory courtesy that initial push. 9 had allowed them to focus on defense for the majority of that game, whereas Unadon had to keep pushing that tower. Could never really get comfortable. You have to credit the way that Kaiser was able to quickly snuff out any potential push that Unadon was doing.
Really only gave them one opportunity too, which is an especially impressive factor of how they played that game. Oftentimes in tower control, between 2 teams that are of similar caliber, you'll get one push one way and then the other way, and then haymakers being traded back and forth with these big pushes, but there was only one real opportunity for Unadon there, and because of a nice timely Trizooka and one player hitting the tower from the right angles there, they managed to segment some of the different players from Unadon off, take them down one by one, and at that point, they were really in control the entire time.
And you called out Ishik really waiting behind everybody else just to come in and snuff out that final push attempt that it felt like Unadon was organized. They had some specials, but oftentimes the timing of when you want to encroach and have that risky move can pay off, and right there for Kaiser, paid off well.
Yeah, and I said earlier, flanking is a skill, because if you do it right at the right time, you put that in the back of an opponent's head, too. There's a human element to this game. I know these players sometimes play like machines with impossible accuracy, but if you think that an opponent might be flanking, maybe you spend a little more time turfing behind you. Maybe you throw a point sensor back instead of forward. You never know how much those seconds are going to add up and how they will change things there. So Ishik, with that nice timely push, got, I think, one player and really led to another player going down as well. And then it also changes the way that you start to come out of spawn if you're Unadon.
It puts Unadon on the brink, down 0-2. Kaiser has looked very
They got
organized.
this guy's trust, reverse sweep.
Looking extremely sharp. This is a team that said once we get to ranked
That's
modes,
what they were fighting all
where
along.
we feel the most confident. And as we get set, we've got Rainmaker and Robo Ramen.
Not even
as
about
you
the
take a look
teams,
at this
the map.
combination here, Rainmaker, of course, your options have been much more limited because of those checkpoints. You're going to have more of a predetermined path. What do they have to keep in mind here on Robo Ramen?
You know, that's an interesting question because Robo Ramen Rainmaker isn't one of the more commonly played ones in competitive play. It's not necessarily that it's unpopular.
I could finally say this, guys. If you're watching the stream, I'd just like to say 55.2% of you are not subscribed.
Very, very much
Let's change that.
Big explosive attack one time that leads to the big pushes. We've seen it over and over again. It can be very difficult to stabilize if you can't get to one of the choke points. But Robo Ramen has such an open access mid-area and ways to hit your opponent on some of these defensive spots that I almost think that that fundamental aspect of it won't apply as much. So I would look for Unadon if they get the opportunity to try to go in behind Shino's tent umbrella to break through, but I think there are going to be enough angles to attack them from that might not be as effective on this particular map.
Why does it feel like Unadon hasn't been able to pick up some of those key splats? We oftentimes see the advantage, as we said before, 3-2, 4-3, even a couple of 3-1s.
Apple Dooley's
for Kaiser. What does Unadon need to do to clean that up and get more of those picks where they can get the advantage of
but Torpedo is strong with it. I will say this.
I'm going to sound like a broken record.
That's okay. Sometimes we like to hear the same song over and over and over again.
I really think they need Tacticooler, Jordan.
Okay.
I think that even if they go even or blow for blow with the picks that Kaiser is getting, it's not going to matter because they're losing about 6 seconds every respawn there. That it adds up
and
so
special
quickly.
Yeah,
it's special.
That's
so
the huge thing.
It's
Although
a big
the range
disadvantage
is terrible,
to try
I
to
will
fight
say
through
this.
them without that. And
There's a tough
again,
one. I think I can hit
don't even
someone
think that
just
they've been
barely
doing
out
a
of
poor
range.
job of fighting necessarily. It's just they have to win 2 fights for every one that
There we
Kaiser
go.
does.
I kind of like
Rainmaker
Ramen.
Robo Ramen. Can Kaiser complete
no
the
back
3-0 sweep, or will Unadon force a game 4?
They stick with the same
We'll see if they
call.
make
What are you
any
doing?
changes. Not
What are you
really as
doing?
much as
They're throwing.
No,
They're throwing.
Very,
They're throwing.
very nice change, I would say.
They gotta
from,
get ink
Kaiser
factories.
going back to Zeris.
Unadon,
That's
you just
what
have
Stamper
to.
there. Zeris can play just
They got
about any
pop.
weapon at the highest level.
Igvet
but,
cheese
to be
means
honest,
nothing.
when
They
this
got
guy
a
comes out,
sword,
this will come
crazy.
Stamper, it doesn't get a whole lot better.
Yeah.
Right now, a
the
bit of a
sword
stalemate
and then
in the middle as
Invec.
both teams wrestle for control. A little bit more of Kaiser's ink in the middle. You see
That
the
sword's
super jump
gonna
coming through, but here
cause
comes the
issues,
Tacticooler
but
coming
you're
out.
just gonna have
Booyah
to-
Bomb going to pick off a couple of members
What
of
a
Kaiser.
Booyah Bomb.
Unadon with one of those rare advantages. They take their Rainmaker and pick up another splat.
Yep, and they're going to need to get this out of the way quick here. Typhon trying to go and will be taken down by
That's
the Killer
not
Whale
terrible. That's not
5.1.
terrible.
That was a golden opportunity to break that checkpoint. This is one of those maps where that first checkpoint can go very, very quickly.
That's a
Especially when
Zipcaster
player
moment.
gets stuck.
That
Not
is
able to
such a
get through here
Zipcaster
with their
moment.
Zipcaster
Like,
is
I
Zeris. So
understand that
kind of an
person's
awkward spot.
pain.
Maybe was trying to wait for somebody, but it does appear that a Trizuka will take 2 players
that's
out to
2
move
down.
Zeris
Nice.
up. And now you should see
That's
Kaiser
three-
work
that's
up to that
effectively
first
3
checkpoint.
down.
Keep it yellow. Can they run forward? It appears so, and Ishik gets that dunk.
Fly Zero with that Trizuka, clearing out a little bit of real estate, and that gave Kaiser the opportunity to get into the cup for the first time. They get past the first checkpoint. They've got Tacticooler, and now they kind of have Unadon pinched in this little point here.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was talking about earlier, where there are lots of ways to hit the opponent from this choke point if they don't get through. One is now swam behind them and was almost able to take them out. Majin will continue to poke at them to give them some stability. But Jordan, here comes Zeris. This is what I was talking about. Got behind, got pointed out there by a bomb, but still was able to find that shot.
Yeah, takes care of business against Typhon, but then Ishik goes down, but then their teammate able to respond real quickly. It's 3-2, though. Unadon has an opportunity here. They're going to be a little bit more careful here, Nine. They're not going to just go grab that Rainmaker until they've got some more specials built up here in a moment. A Booyah Bomb to try to open things up.
Yep. You saw right there, Majin was doing a great job of making sure nobody could get that Rainmaker for free, and it gave the rest of the team time to come back. It was a rare time where Kaiser wasn't fully Tacticoolered up there, but they've now rallied the troops, and Jordan, they basically stabilized.
And goodness, Nine, that combination of the Rapid Blaster plus the Tacticooler with that Killer Whale is really just keeping Unadon at bay. They can't encroach.
Damn.
They lose the Rainmaker again, and now it's 3-1 on the Kaiser.
And
on a
wipeout.
That's crazy.
You saw right there, they tried to use the ink vac, which does protect against most forms of damage, but it does not defend against Zipcaster, which is what was immediately used to take out that Rainmaker. Now they're just moving forward and taking whatever points they are. Jordan, they don't even mind that they went 3 down.
They build the 41-point lead. That allows them to spawn and get their defense set. And now it's Unadon that's feeling a little bit of pressure. Just over 2 minutes left. Typhon trying to move forward behind that Tentabrella. Shino trying to provide a little bit of cover, trying to duck behind the Brella. Has that ink back ready to go. We'll see if they use it with that Trizuka coming out. Still being patient with the 9, and this is when you really want to mine when you have that special.
Yep, and always keep an eye on the top of the screen, folks, there. That will tell you when the specials are about to be used, when they've been pulled together. FlyZero got a couple shots off there, but was not able to close it out. That's A-okay, though, because you have Zeres on your side, who takes 2 players out once again. The 2 front runners there alongside the Rainmaker. And once again, Jordan, once those 2 goes down, once those Tentabrellas are gone, suddenly Majin can just poke at everybody and make sure there's no threat.
And that's what you see, the mobility of Majin moving forward and backwards, poking away with that Rapid Blaster while the teammates try to pepper in. It's done enough to really keep Unadon uncomfortable about how they want to encroach.
Well, there's just no actual answer for it. Every time that happens, Majin puts a little bit of damage on somebody, and it just breaks it open, and they don't have a lot of range on their specials to try to fight through that way. It's a Zipcaster, it's a Reef
Trizukas is crazy,
really
bro.
Risk yourself as opposed to the Trizuka, which is at no risk at all.
The Trizuka once again claims another victim. 4-3 on the map for Kaiser. Down goes a member of them. Under a minute left, they've got a 41-point lead, but Unadon now turns the tide. 4-2. Here's their best opportunity, 9.
If they don't get the checkpoint in this push, I'm not sure they're going to get it. They've pushed people back, and that's a special out of the way. Did they turf it enough? Can they swim up? No, that pedestal was still yellow, which means that they're going to be stuck. A slight misstep, Jordan.
An opportunity was there. Now they've got to hustle. They get the first checkpoint, but then they take the splat. 30 seconds left. Remember, no tactic cooler. They aren't going to be able to respond quickly. Reef Slider comes in. They're going to have to hustle. Now it's just a matter for Kaiser to shut off any avenue. Don't let that Tentabrella march forward and create some pavement.
And Zeres once again completely breaking open the position into a wipeout. Zeres dove right into the ink vac one other time. Again, the perfect answer for it. They might not even opt to pop this thing. Make it yellow, make it big, and let the opponent run forward. They're going to dive forward there, and your first set goes to Kaiser in dominant 3-0.
They just ink vac. Every time they ink vac, Stanford was alive and was able to punish it.
Capabilities, that's what really stands out. Yes, offense, they got some pushes, but they didn't get a KO in either one of those 2 last games. They got the 1 push, but then what they're able to do on defense.
I think that running double duties.
Now they're going against Jackpot.
Ruining everybody's fun.
Like, it's not
He's been doing it for years, too. I mean, it's been noted a competitor in the World Championship back in 2018 should tell you how long this guy has been competing at this level, and really the entirety of Kaiser has been doing it for quite a while as well. There are a lot of grizzled old salts competing in this event, let me tell you.
Well, Unadon took a game off of Jackpot yesterday, and that was one of the early surprises. And then you look at what Kaiser was able to do against Unadon. Unadon never really led for much of those first 3 games, to be honest. They had an early push in
Where my money at?
zones and then
Where my money at?
Tower control, but that was dominant.
I told y'all.
Y'all
didn't want to believe me.
You just swept an extremely
In my defense, I did stay at the start.
I do want to thank Unadon for being here and their representation for South Korea.
And then when I said they had to
build
double
team pool
all
here
the
at
way, I
these
don't
World
know.
Championships.
Obviously, I
But
know
now it's
they went to
Kaiser
that
moving on to the
not a good player.
semifinals, where they will
Did not
face
know
off
that.
against Jackpot in the
I
next
think we
round.
were,
Oh, get your popcorn ready for that. But before we get to one of those main events,
Kaiser versus
we've got another
Jackpot.
quarterfinals matchup coming. The Greasy Goblins
Hear me
from
out.
Australia, New Zealand.
I'm putting another $20 on Greasy Goblins.
The Greasy Goblins. How about what they were able to do yesterday?
I'm putting all my money on tomorrow.
Number 2 seed in Group A.
Yeah, I went and talked to them after that event. I was like, how are you all feeling about that? And like, we won a set. We're the first Australia-New Zealand team to win a set.
This is true.
Here, and you know, they said that in jest. Of course, they have high expectations for themselves, and they certainly deserve it with how they have dominated the Australia-New Zealand scene here. But they were in great spirits, Jordan. They felt like even in the games against Jackpot, there were some moments there where they could have taken some opportunities that maybe they missed. But I'm expecting a great show out of them.
So taking a look at the last set here, what we really saw from Kaiser was just their coordination, and it felt like they never overextended themselves. And
all right, I'll be back.
The communication, but here it is in Splat Zones, a few of the highlights.
Yep, and you're going to see a lot of exactly that as you saw it in the game. Majin working around, shoot the right side, shoot the left side. And you'll note here that he's putting his shots so that all of the zone is covered by the shot. Whenever you have that sort of positioning, that sort of coverage, whatever your weapon is, it means you're going to be that much more efficient at keeping the zone yours and taking away those points.
Then in tower control, it was the initial push that nearly got through the 3rd checkpoint. But after that, Unadon, every single push they tried to do never worked. Ishik, of course, we talked about the flank from behind, was so patient, went so far back into Unadon's territory, then timed it perfectly with the teammates to snuff out one of those pushes.
Yeah, and it shows a great understanding of what Unadon needed to do if they wanted to get
Fizzy Bomb,
bigger
triple
push. The
splash
anatomy of a
down,
push,
Trust
as we
Me.
like to call it here, there's always spots that you have to attack before the opponent can set up their defense. So if you, as the defender, get to one of those spots first, attack an opponent from there and get them off that side, it's only a matter of time before the push falters.
And I think your point is correct. No Tacticooler really put Unadon
Guys,
in
hear me out.
because the number of
Kaiser comes back and they beat Jackpot.
Everybody's special being reduced. Everybody waiting 6 to 7 seconds at that point. It's too much time to give a great team like Kaiser in these modes. They're going to go ahead and run away with the game every single time.
I mean, Kaiser could realistically beat Jackpot because, like, they're probably a bit more warmed up than Jackpot will be.
Right fights as well. I noted it a couple times, but every time that ink
Do you really believe that, Crazy? In fact, if Jackpot loses to Kaiser, I will neuter myself. I will remove my balls.
But again,
We're putting everything on.
As some of the rollers
That's not it. I'll eat them too.
You can take out anything through it. Every time that came out, Xeris right there on top, understanding the assignment.
Honestly,
wherewithal and the
Jackpot
execution. So as we get
loses
set here
and
for
Kaiser
Greasy
wins,
Goblins versus
I
Smart
will
Roast
literally
Chickens,
one
you
trick
talked about
sploosh.
Smart Roast Chickens.
I'm already doing that.
Have seen here.
Dead
Really
serious. I will one trick
weren't able to
sploosh.
really shine too much during Turf War, but we know that's a different beast compared
I'm
to
saying it's realistically possible, but not, you know,
the sets that they played
100%
Kaiser,
possible.
which you just saw.
It
Kind of see what they're about.
It could happen. It's still not likely,
If
but
that
it
last
could.
set didn't make the case for what Kaiser is capable of when they're fighting, you know that the Smart Roast Chickens do a good enough job. But if you talk about some mechanically strong players here, I mean, the Greasy Goblins up here as well. Next, the incredibly tall one that was up there. One of the finest mechanical players you will see in the world.
Then the Smart Roast Chickens take the stage. Don't forget with the Greasy Goblins, we have one of the OGs of the World Championships as far as their anchor position for the Greasy Goblins.
Oh, Latias. I mean, this has to be... This is now tied for the most
appearances. 7 years
Ooh,
ago,
wait,
in
who do I want on
2017,
here?
the very first World Inkling Invitational, Latias was there and had a chance to represent Australia, New Zealand. Since then, this is a situation she's very comfortable in.
Very comfortable in and wants to be back in. I noted it yesterday, but for the Australia-New Zealand players, because of time zone, it's not easy for them to get to compete in a lot of these events that they would love to do. So for a lot of them, it's simply not a choice here, and these are the only opportunities they get to try to prove themselves outside of their region. So they are very eager, very excited for this. They were all smiles earlier, Jordan.
And obviously, when you take a look at traditional anchors, we are going to see that Snipe Rider pop up for a lot of teams, and it's a weapon that has really become the centerpiece of where the current meta stands right now.
Yeah, back in August, Update 5.0 came out, and that is meaningful for one particular reason, because that was the patch where the NZAP 85 got its special meter nerf. And for those of you at home, each of the weapons in Splatoon does have an associated number of points that you have to get from turfing the map in order to build
no
your
way
special.
that people don't know that.
When that number gets higher, means that you build less special.
Especially if they're watching Worlds, because it's already at 12 a.m.
Yeah. Okay, people were saying in the chat that why are they picking Snipe Rider? Doesn't one shot? You never know.
Oh yeah, you got a point there. You got me there.
It's not a passive weapon by any means. And you can store those 5 shots. And it's not so much you trying to take somebody out with one shot because you can't, but the fact that that can combo with some of those other frontline players or those skirmishers, that's what makes it so potent, it feels like.
Jordan, you're taking
Them
notes
talking
on
about
what I've been
Pentagon
doing.
Hey, you've been a
Very
great
nice.
professor, Nine. Just trying to do my best here. You
No.
speak, I listen, then I try to do my best to regurgitate it, my friend.
Well, you're absolutely right. It won't take players out in one shot, but it gets them really close. And in this game, it doesn't matter how you hit 100 damage. You cross that threshold, and an opponent is being sent back to spawn. So look for the Snipe Rider players today, like Latias, to be active as they move up with their team to continue to find a way to contribute, almost like rubber band physics in another game.
Oh, a game that we all remember oh so well while sitting on the couch with our friends. That would be one of the all-time great kart racers. And so as we get set for this very first game between the Greasy Goblins and
The Goblin.
Their counterparts, the Smart Roast Chickens from Taiwan. I'm with you, Nine. It is starting to warm up in here. Off goes the jacket game.
Two of the best names.
We have got the Greasy Goblins facing off against the Smart Roast Chickens. Best of 3 in our second quarterfinal. Let's see if the Aussies can continue to make history by marching forward further than any other team in their nation's history in these World Championships. Take us through the loadout here, my friend.
Well, already ICX bringing out a weapon that you're not going to see almost anywhere.
Why is he using Nova?
Play, which is the ink brush here. I saw some people from back home were asking for it here. This is not a joke.
That's one.
Very, very strong with it. You can be an absolute menace and a pest with that weapon. And right now, the Greasy Goblins have done exactly that. The Smart Roast Chickens did score first, but oftentimes in Splat Zones, it's not who gets the zone first, it's who gets the full lockout.
And a reminder, these are predetermined maps and modes. These teams have had weeks to prepare for it. And so the Greasy Goblins trying to race down to the early lead. It's at 70. Here comes that wave breaker. Oh, how about the shot by Remy?
Oh, Leo absolutely taken for a ride, and then trying to go for another one there is Leo. This is actually a really interesting dynamic, Jordan, because this is a backline battle where one has a distinct range advantage. This E-Leader 4K is going to be able to outrange Latias on the Snipe Rider, so that's going to give some opportunities to really push them back and make it difficult for them to attack. They've taken it back. Smart Roast Chickens with a real opportunity here.
They're threatening to take the lead as the timer goes down. Greasy Goblins can't break through. Crab comes out, and they've now lost the lead as Smart Roast Chickens continue to hold down that zone. There's a lot of opportunity on the left there, but the Greasy Goblins just can't get in.
No, right now they're kind of scrambling to decide how they want to move in, how they want to attack. They're trying to build their specials and use them in that fashion, and they've done just that. Great work there by Ardino, taking a couple out and pushing forward beyond the zone, not wasting any time trying to take out these other members. Should be a rough landing for YDD, and it is. Get on back to spawn, my friend. It's the Greasy Goblins' turn.
3-2 advantage on the map. They have a chance, but no, the zone all of a sudden gets to neutral, and the Greasy Goblins have to hurry. They're trying to just chop away at that penalty. Finally, they can add to their score with just over 3 minutes left. Wavebreaker comes out once again, and you mentioned the range of that E-Leader might be the difference between those Smart Roast Chickens and Greasy Goblins.
Yeah, notably it can hit people on their own side of the zone, so if you go behind that cross structure and poke out just a little bit, that E-Leader will be able to hit you from that side. Now they're kind of stuck in an awkward spot, though. That E-Leader dove down with the rest of the team, but they all got taken out, which means that not only is the lead been shifted back, but right now Smart Roast Chickens way out of position.
Yeah, Greasy Goblins take that back. Here comes the Killer Whale. That's going to put a little bit more pressure. You see Lin just trying to pepper the zone as best as they can. They drop down an ink wall, and now it's just an opportunity. Greasy Goblins 6 seconds away. They just have to hold it a little bit longer. 3, 2, 1. Greasy Goblins able to hold on, and they come back from behind to take the first game from the Smart Roast Chickens.
Great stuff there. And 2 moments that I want to highlight in that last scuffle is YDD had used from a raised position that inkjet from that Anaki splatter shot Nova, but Ardino with that squeezer, the only squeezer player in the tournament, that long-range shooter took them out very quickly, and at the end when Lin tried to make that dive down, out came the crab from Remy, who had been waiting on it that entire time, and I don't care how strong your 52 gal is, it's not going to take on a crab tank in a one-on-one.
And you're so right as far as the
What if it's Melon? Could Melon take on a 52 in a 1v1?
You get it, you just want to deploy it, but waiting until that moment, I think, as you pointed out, the ability to get them in a position no longer was that E-Leader a threat, and that's when they could be a little bit more aggressive and push forward.
And it's what the Crab Tank's been doing since it came out. It's a defensive turret. It's a powerhouse. You can use it to pressure opponents back from relative safety, and of course you've got an awful lot of HP in that tank itself, so great timing there. I was a little worried that that game was getting away from the Goblins, but they did a great job of stabilizing and attacking as only they do.
So that sets up our second game here. As we saw before, tower control on Ship-Shape Cargo Company, and it was one that you said earlier, there's a lot of opportunities to attack the tower, and we saw in that first quarterfinal match, as far as Kaiser, they were able to get their first 2 checkpoints pretty quickly here. Now, as you look at the loadouts for these teams that both have true anchors, how does that change the approach here?
Yeah, that'll be a little interesting, because the big thing that you saw in that first set was Kaiser was content to say, all right, we're going to build 2 Trizukas, and we're just going to bet that you're not going to be able to fight through 2 Trizukas enough times to build up those points.
The Greasy Goblins do have a couple players who could switch over to the splatter shot if they wanted to use that. Of course, that one of the most popular weapons in the game because it builds those Trizookas incredibly quickly. But I think that maybe in comparison to what we saw from Unadon, I think that the Smart Roast Chickens, because they do have a traditional backliner, will be willing and able to bring that Snipe Rider to the battle. They'll have themselves a Tacticooler, which means they'll be able to be a little bit more, we'll say, eager when they're trying to attack instead of trying to set up the perfect scenario for their comp.
And you love the flexibility from the Greasy Goblins, the ink brush coming out that many people have talked about we might see, and sometimes that's what you have to do. You have to throw a little bit of a curveball to keep your opponents on their back tentacles, and it worked out pretty well for Next because then they were able to be a lot more mobile. I think that paired very well with the anchor support that you were seeing from Latias, to where once you finally got Unadon out of position, you had 3 capable and mobile players to put some pressure on them.
Well, and Bluefin Depot is such a large and wide map, too, that Killer Whale 5.1, which is kind of an understated special in competitive Splatoon, not a lot of the really popular weapons use it, but listen, that goes the
If Greasy Goblins lose, I'm going to Furry Mexico.
You can continue moving there, so as opponents are looking at, oh, where's that Killer Whale coming from?
What are you going to do?
I will go to Furry Mexico.
The map away at that point. So it's just one more thing that you have to worry about as bombs get thrown at you and shots and crab tanks and everything. It just becomes too much to bear.
Some of us like a 52 gal with the Killer Whale. Sometimes that's their cup of tea.
I don't like 52 gal.
As we see the Greasy Goblins.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't like it.
Roast chickens.
No one likes it except the 52 gal players themselves.
And even then, they just suffer when they play it.
To get set for these modes, and they're just really thinking about
they just
what
play it because it's good.
not only what your team
They
has,
play it because, you know, it's easy.
Fast kill time.
Yeah, there's a lot of unfamiliarity between
There
these
we
teams,
go.
particularly a matchup like this where I can guarantee these 8 players have never run into each other in this type of fashion, so they're going to have to do a little on-the-job training.
Game 2 between the Greasy Goblins and Smart Roast
Oh,
Chickens and some tower control as well. Cargo as we see
No
both
way
these
they
teams head
have
out, and
V-roller and they have
loadouts.
GG
You're a
strikes
little surprised,
possibly.
it feels like.
Yeah, I'm removing my foot from my mouth here because there's not a Tacticooler that's come out here from the Smart Roast Chickens, and they're bringing a
Strikes
roller
is
to the
strong
party
on this map mode
instead, so they
combination.
are trying the tried-and-true fashion of taking the opponents out so many times that it doesn't matter if they are Tacticoolered or not. The one problem is, well, the Greasy Goblins happy to fight you on any terms, and they have Tacticooler.
Greasy Goblins with the tower initially getting to the first checkpoint, and you see a little bit of the Crab providing some protection at this point. Crab moving forward, and just look how much they're pushing the Smart Roast Chickens back even while they have that first checkpoint.
Well, and that's what you can do with some of these range specials. When you follow a Crab Tank up with a Trizooka, the opponent simply has to move, and now Ardino holding that side as well. Too much range to be encroached on, and even though a couple players did get taken out by some great shooting there from Leo's E-Leader, they're still going to have to work very hard to get back to the middle of the map, much less counter push.
Greasy Goblins are able to get past that first checkpoint. They were threatening the second one for a moment, but now that tower's returning back to mid, and things are going to balance up a little bit. Smart Roast Chickens had the momentary advantage. They do have a special ready to roll, plus it's 4-3 on the map.
Yeah, and Lin went straight forward into the teeth of the enemy and was able to take out Ardino in a true one-on-one fight, which means that they have done a great job of getting themselves to checkpoint 1. They took out another one there, and a nice place Big Bubbler. The Big Bubbler does go away faster if it's on the tower, but if it's right in front of the tower, Jordan, it's going to last the full time and a checkpoint down.
Ooh, a little gamemanship right there, and now it's going to be the Smart Roast Chickens just a couple seconds away from taking the lead as they push the tower, and yes, they take the lead. Approaching the second checkpoint, they're going to hop off, happy with that lead, but YDD's going to super jump onto the tower, try to keep it moving, and they continue to pick up more of these splats and win these one-on-ones, 9.
Oh, and keep an eye on that. Remy won a fight right there against a roller near a tower. That is not easy to do, and if he had lost that, this push might still be going in a big way. Instead, they reshuffled the deck and jumped back in, so the threat not yet gone as Next dives forward there, but I've been very impressed, Jordan, with how the Smart Roast Chickens have played around the tower instead of risking themselves the whole time.
Can't super jump out of there. Now it's 4-2 advantage. Greasy Goblins. That tower's returning to mid. They're going to go ahead and just hop on it to try and get it to move a little bit quicker. And here's where they've got to coordinate something, 9, because you know you've just erased the majority of the special here for the Smart Roast Chickens. How do you try and get the advantage on this next push?
Well, you do exactly that. They already took out 2 players there from some somewhere on the other side. Ardino had pushed up to this side, which is what the Squeezer needs to do. Use the range of this weapon to take care of these graded areas. Takes out another one there and is going to plant right there until given a reason not to. Yeah, that's a pretty good reason.
Ardino goes down, and at this moment, it's still the lead. 9 points for Smart Roast Chickens, nearly 2 minutes left in this matchup, and now things have gotten to a little bit of a stalemate at this moment. You see the triple ink strike coming down. That'll scatter.
I doubt it.
Greasy
I
Goblins
genuinely
for a
doubt
moment,
it.
and slowly but surely, you see the Smart Roast Chickens
I
trying to
believe
gobble
in
up a
the
little bit
small
more
roast
turf.
chickens.
Yeah,
they
great
got
work that they've done
many-
here so far.
they
Again,
got
holding some of
ways
these
to
positions. Again, I'm going to keep pointing it out because
Because
we're in the middle of the
That's how I roll, baby. A huge splat for the Smart Roast Chickens. But it's still the Greasy Goblins that are trying to control the tower. They've got 4 members right by their tower. Is going to take a quick little trip back to mid, and at this point you just see Latias hopping on the tower, trying to provide that anchor support while it moves forward. They've got all 4 members on the map. A critical one-on-one coming out here. A killer whale support able to provide a 2-1 advantage. Now it's just the backliner alive for the Smart Roast Chickens.
And this is where things can get out of hand. Are the Smart Roast Chickens going to dive at the tower now to try to preserve their lead? In just a couple more points, they won't have an opportunity to, so they will lose the lead right there. And Jordan, it changes so fast. This is the type of game I'm used to seeing on this map mode.
YDD had an opportunity, had 2 targets in front of them, but was hesitant to pull the trigger. That allowed Greasy Goblins to take the lead. Under a minute left. Now it's up to the Smart Roast Chickens. Can they peck back? No, Greasy Goblins continuing to push forward.
And now things can get scary because with 45 seconds on the map, you're starting to think about how many opportunities you're going to have to make a push. You get a little bit too eager to try to fight because you simply don't have a choice. You can see them trying to push up there on that right side, trying to get to some support from the rest of the team, but they're going to need to get a lot done in a hurry.
Greasy Goblins trying to build a 2-0 lead. Here come the Smart Roast Chickens on the tower. They're down a member, though. They deploy another special. Here comes the big bubbler. It's going to vanish here soon. Was it maybe too early, 9, because they still have a lot of ground to cover?
Now, well, they aren't going to need to get through the entirety of that final checkpoint, but they're going to need to hold on to it for a little bit. Here we go. They're moving forward.
They have to hop off the tower, though, momentarily. Triple Trizuka coming out. Here comes the crowd providing a little bit more support. Are they going to stop them? Yes, they do. The Greasy Goblins halt the Smart Roast Chickens. Just a few precious moments away from possibly taking the lead. But no, those Goblins, a thief in the night, take game 2.
Yeah, whenever you sit back like that, build up your specials and fire them all at the tower.
The Goblins
Listen,
are 2-0 right now, right?
In most scenarios there. It's a great way to get the opponent off the tower, take them out from relative safety. But boy, does it always make the heart rate jump a little bit, because once those specials go down, you realize, hey, we gave up a lot of room for that strategy.
Gotta get some splats with that special. Gotta get some splats with that special. But what it means, the Greasy Goblins, 1 game away from advancing to the semifinals, where they would take on Phantom Thief of the Heart. And for the Smart Roast Chickens, they've got to figure something out here quickly. Much more competitive that time around. However, they just gave up too much ground on that second push.
Yeah, and a lot of moments there that you can really look at. The way that the Smart Roast Chickens were defending that map was they had their E-leader looking at their right side if you're coming out of their spawn. That meant that when they had control of that side, they could sneak some of their shorter range weapons up and make sure that the Greasy Goblins couldn't set up their long range specials from that position. But the moment that it all came through is when Ardino got set up on that side. We were spectating at the perfect time as Ardino went to work with that squeezer, one of the most powerful main weapons in the game of Splatoon. Once that position fell, the entirety was soon to follow.
And that just goes to show you the mechanics and why it's so important
in one weapon, and it has Trizuka, so
do what it's supposed to do at those critical moments. That's all it takes in a ranked
I hate
it's not
walls
like Turf War that we saw yesterday, where
I'm a duelist player,
you're waiting for the final 30 seconds. There are always critical moments in every ranked mode match that if you can win that moment right there, you're going to most likely take the game. And it might be subtle in the situation where it isn't moving the tower forward. It's creating the space for your team to hop on the tower and to move forward. That could make the difference, and that's what we saw last time.
Yeah, the coin flip moments, they're the ones that can change the entirety of it. And Splatoon as a game is engineered to create a whole lot of those over time, over and over within the game. And so glad that we got to spectate that one, and Ardino has to be feeling good.
So that sets up game 3. Rainmaker at Robo Ramen. You see a couple of smiles coming on the face of the Greasy Goblins. They're confident but still cautious. As we said before, uncharted territory for any team from Australia and New Zealand to get this far in the tournament, picking up this many wins. It's been great to see.
Imagine if they reverse sweep.
This is one of the most impressive
That'd be
showings
cool.
we've seen from a team in that region.
I mean,
The Smart Roast Chickens,
the blue team hasn't managed to win a single game yet, so
looking for something to give them a little bit more support in those situations.
Well, just to give them a little room for error
Yes.
here, a little margin
Yes.
for error here. They've done such a good job at winning some of these fights, creating these openings. I said earlier they're mechanically skilled, and I hope that seeing what they've done against a tactical team has made that case for me here. They clearly have everything they need from that perspective. There's just some small moments, some opportunities
There
they
we
haven't
go.
given themselves.
This is
They're gonna
either
have to
the
give
final
themselves
game-
an awful lot here in a mode like Rainmaker.
Game 3, Greasy Goblins looking for the sweep. Smart Roast Chickens.
E-Tech this
Just
time.
trying to stay alive at this point.
Ooh,
and avoid
Range
the
Blaster.
oven. Here we go. 5 minutes. Rainmaker, Robo Ramen. Who will
Why didn't they
advance
do
and
that
keep
last
this
game?
thing alive?
Why didn't they do that last game?
Finally bringing out the end zap. There will
That's what I was
be a
thinking.
tactical this time for the Smart Roast Chickens, and
Must
YDD
been a
has
map
also
reason,
brought
probably.
out that range blaster. So
No,
this
but
could be an
range is really
absolute
good on
menace here,
Chip
and
Shape like that.
it's great
Yes,
to
it
break
is.
the open
It's
positions
talent
you see
control,
right now,
yeah.
trying to fire beyond that glass, which is a spot you know the opponent is going to try to
Like
defend.
maybe I could
We
see
also saw a
that.
change in the
Well
lineup
done.
for
I
the
don't
Greasy
know.
Goblins as well, as down
I
goes
feel
a
like
member
this
of the
comp
Smart
would have
Roast
been really
Chickens.
good last game.
Yep, the Tentatek splatter shot has come out here from Next. There will be no brush. On a map like this, I kind of get it, because when you can fire forward with grace like Nex has right here with this Tentech splatter shot, listen, if it has splatter shot in the name, it's going to be A-okay from a main weapon standpoint. That's checkpoint down.
Latias sniped somebody with that Rainmaker, able to advance into the first checkpoint, and now the Greasy Goblins are in position.
Ooh,
Triple
good
ink
strikes.
strike, trying to create a little bit of room for them. It's quickly erased with purple ink by the Smart Roast Chickens. They're in position,
Oh,
and
with
they're
the
cooling
cooler
up
with the
for the first
blasters,
time.
about to go
Very
crazy.
nicely done there to hold that spot. That first checkpoint can fall quickly on this map. You just
Yeah, this is
really
the
need
first
to
game
not
with
let it
double
get
cooler.
down into the 20s, into the teens. That's where it can be very difficult.
Nice
Moving
zip.
forward,
Nice
holds on,
zip.
almost three that time.
Nice zip.
Oh my goodness, the Smart Roast
get-
Chickens
didn't
have a
get
real
penciled.
opportunity. They need to move
Yeah.
Latias. It appears that they had. Did they get around the spawn retimings? Can they take the
Nice.
first checkpoint?
Nice.
The answer is yes.
And of course, they moved to just 1 point behind. They're the second team to get to the checkpoint,
Oh,
but right here
Stamper
they can
solo
burst the
pop.
Rainmaker shield and
Stamper
just try to
solo
steal the
pop.
lead, but that
No
triple
way.
ink strike comes in to put a rain on that parade. And so far, we've seen a little bit more aggression coming out from the Smart Roast Chickens, but excellent job of the Greasy Goblins to stabilize their defense.
Yeah, great job there. Both of these teams knowing that they can give up that first checkpoint, that's not going to be the winning push there. Don't let the opponent get too far from that for free. Don't overextend. Jared went down there. I don't know if it was to the Trizuka or something else. That could have been a moment, but the other members have done a decent job of stabilizing. There's all sorts of pandemonium in the middle of the map now at this point.
And we've got a 1 point differential in this game. Rainmaker claimed by the Greasy Goblins, 3-3 on the map, and now it's Latias just backing up, waiting for a little bit more support as they get organized. Oh,
Nice
Remy
direct.
goes down. That range blaster doing some work up close.
It gets another
Nice
1, 2,
double.
3.
Three
Nice
splats and nearly a wipeout.
Hold on, the fourth one is right there. We can see a quad on stream at the World Championships here for YDD. No, maybe got a little too overzealous as Ardino now goes on a tear of his own. Actually, yeah, took 2 down there and is now going after the third. Hold on, this has immediately gotten away from the Smart Roast Chickens there. Got caught on the
my God,
wrong
the way
side
they
of
were
the
not
tactical,
smart.
meaning that despite getting almost a full wipe, Jordan, now they're the ones retreating.
And that's incredible for how fast the Greasy Goblins are able to get right back into the thick
That's
of
a
things
dead
and push
Rainmaker.
out Smart Roast Chickens.
No, the Rainmaker's
Bookmark
insane.
that moment.
The
and
movement is
right
crazy.
now, that puts Leo in a
Yeah,
very
that's
difficult
really-
situation. He's trying to back up a little bit. A splat right there, 3-3. And
Lead.
can the Smart Roast Chickens? It feels like 9. Just do what you can to take the
Oh
lead in
my
this
God.
one.
Well, at this point, that
Rainmaker
Rainmaker's only
movement
got a
is
few.
crazy.
Yeah, it's only 8
7 seconds left.
That's going to explode. They will take the lead and
Yep,
fine
just
with
rush
it.
that in,
56 points. You can see just how quickly those points start to fly off the board. YDD got behind them there with the range blaster to open that up for them there. With 90 seconds left, 56 is still not a big push on this map. But for the Smart Roast Chickens, once again, Jordan, they find a way to take a lead.
And now they can play defensive if they want to with 90 seconds. It's not much of a lead, as you said, but that changes things, and now it's going to force the Greasy Goblins
Rainmaker's
to
reset,
encroach
right.
on their territory. Out comes the Crab. Tacticooler comes out. Team is juiced
hate it
up.
when teammates
Rainmaker
buy
still in the
drop
middle.
their
Now they're going to just skirmish over it, and down go two members of the Greasy Goblins. That's huge for the Smart Roast Chickens.
I mean, YDD was the player I highlighted here. So accurate with this range blaster. And Jared here on the Stamper, the assault-style weapons on this team. The fighting weapons doing exactly what they need to over and over again. Just 1 minute left. Are they going to grab this Rainmaker, or are they simply going to sit back here? I'm not even sure they know the answer to that.
More triple link strikes coming down. All 4 members on the map for both teams, but 2 specials ready to go for the Smart Roast Chickens. Remy gets splatted again, and now it's 3-2. This is huge for the Smart Roast Chickens. They can try to close this out.
Oh, a big fight right here. Ardino versus Jared there.
Oh, down goes Ardino, the Stamper with a critical splat.
Great work, and gets another one there to his next, overextended a little bit. Now Remy gets hit once again there as YDD falls down again. This range blaster so powerful on this map. It's going to be a couple desperate specials to try to open the game. Hold on a minute, that's 2 down there. That path ahead is awfully yellow. Where are the other members behind you the whole time?
The Wave Breaker getting the splat on the crab. How about that? 6 seconds left. Smart Roast Chickens might hang on and force a game 4. It is up for grabs at this point, and that'll do it. The Smart Roast Chickens come back and stay alive. They avoid hopping on the plate for one more game. And for the Greasy Goblins, they had it for a moment, but they looked uncomfortable.
Beef is about a good
was the recipe that the Smart Roast Chickens were looking for.
I mean,
you're gonna get sent to Mexico, buddy.
To me, and that map favored what I think might be their best comp as a whole, which is moving Jared over to the Stamper and YDD onto the Range Blaster. But oh my goodness, when it came time to fight, you could see what the Smart Roast Chickens were capable of right there. So many fights that they took from disadvantageous positions, and it didn't matter. There was a moment in that game where Remy dove on top of that Range Blaster with a burst bomb, so that's already 60 damage done. And YDD just turns 90 degrees, 1 shot, immediate, you're done. Now I'm going after your teammates here.
The Range Blaster was the MVP for sure as far as your weapons in that last game, and now this is an opportunity. If you're the Smart Roast Chickens, if it ain't broke, maybe you don't try to fix it as we get set for Clam Blitz on Sturgeon Shipyard. And of course, there's so many different strategies as far as trying to fill that basket up. What are we seeing from some of these top teams as far as the best way to approach the basket and maximize your window for scoring?
Man, Sturgeon Shipyard is such an interesting map to play Clam Blitz on, because typically what you'll see in Clam Blitz, depending on the map, is you'll either see a comp that has a lot of these very slow, special building type of compositions that you'll simply jump in from a distance, or you'll have the much more, we'll say, the Butcher's approach, where you simply move forward, fight the opponent, keep them in their spawn as a couple players simply run around, pick up clams, build more power clams, and toss them into the basket and get your scores from that point. But Sturgeon Shipyard, being a map from Splatoon 2, has a very, very wide base area. You see that in a lot of those maps, which means you'll oftentimes see a couple players sit right underneath the basket and try to pick off defenders as they're coming out here. So this will be interesting, and also might be where we see a special that we haven't talked about at all this tournament, which is the Kraken Royale. Jordan, one of the most popular strategies right now in Clam Blitz is you build up a Kraken, you swim towards the opponent's goal, they can't do anything about it, and you super jump in.
Royale over Royal, huh? You're a distinguished gentleman, my friend.
Well,
I love it right there.
That's the nicest thing you've said to me on one of these casts, Jordan.
And this is interesting. We've talked about there are some wacky strategies that you can use that you wouldn't really see in any other game mode. But
that's not a strategy, it's cowardice.
That teams play for the most part. And so this will be fascinating on Sturgeon Shipyard. As you said, there's a lot more space for teams to get into the middle and then to operate at that point. You don't necessarily have some of those choke points that force a lot of in close quarters fighting. And that'll be fascinating for the Smart Roast Chickens because they found that loadout. They went with the Tacticooler and went with that Range Blaster. And those 2 things right there, that was the difference for them in that last game.
Well, and you could see at the end of the game they were spawn camping.
Crack and Cheese is like the Smash Ultimate Sonic of Splatoon.
Then they never opted to pick it up or even come close to touching it. They just went and fought over and over and over again, and that's where they're their strongest.
And keep in mind, the timer almost went out on the Rainmaker, and they were still down by 1, had a little mini push. And so here we go. Game 4, still an opportunity for the Greasy Goblins.
Honestly,
they win here, they move on to semifinals. Smart Roast Chickens
they have
would
a
love
so
to force a Game 5. And
no
here we go, 9. What do you see
no
for
Kraken Cheese?
Well, we saw exactly what we wanted to see from the Smart Roast Chickens, which is, hey, bring that comp back out again. I don't care if it fits the map or the mode. You play that well with a comp, you stick with it as long as you can. And on the other side, the brush going to be back out from next. Another another weapon that's really good at getting around in Clam Blitz.
So right now, both teams are trying to fight for middle, gather up those clams. Be a little bit more mindful before you build that first power clam. 4-3 advantage for the Smart Roast Chickens. Bobbing and weaving that range blaster, as we said before, nearly goes down. That Trizuka almost snuck around the corner and got them. They retreat wisely.
Yep, doing a pretty good job there of retreating without actually having to go back too far. You can still, they still have a presence in the middle, so if that's as far back as you have to retreat, you're usually in a pretty good spot. They're going to continue to shuffle around. You probably have already noticed here, not easy to push on this map. You can't really sneak around. It's so wide open, so they're going to wait as long as they possibly can, try to take a couple out before they dive in with this.
Double Wave Breaker and the Zipcaster ready to go at this moment, and just being very mindful are the Smart Roast Chickens. However, they're down a member for the Greasy Goblins. You're just thinking about defense. Do you more so
What if he
wait for the
throws a
Smart Roast
ball
Chickens
to a
make
teammate and pops
Well, I
Zip?
think why not, right? They're going to have to come to you eventually, and as you noted, Jordan, they have double Wave Breaker on their specials. Once again, there's not a long-range special that they have there, and when the opponent that has the Zipcaster is who's carrying the Power Clam, there's almost no threat for you if you hold back.
Gets the splat on Jared. Inkbrush moves forward to create a path. And right now, the Greasy Goblins just need to build a power clam. Just 6 clams in their repertoire at the moment. Still tied at 100 apiece, but we're waiting for that first big push. Nearly 3.5 minutes left in this one, and so far it's just a matter of applying a little bit of pressure. And now we see a power clam finally in the hands of the Greasy Goblins with some crab support.
Yep, some crab support. They've got one player pushed back here. It's just
there's the window.
There it is. YDD comes over a little bit too late, and they use those long-range specials, Jordan, to open up and force the members of the Smart Roast Chickens away. Now the door is open here. Every one of these clams that they put in will be worth 3 points. Any other power clams, worth 20.
And they're trying to just shuffle things right now and keep that timer fresh. They've gotten to 41 already. How about that? Down to 35, and now they're just trying to scramble for anything they can find as some of those clams are taking their time to respawn. It feels like the Smart Roast Chickens, as all 4 members drop down to that lower level, will stop that push, but 9, that's a haymaker out the gate.
Well, and it's not over yet. That's essentially a wipeout that fell there. I think one person ended up falling on a bomb there, and 2 went down as a result of that. That's half your fighting force, and we're going to see another opening as a result.
Barrier bus open once again. 3 clams on the field for the Greasy Goblin. Just a matter of trying to get their timer almost nearly out, and that'll just cut down to that penalty a little bit now, still at plus 22. But you see the huge lead with just over 2 minutes left, and that's going to force the hand of the Smart Roast Chickens. They've got to be aggressive, and no luck there as they go down.
Yep, this is, again, a very uphill battle they'll have to fight with here. This is another map where, because it's so wide, it can be difficult to retreat out to the center of the map and grab more clams once you open up your opponent's spawn. I bring that up because as time ticks away, Jordan, there's only going to be 1 or 2 chances for the Smart Roast Chickens.
And Jared right now nearly at spawn, just trying to find an opportunity. Oh, here comes Next, though, erasing, forcing the fumble. Next with 2 splats, and that'll put Smart Roast Chickens back on their heels. That killer whale, they are cleaning up right now.
Next might have just gotten a quad right there. I think that 4th one was his. I won't know here, but if so, you just got to see an Inkbrush quad here at the World Championship. Next, still not done, is sharking around at the bottom of the screen, hidden in that yellow ink as Latias provides a little bit of a path forward, but it is all Greasy Goblins thus far. Their plan working to execution, and Next is going back in for more.
Greasy Goblins picking all the meat off the bone. A double splat here from the crab, and now their power clam will go in. They've got an opportunity for the knockout. Just a few more. They're going to find their way. Just 1 clam away from the semifinals. Can the Greasy Goblins do it? They do, and they make history for Australia, New Zealand, and advance to the semifinals 3-1 over the Smart Roast Chickens.
Jackpot.
Oh, and you can see how quickly
These are
games
gonna
of
be some
Splatoon
really
feed away
good
from you,
semifinal
Jordan. They were
games.
so evenly locked there at the start. You and I kind of had our hands around our headphones there for a little bit, just trying to say, okay, 2 minutes into the game, when are we going to have an opening? And then
somebody score.
One opening comes through, and Next dives forward multiple times, cycles through the members of the Smart Roast Chickens, and once they got pushed back, it's why I talked about Sturgeon Shipyard being a map where you can wait for the opponent to come out of their spawn and punish them over and over and over again. That's exactly what it looks like, as you just saw.
And credit the Greasy Goblins for just finding that opportunity. And I think once it started to go downhill, they didn't just rest on their laurels and want to play defensively. They attacked, and in that final opportunity where it felt like you were going to see a push from the Smart Roast Chickens, you saw that quad ink splat that we saw here, that ink brush as far as then the crab came out with a double splat. and it was curtains at that point.
Next, one of the finest players that you will see has played a lot of very unconventional weapons at the absolute top level here, and you got to see it here today, a total treat. Here taking a look at the first game, though, you know, this was actually, as you see right there, Argino with that shot that I was talking about, that was maximum range from the squeezer, but this was the moment where you saw, okay, this would be a nicely contested game between these two, but there are just these small moments there where, because of a comp or maybe because they're not quite as familiar with how the Greasy Goblins play, Smart Rose Chickens tries to force an issue at a certain point, and the Greasy Goblins just had the answer.
And it felt like Smart Rose Chickens needed to pivot just 2 games earlier to that comp that they had, because they looked like a completely different team at that point when they finally had a Tacticooler and went with the Range Blaster. But it was in tower control as well that we saw the Greasy Goblins really just do a fine job of getting their defense back onto the field for the most part. An opportunity there for the Smart Rose Chickens to threaten, but they were so quick, 9, about getting all 4 members in place, applying that long-range pressure. That's where they really seem to have the advantage.
Yeah, long-range specials really are what dominates Splatoon right now outside of Tacticooler, and it's, again, because the Crab Tank and because the Trizuka can put total fear into the hearts of the opponent there. It can give them a real reason to have to move, because if they stay still, they're simply going to be taken out. Meanwhile, the user of that special is from behind cover. They're either in the Crab Tank, which has HP of its own, but it's safety. So when you can apply that sort of threatening pressure from absolute safety, it just completely changes how the opponent has to maneuver.
An impressive showing for the Greasy Goblins. They head to the semifinals where they will face off against Phantom Thief of the Heart, and that should be an exciting match as well between those 2 teams. So the semifinals are set as we ink a little bit closer to a
9 is telling them Nogami that
World Championship 2024.
they need nerf.
What's fascinating to me is just those teams that are willing to be a little bit more flexible as we see the bracket. And up
What
next,
did we learn, guys? You need pencil.
Jackpot, this will be their first action of the day. Kaiser, we saw them
Jackpot versus
Blade Slider is a bad idea.
Unadon, as we mentioned,
I thought
after that,
Reslider was a
Greasy
good idea.
Goblins
They just
will
have
take
to
on
get
the
it wrong.
number 1 seed from Group B. Phantom
Oh, you would have been better with it.
This should be a
Yeah, I feel like it would. Even though I'm not.
semifinals here, Jordan. As soon as I saw how this was potentially slated to end up here with Jackpot
Okay,
and
this
Kaiser
is a set
battling
that I
out
actually
in
want to
North
watch.
America and Europe.
This
Every
is a
time
hype
we've
set.
seen a set between these 2 regions at the World Championship, it has been a treat. It has never once disappointed.
Let's go ahead and get to the semifinal rules and stages. It's still best of 5,
Rainmaker,
first to 3
Barnacle,
wins, but a change
That's good.
in the
That's good.
stages and the mode.
That's good.
Rainmaker
These are-
Barnacle, no.
Started Tower Control, Inkblot Art Academy, a classic.
It's better than
Flamblets and Umami
some of the
Ruin,
other stuff they could have
and
had
then
for Rainmaker.
Game 4, if necessary,
Those
Splash
are
Zone,
like
Museum del
interesting map
Foncino,
mode
and
combos.
Turf War on Humpback.
Turf War
Hump
Humpback
Track.
just seems like
And so
pain.
Splat Zone's a mode that a
Yeah.
lot of teams are very
I
comfortable
love Turf
playing.
War Humpback.
Won't be seen
Not
unless you
Turf
can
War
pick up a
Humpback.
game.
Yeah.
That's going to be critical for some of these top teams.
Yeah,
This
very
Friday, I
interesting.
hate it.
The order that these modes come out really can change the dynamic of a set here. And with Rainmaker and Tower Control being the first 2, these are both the strongest modes for these 2 teams. I think a lot of them would probably tell you that, which means that if you are Kaiser, for instance, you get to play your 2 strongest modes against Jackpot immediately. If you can come out of this 2-0, you get on maybe your 3 worst modes at least 3 chances then to get that 3rd game. They have to be loving how this is looking here. And for Jackpot's side, I think this is your opportunity here. If you steal one of these 2 games from Kaiser, you can say, okay, and their worst 3 modes are the back 3.
And also just putting that pressure on a team sometimes, right? When you're down
Kaiser is
2-0,
cooked.
And then all of a sudden trailing in that 3rd game, you start making maybe riskier decisions.
You don't
It's
know
hard
that.
to play
Kaiser is
sound and
cooked.
fundamental in those moments. If you feel that pressure of, oh my gosh, this tournament might end. I need to make a play. I have to make a play. They might try to overextend themselves sometimes.
Yeah, these are very experienced players. Again, all of them having to get through an in-person on-stage championship like this one. So you would hope that putting the name World Championship on it wouldn't cause them to lose heart like that. But
A little
you never know,
wake-up
man.
call.
The lights are awfully bright.
Yeah, they really are in this situation. And so getting to Jackpot, this was a team that we've talked about in North America, really rose up through the ranks, fought through a lot of adversity where they were never really the top team for a long time. They had to overcome and take down
didn't get me
some of the
because
big
I'm on the
dogs
mobile.
in North America. They finally do, and then they've been playing some of their best Splatoon as of recent. They were very dominant and their ability to get here from North America back in August and September.
Yeah, you really don't need to look any further than when Tacticooler became big, that Jackpot really took their main advantage. And I don't mean to say that to do anything to dissuade you from believing that they came up here through their own hard effort into the semifinal. But once that came
This song
out,
is
it gave
peak,
Jackpot
guys.
the advantage to play their brand of Splatoon against
Oh my
anybody.
God.
They were always the attacking team that tried to fight, and they have
song.
not looked back since that came.
As we get set for the semifinal, let's meet our first team, Jackpot, the North American representatives with their inkling wearing a hamburger for the logo. And that brings out all 4 members. Oh, Judd makes an appearance in Little Judd as well, too.
Madness is trolling.
Nine, you know these members very well. They each are
They tried to bring a Yoshi and Waluigi plush, but they couldn't.
Yeah, they have been at the top of North American Splatoon for so long, it's hard not to be familiar. But Kaiser on the other end, representing Europe, Germany in particular here. They want to do their region proud. Majin coming out as always.
Oh, he's flexing.
Showing their flexing. They believe that they can beat anybody at this event, and they expect to do just that.
If a post-game side order song for, world champ. Okay.
North America
Never
versus
mind.
Europe, Jackpot versus Kaiser. You go back to 2018 when North America was coming off that championship in 2017, and in the semifinals, it was Europe, Majin, part of that team that upset North America in the States to punch their ticket in the finals, and hoping to replicate that here today. And for Jackpot, how quickly can you get the blood flowing and get up to speed, because Kaiser's had a chance to get into rhythm early on.
Yeah, but it's going to be an interesting answer. I know that in the backstage they have been setting up there, still keeping warm all as they have. They were huddled up there, giving themselves as much of a pep talk as you can possibly imagine. But for Jackpot, they have to consider that this is simply just another set for them. These players have been on this stage so often. They're so comfortable with it here. They are locked in and focused there. Simple call-outs right now. Let's make it happen. That's what they're telling themselves right now, and on the other side, it's much the same.
Nine, what should we expect with Rainmaker at Barnacle and Dodge? Map and mode you fancied yourself with before, and what's going to happen here?
This is actually somewhat similar to what we saw on Robo Ramen, Jordan, where you'll have that very first checkpoint that can fall kind of quickly there. It's a nice wide open center of the map, but then you get to those choke points that are a little bit further up, and that's, I think, where you'll see
Majin seems like a cool dude. You know what I'm saying?
Lost. If the attacker gets there even a couple seconds before the defenders are ready, you might
But he's
see one
cooked.
push totally go the distance on this map. It can be that volatile.
Looking at the loadouts for both these teams, as far as Jackpot, they're a team that used to rely heavily on that ballpoint splatling before you had some changes. And now they've had to pivot a little bit, but this is a team that'll rely on that snipe rider as well.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that before before Q became known as the American Jetpacker with that ballpoint splatling, she was one of the finest chargers in the game, period. And even in the years of Splatoon 2, where everybody was switching off the chargers, she refused to. So going back over to Snipe Rider has not been a challenge for her whatsoever. I will say it did take Jackpot a little bit of time to figure out how that worked instead of having Jared be their provider, but it's given Jared the chance to move back over to some other support shooters, and he's really become the connective tissue of these attacks.
And you oftentimes praise the flexibility for Jackpot. This is a team that you said before just had to shuffle their entire lineup as far as the roles and responsibilities for everybody. They're very comfortable choosing a different weapon based on the map and mode and excelling with that. Several of them have several weapons to choose from.
Oh, yeah. When I was chatting with Leafy before this tournament, she told me, she says, I've got about 6 weapons I'm comfortable playing here today, and you might see all of them. So have to feel confident in that. And, you know, it's funny you bring that up, Jordan, because I'd argue that's the strength of Kaiser as well.
Oh my God!
Kaiser very confident. They're trying to score what many people would say is an upset, if that's fair to say, if they can take off Jackpot.
I would say
best of 5. You've got 3 games. We'll decide our victor if they can get those dubs. And we start off Rainmaker.
The game is starting. Be
and
quiet.
Barnacle and Dime, who's going to be the first team to pick up a victory and march that much closer to the finals. Here we go. Semifinals of the World Championships, North America versus Europe. Let's get it on.
Oh my goodness, take a look at these comps, Jordan. This is bizarre all over the place. So Jared does go back over to the NZAP 85, which means .Q isn't going to be playing Snipe Rider. Instead, she's playing the same Rapid Blaster Pro Deco as Majin's bringing out, and we have the 96 cal Deco coming out here on the side of Kaiser. That's a lot of syllables that I just said, but it means a Kraken Royale may make an appearance finally.
Hey, listen, Sheldon's got a lot of options. Might as well explore some of them. So early on, not much happening on the map. Jackpot with the 3-2 advantage momentarily. But right now, they're really jockeying for positioning, but they're going to go ahead and pick up the Rainmaker, advance it a little bit, but then down goes Jared just like that.
Yeah, but they are still in a great position to continue pushing this forward. You see them get the immediate pop, and they had their specials, and will take out Ishik as a result. This is where this Kraken Royale comes in, though, because it can move forward there and take out the people who are still jumping in, and if you try to dive on it too late, you might get punished yourself. This has been a scrambly sort of position.
And just for 25 points off the board. That was a lot of work there for Jackpot. Now Kaiser's going to get a chance to sort of regroup and advance forward. They have a 4-2 advantage on the map.
Great job there by Xeris, taking one member out there who was just coming out of spawn, which means they will not have any sort of special to be used at that point. This is a real opportunity for Kaiser now. If they get Xeris back in here on the attack, as you can see, he is spamming trying to jump back in as quickly as he can. There's a real opportunity for them to get this first checkpoint, Jordan.
Xeris trying to move forward, just peppering some shots from that Rainmaker to provide a little bit of support. And now you've got Majin, again, a double splat, and that's going to open up the door for Kaiser.
Opens it up, but shut immediately by a great Trizuka shot there. They're going to grab it once again, so they should have an opportunity to try to take it. But again, Jordan, buying just that little bit of time that it took to reset that Rainmaker means that even with that great position, Kaiser not able to get that checkpoint.
And Leafy coming in, getting a critical splat, and so it is just a 3-point lead for Kaiser, but neither team has gotten to the checkpoint, and now you've got some hopes of it if you're Jackpot. You're pushing Kaiser back further and further. Rainmaker on the doorstep of that checkpoint, trying to dive in there. That Trizuka will certainly keep things open, but finally splatted as they were up in the air.
And look at that. They did not get through that checkpoint. And with the wipeout, Jordan, this is huge there. Who's going to grab it?
Goodness.
Ishik grabs it here, which means they won't be able to pull out another tacticaler here. But with that timing, they're going to take this immediately, and they will have the special advantage on this attack. Jackpot needs to be very careful.
That was a huge wipeout, and now the momentum is all in the hands of Kaiser. Kaiser just trying to push Jackpot back. You see the Rainmaker on that checkpoint tower for Kaiser. And now Kaiser's doing an excellent job of just making sure all the action stays in the spawn area of Jackpot.
Well, and again, the dynamic of this game is completely changed now because Jackpot did not get through the checkpoint on their push. That means that even if they get there, the tiebreaker will still go to Kaiser because they got there first.
Majin picking up the splat on Leafy, and now it is 4-2 on the map, 4-3. Jackpot maybe has a moment. Oh, a double splat, the killer whale. That's going to help tag team, and here's a chance for Jackpot to advance.
Well, it's going to preserve the game for them there, too. If that had gone so ugly, it might be, again, another person in the middle, and something I finally get to talk about now is Fly Zero on this Kraken Royale. Jordan, at any point, this special can be popped, and they can go directly after the Rainmaker carrier, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
Cleaning up with that Kraken Royale. Just over 90 seconds left. Kaiser hanging on to a slim 2-point lead. Trying to retreat just a little bit, find that positioning. Splash wall comes up, they get Jared. Majin goes down though, that's their backliner, and here's Jackpot that pulls out the killer whale, 5.1 one more time, and another skirmish in close quarters. That's going to go advantage Jackpot.
And now Jackpot finally getting an attack started in the way that they are so good at doing there. They pushed forward really quickly, but now Xeris is going after the Rainmaker. There needs to not go down because, again, Xeris is the best candidate to try to shoot at this Rainmaker. Is now on this side going after .Q, takes the jumper who came back in and gets Q as well, and the Rainmaker!
A triple splat takes down the Rainmaker, 50 seconds left. Kaiser in excellent position as they advance it forward.
Oh, and look out. This is a very dangerous jump. It's certainly going to get taken out, but what's going to come after the fact? That's a long-range special moving forward there. How many points are they going to get? Down to 43, Jordan, to 28. The threat is not yet gone. Majin is still there. Xeris is still there. Fly Zero is still there. They can still get more points.
Kaiser trying to take game one. They're looking for the knockout. They lose a member, though. 4-3, possibly one last chance for a jackpot push, but they've got to go through a checkpoint. And to your point, Nine, that was huge that they missed it earlier on.
Absolutely, because now, even if they get to it, that Kraken Royale can come out and take out anybody who gets near it. 10 seconds left. It wouldn't surprise me if Kaiser simply gives up this checkpoint and tries to play it at that point. You heard it right there. That Kraken Royale has come out. It is going back after their Rainmaker carrier. That is where the fight is going on. Will the Rainmaker get away? It does.
It
for
does.
just
A chance. Yes, Kraken Royale goes down.
Get it.
Opportunity here for Jackpot. They've got numbers on the field. 2 specials ready for Kaiser. This is critical.
Come on.
Jackpot can't afford any mistake. They've got the troops all lined up. Zeris zip casting, trying to get in, bobbing and weaving, avoiding the killer whale. 5 points.
Damn.
Not enough. Kaiser picks up game 1 and the early pop-off.
I hear them from here through my headset. Oh my goodness gracious. They came in here expecting to win this set, and you can see Zeris right there, absolutely the MVP. Fly Zero on the side was not able to take out that Rainmaker carrier, ran out just at the end, but they had one other special that could die from anywhere on the map.
My balls are safe.
Zeris Zipcaster.
The passion is palpable at this point. How about Kaiser dropping the hammer in game 1? And they were dominating that entire match. You had an opportunity there at the end. The Kraken Royale couldn't snuff out the Rainmaker. They get through the first checkpoint, but they were able to regroup so quickly, Nine. And the fact that they were not panicking at the end, they knew they had some margin to work with. And to your point, missing that checkpoint early on was huge for Jackpot. You almost could argue that they would have had a chance to really come back, but it slowed them down just enough.
Oh, absolutely. Once that first Kraken went out, and I totally misspoke earlier when I said, yeah, Kaiser might give them up. I want you to think of it like this. When Fly Zero used that Kraken Royale and they still had the checkpoint, you could almost think of that as 3 lives that they were playing with. That first one didn't work, that's fine. We still have the checkpoint. Checkpoint went down, that's fine. We've got one more opportunity here. To be able to come up with that in the middle of the game while also fighting one of the most mechanically gifted teams in the world. Unbelievable showing there from Kaiser on what they said was their strongest mode.
And this was the team Kaiser that said coming in, we want to play in the quarterfinals. We want a chance to warm up before we face one of the top seeds in semifinals. There's something about just being used to the speed and the intensity of day 2, and it felt like it caught Jackpot off guard earlier on. Jackpot just did not look as organized, did not look as quick as Kaiser did, and Kaiser scoring a huge win, and now it puts a lot of pressure on Jackpot for game 2. You do not want to fall down 0-2 with the opportunity now right there for Kaiser to build a tremendous advantage.
Oh, it would be incredible if Kaiser is able to build a 2-0 here, but something to note here is that tower control has traditionally been the strongest mode for Jackpot. Now, they've been good on Rainmaker too, but there have been times they have looked almost untouchable on tower control, so you can feel good about that. And also, in that last one, .Q switched off of that Snipe Rider and went over to another weapon here, so Jackpot still has their main money-making comp that they can go back to with .Q on that Snipe Rider. Everybody else switches back to a more traditional weapon so that they have tools left in the kit that they can bring out right now. What I'm a little more concerned about, and I'm glad you touched on it, Jordan, is even outside of the Rainmaker mechanics with that, they were losing the fights there.
Yes.
I'm not used to seeing Jackpot fall behind mechanically, and you hope that that's just one game, it's too small of a sample size, and that they still have the Jackpot we're used to seeing.
There were a lot of situations that Leafy was going down in one-on-ones, and typically those are battles that we see Leafy winning. And every time we were cutting to a screen of someone from Kaiser, they were taking down Leafy, they were taking down Jared. That's not something you typically see against Jackpot. Give all the credit in the world to Kaiser and what they're able to do in those situations. Now for them, managing the emotion, you're excited, that's great. You still have to win 2 more games against Jackpot. So tower control, Inkblot Art Academy. We'll see if the adjustment was made with that Snipe Rider for Jackpot. And 9, your eyes are as wide as a few dinner dishes. What do you see here?
Well, .Q is bringing the Z and F splatter scope rather to the fight here. This is a weapon that she is ferocious with, one of the best players of it that you will see. This is a version of the splatter scope that has the triple ink strike as its special weapon, which can absolutely clear a tower.
An early pick, you heard it. How about that?
Oh, one of the most satisfying sound effects you will hear in a video game when that charger finds its mark. And It's a very powerful main weapon on a map like Inkblot Art Academy, where you have to be a little bit better about being able to be moving, and that super long range isn't as necessary.
How about Leafy with the Nautilus as well, too? A little bit of a switch up for them.
Yep, very, very good at it. Again, 6 weapons is what you have in the bank. You may as well use them all here. The Nautilus so very, very strong at fighting out weapons from range. If you think the opponent is going to bring a lot of short-range shooters, as Kaiser has, this is the tool for the job.
First checkpoint cleared by Jackpot. Not much of a lead, though, and all of a sudden, Kaiser hops right back on the tower. They're going to send it back. You see the suction bomb trying to push Majin away. Majin has to retreat just a little bit, but here comes a Trizuka ready to roll for Kaiser whenever they want it. They lose the tower, though, and right now they're just trying to get a little bit organized. You see the levers that Jackpot currently has.
Yep, that was a very early use of the Trizuka to try to find where Jackpot's members are hiding and then generate your attack. You saw that Xeris used the Zipcaster there in conjunction with it, so they didn't really find anybody as a result of that, so this should be a pretty short-lived push if Jackpot is able to get to the right positions, and for the time Kaiser appears, they'll wait, and they actually baited in the members of Jackpot to attack there. I'm a little surprised, Jordan. That's 2 of them that didn't need to go down, and this is why. If you overextend that defensive side, you give up this all-important plat area.
And that is a huge plat to get by. Now, all of a sudden, you can pad this lead and feel very comfortable about it. Here comes Kaiser. Trizuka coming out, trying to mow down a few opponents. They're working their way through the second checkpoint, almost there. They have to hop out. Majin able to clear it, and how about this opening push from Kaiser?
Well, and Ishik gets back too. If Ishik wins this fight with Jared, this could get ugly in a hurry, but it does appear that Jared holds serve there because that could have been down into the 20s. But a push 240 already from Kaiser is great. Not a big lead, though, on a map like this. Still plenty of time for Jackpot.
And this is a situation where Jackpot has cleared the first checkpoint, so they don't have to slow things down.
Okay,
they
nice.
can get right back into this and threaten the lead. And that's a big splat against Majin. Now you can move forward and put some pressure with their anchor down.
And Jackpot wasting no time. This is the Jackpot we're used to seeing. All 4 of them up in positions to attack. They've already identified where Xeris is coming from there. Everybody firing at Xeris. Surely somebody should be able to look over and fire at this. But no, the other members weren't able to get there in time. They will lose the lead, Jordan.
And Xeris goes down, and to that point, you build the lead, and you had to do everything you needed to. Jackpot, though, they have a 5-point lead with just over 2 minutes left. Took them less than 45 seconds to get right back into the game.
Mean, that is Jackpot in a nutshell there. You give them one opening, one engagement in mid that they find a way to win, and they will take it for everything. They will try to move forward and attack and spawn camp you for all that you are worth. Now with both of these teams, with that first checkpoint out of the way, every single one of these pushes you have to consider as something that could go the distance or at the very least get to that final checkpoint. A lovely placement of that tactical means that they'll move forward and attack. But Jackpot, all 3 members, Jordan, jumping both of those players.
Xeris goes down right as they deploy the Zipcaster. They'll get a chance to come right back, though. But they lose the tower. They can't threaten. 1 member goes down. 3 members of Jackpot goes down. Here's the door. It's open for Kaiser.
And they were tacticalered up, which means that they got to jump back in way ahead. Madness is in the only position to go after this tower. They'll lose the lead. Madness desperately needs to win this fight. Gets pushed off the side there. Will not be able to swim back up. FlyZero can get on the tower.
Down goes Madness.
And continue to push it forward there. Ishik has now pushed another one out. FlyZero fighting against Leafy here. They have another tacticaler up here, Jordan. Are they going to back up? Oh, the class here to not dive at the tower there and instead give themselves back mid.
And now with under a minute left, they have a 17-point lead. It's going to come down to this. Inkstorm comes out for Jackpot, but this has to be arguably their last coordinated push. They've got to be very careful as Madness goes down once again. The pressure that Kaiser's applying.
And Leafy goes down as well. Jared goes down as well. I'm
the
stunned.
shooters are getting shot right now for Jackpot. They have no answer in mid at this moment. Kaiser trying to dominate the final 30 seconds to go up 2-0. Look at the steely-eyed focus of all 4 members as they can smell victory. 20 seconds left. They are coordinated. They are juiced up. Tacticooler out. Kaiser just on another level at this moment.
Right, but Madness finally does get that all-important fight win and tries to move up there to attack Xeris. Xeris now knows where Madness is. Madness still waiting around. They don't have any immediate specials that can clear the tower, but somebody went down there. Another one goes down. There's only one person left at the tower.
And it is another victory for Kaiser as they leap out of their seats. They build a 2-0 lead, and you can feel the energy coming from Kaiser. They've just taken 2 games in a row from Jackpot. They are 1 win away from going to the finals of the World Championship.
And again, I am stunned with how effective they have been at separating the members of Jackpot and taking them down. Listen, it's one thing if everyone goes in as a coordinated attack and you see 3 members of Jackpot go down at the same time. Because what does that tell you, Jordan? It says they went for an attack, they all got taken down, but they were coordinated. Instead, we're seeing one person go down, one person go down, one person go down, and that's not usually how it happens. They've been separated over and over and over again, and I can't remember the last time I saw Jackpot look that outmatched on Inkblot Tower Control. They have won this.
Yes.
I cannot tell you how many hundreds of games they have won on that map.
The underdog is the
9.
one, I bet.
You remember nearly 6 years ago. What was it?
The Kaiser is just
Tower
pulling off
Control,
this huge momentum
Art
they just got
Academy,
right now.
Europe stunning.
They had
North
that
America,
from the
same map
beginning
and
because
mode.
they
How
were
about
warmed
the
up.
poetic
Kaiser was
justice of
warmed
that?
up.
Now it's 2-0.
What did
They
I
need
say?
one more win to close things
Dude,
out.
Kaiser
Jackpot,
is
though,
gonna
will
win.
not go quietly into the night. You now have Clan
Jackpot
Blitz, that's
has
going to be
to
followed
have
by
a
Splat
good
Zones
start
and
to this
Turf War,
last match,
arguably
otherwise
3 of the weaker modes for Kaiser. This is your
the
best
snowball's going to
opportunity.
be too
You
big.
have got to slay the dragon while you have the sword in hand if you are Kaiser. If not, you're going to put yourself in a very difficult position moving forward.
And I will say that with the pop-offs that we have been seeing here from the side of Kaiser, that if there is a 3-0 comeback here, a reverse sweep, you are going to get it in kind,
We better
my
get one.
friend.
We better get one.
I'm almost asking for it at this point here, but we will see. We did say right before this set started, Jordan, we'll just kind of refer to it here, that those were the 2 that you had to get if you were Kaiser.
You
so
said it.
yes, this is exciting for them. They have every reason to be feeling like they are right now. But if you didn't get those 2, we gave you very little chance of winning this set. Now you got those 2. You have to prove that you can win on one of your 3 weakest modes. So be interesting to see if it's not Clan Blitz here. I would say Splat Zones is probably their next strongest.
Yes, Clan Blitz, Umami Ruins will be coming up here. And so this is map and mode. We talked about the strategies with Clan Blitz. You're going to see different loadouts pop up sometimes. And for Jackpot, listen, this is the human element we talk about. You come in.
We might be screwed.
Listen, we swept our way through Turf War. Wait a minute. Just like that, we're down 0-2.
Nah, Jackpot's just selling they're gonna do a reverse sweep. I just really wanted to play Turf War.
Jackpot.
I think a long way. Out Jackpot at this point, you need a dominant win.
Jackpot is like a team that doesn't really win their sets dominantly
But Kaiser right
that
now,
often, but they win their
feel
set.
supercharged at the moment. That's what you're seeing from the body language.
Yeah, I mean, they've been throwing up all kinds of symbols there, some hearts.
But they need to stop this moment
Europe,
Kaiser has right
this
now.
is the moment for Jackpot. Now, I would say Clan Blitz has always been one of Jackpot's
why isn't
stronger modes
Leafy
here.
on
Even when they were in previous incantations of their team, they were good at this. They sense the moment of where they need to move in and attack, take certain spots, and get their points scored in those moments. But again, they've changed around their comp so much, and they still haven't put .Q back on that Snipe Rider 5H. He's gone to a number of different weapons, and I'm not saying it's the wrong choice, Jordan. I'm just saying I'm legitimately stunned by it.
Well, it is interesting
Put
because
Q on
in
Sniper
any other
and put Leafy
situation,
at Stamper,
you don't
and
know
you should
the
be
map
good
and
to
mode
go.
combination. One of those is going to be random. You might have the choice over the other one, but you don't have control over both of them. And here we go, Clan Blitz, Umami Ruins. We'll see if that Sniper Rider comes out. It's been the theme of the day for some teams. Do you see a pencil?
Yep,
there
you go.
we have
That's
it.
what I
A
just
writing
said.
instrument on the map for Jackpot. Could this be the difference? Or will Kaiser shock the world with a sweep of Jackpot at the World Championship?
Taking a look at the other side, Jared has also switched over to another newer weapon in the game, the 52 Galdeco.
Oh, we're seeing screen.
That can really make it difficult for the opponent if they don't know where your attack is coming from. And Jordan, there's only one way through on this map. If you take away your opponent's visibility on it, it can really hinder them.
Jackpot trying to
They're
stay
grouped
alive
up,
at this
they're
moment, just going tentacle to tentacle, and a splat on Madness with that Trizuka out even.
Yep, great job though by Leafy to crash in on it
they're
as well.
taking
He
out
did a
Crash
much
out.
job of fighting in this position.
Tudon.
Down there, Jared finally breaking through here and fighting, saying this way there they would love to build a power clam. They do, and there's that splatter color screen. Right now, the members of Kaiser have no idea where the attack is going to come from there. Leafy dives forward,
One
takes
down.
out Fly Zero. This is the Jackpot we're used to seeing, Jordan.
They get into the basket, fill a couple of clams, but the timer's going down to a decent push with 74, but you see the 13-point penalty Kaiser, that's not going to be insurmountable by any means.
Nope, not at all, and they've moved right here back up to the middle again. Go ahead, the fundamentals. Let's take back the middle of the map here, give ourselves some options, and let's
Why
make
would you
sure
give
that
yourself the power clam that early?
Power clam is Majin. Majin now has it, and they've once again taken 2 of the other members out here. They're going to go forward here with Zeres diving through. They're looking for one more attack,
Zeres
Jordan.
is
If they get one more player out,
mechanically
expect them to
insane with
try to crash in.
Keep an eye on Majin. Avoids the Trizuka, backs up, but has to retreat quite a bit here. Leafy trying to apply a little bit of pressure. Zeres provides some help, though. Fly Zero now with a power clam, but here comes that splatter color screen, and that's going to slow things down there for just a moment for Kaiser.
Yeah, great job there. It was that Trizuka that stalled them just enough. We saw it in some of the earlier sets. One player being taken down at an inopportune time can slow it down, and you can also see here, Jordan, how difficult it is to score on this map if you don't take a couple of players out. Ishik now goes down. Zeres is way back behind, so this is probably another wash, Jordan. They're going to have to regroup.
Zeres was trying to take out .Q, had no luck. Leafy came in and provided some excellent support, and so with under 3 minutes left, a power clam in possession for Kaiser. You see the super jump retreat just has to get out of there at this moment, and this is where a splat on Leafy, that's going to give an opportunity here for Kaiser. Check out things up top.
Oh, but they're also one down.
Power clam in hand, just trying to stay alive at this
Oh,
moment.
they're 2 done.
You can't fumble this, and there they go. And how about the defense from Jackpot to push them out of there?
Yep, defense just long enough, and then once you get one player out there who's been a big piece of their attack, back way up there and make it happen for your team. Great work there on that side. They haven't scored yet on it. They're simply going back and trying to take care of Zeres before anything bad can happen. But Jackpot playing this exactly the way you want. Great shot there from Madness. Took 2 out there. They're going to score and probably a whole lot more if they fight through this fight.
Shared with the completion, and now they're filling up the basket. 3 members go down, but the damage has been done. They build the 49-100 lead with just over 2 minutes left. And here comes the super jump by Zeres on the back end. Killer Whale 5.1 ready to go here on the backside. Majin just trying to pepper a few shots at the moment. Zeres pairing, and that's a potent 1-2 punch as down goes Jared.
Yep, and Jared probably has the best main weapon right now in that position to fight through for them here. I want to point out that Jackpot did get far enough down that it will now take 3 power clams if they want to take the lead back immediately. So no major danger immediately for them in terms of losing this lead. It's probably going to take an extended push or just 2 pushes here for Kaiser. So far, they haven't scored out. You can see, Jordan, they really want to take out these other members of Jackpot before they try to push through, and I think they've just waited too long once again.
And down goes Zeres, was trying to, and a wipe out for Jackpot. Here's an opportunity. Power clam in hand, trying to add to this lead. Tacticooler comes out, a sprinkler up top to provide a little bit more support. Can that splatter color screen provide the opportunity at this moment? Just over a minute left. And right now, Jackpot being very mindful. Here's an opportunity. Lane is open. They throw it in. They're going to add to this lead here, 9.
I mean, they might win it right here.
And here comes the KO. They're trying to put Kaiser to the canvas. One more clam and Jackpot. We talked about it. They wanted a dominant performance, and they're looking over to the side of Kaiser with a few choice words.
They just
don't know what it was, but they get one win, and, you know, this is good. I will say for Jackpot, if you thought you were favorites coming into today, got to win more than one game here before you go too crazy. Great work there from the members of Jackpot, winning confidently.
Now, what are we learning?
I said was one of their stronger modes, but you saw knowing where to spend when to attack with that splatter color screen. Great work from them there. A very dominant performance from
9. I've never seen 2
The chat is crazy, y'all.
There is a lot of energy being exuded right now from both these teams. The nerves and the mental fortitude just to fight through this, and that was a huge win for Jackpot. They were on the brink, and they might have sent a message because now the pressure might shift just a little bit as you get set to flat zones. You know if you can get through this, you're going to put Kaiser
I think they
into
do
the
the
weakest
rank
game mode, and all of a sudden, all the energy, all the smiles, all the signs that were being thrown up by Kaiser, awfully quiet on that side of the stage.
Yep, and you saw them kind of give themselves a couple nods like, all right, there's Jackpot. That's what we expected to see from them. We knew that they were capable of this as well. So Jackpot, we said they needed to get a dominant victory, and they did. You saw there were moments there where Kaiser might have been able to score some, but just didn't quite clear out the members of Jackpot. They weren't quite confident, and sometimes being a little passive on Clam Blitz and trying to hope for the best type of push can really work against you, and you saw it there. And Jordan, you are 100% correct. If it's not here on Splat Zones, I'm not. Oh, man, Kaiser, you better hope that you figured out something yesterday if you can't get the win here.
Again, we don't want to put the cart before the horse by any means, but this is a team in Kaiser that said, listen, turf war is not our strength. And if that is going to be the potential Game 5 to decide who goes to the finals, if you're Kaiser, you've got to win this game. But it's Splat
Bro, if
zones.
they play turf, Jackpot wins.
Delfonsino, and we talked about the strength of Jackpot, how comfortable they feel in Splat zones.
Yeah, you cannot get to this level in Splatoon and not be pretty good at Splat Zones. It's the most popular mode. It is the most commonly played in competitive play all over the world. So you know that they feel good on it as a whole. Now, talking about the map with Museum D'Alfonsino, this is a really interesting one because backlines can absolutely control this map in a major fashion. And, I mean, you saw right there in that particular map mode combination in the last game in Clam Blitz what it looks like when .Q is playing that Snipe Rider 5H, and I hope she brings it out once again.
You said backliners can really dominate this map. What's the one thing Kaiser doesn't really have?
It's a traditional backliner there that can sit way back and passively build turf, build special, and work around that side. I don't think Majin's going to try anything crazy at this point, and why would you? And certainly all of the Rapid Blaster family can hit a lot of the perches that the enemies like to come from on this map, but I don't know. This is another time where I think it's going to fit what Jackpot wants to run.
Buckle up. Game 4, Jackpot Kaiser. Jackpot, they're starting to feel a little bit more momentum as they get the sticks warmed up. Kaiser, there's a lot of energy that was being exuded on that side. It might come down to this because they do not want to see a Game 5 turf war. 9, what do we see?
A lot the same from both sides here. One interesting thing to note here
Jackpot's
is
one down.
has switched over to these Splat Dualies, which means they're going to have a Crab tank at their disposal. Crab's very, very strong on here. You can get it up on this centerpiece and make life very difficult for their opponents, but for the time being, it's going to be Kaiser with the opening push.
Kaiser rushes to the zone. Now they're trying to go a little bit higher into the spawn. Can't get to the second level. Down goes a member of Kaiser. 3-3 on the map at the moment. Jackpot, 2 specials ready to go. That Tryzuka trying to apply a little bit of pressure. Tank taking down one member, looking for another one, trying to avoid the killer whale. 5.1, but how about this? 50 points off the board already, 9.
Well, look at where the fight is taking place. 2 people have opted to dive Xeris here. If Xeris takes both of these players out, this could be huge. Great survivability there for those members there. That has kept the game alive for them, Jordan. I cannot tell you how dangerous of a position that was for Jackpot's tournament life, but they survived. They do not go down to Xeris in the Zip Caster, and their gamble pays off.
And it does, a 50-point penalty, so some breathing room for Jackpot. Now they've got to make this push really work out for them. And you see at this moment, .Q is just going to stay on top of the platform in the middle of the zone, and that's going to put tremendous pressure on Kaiser as they try to find openings to get in there.
Yep, they did take 2 players out, which is a big deal, and that's a really big deal because that means no tactical advantage. Now they're going after the other one there. This should be a rough landing for this player. The Zipcaster comes out just a little bit too late there. Another one goes down as trades, but hold on a minute. If you're Kaiser, you got to get some turf on that zone. They were not able to. They could not out-turf .Q on that. Those are 2 shooters. They're not able to get through this Snipe Rider.
And this is huge because Kaiser could try to provide a penalty. Can Jackpot wrestle it back and avoid having to have some extra time put on the clock? Finally, Kaiser's able to get it, and a huge 40 seconds they pin on Jackpot.
Oh, and it took a lot from them to get it, and that's why you see the Snipe Rider so often in Splat Zones as well. Look at how .Q was able to single-handedly hold that against 2 weapons that are designed to turf here. 2 players have been marked up here. Great shot there from that line marker. Watch it. How did you get behind? Hold on a second. Nobody believes that. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Fighting out of this position.
Where did you come from,
Cotton
Eye
Joe?
Joe?
Already gone.
What a shot from Jared's going to take down 2 members right there. Takes out Madness. And however, the lead is still right there. It is in danger. Can Jackpot take it away? Yes, Jackpot wrestles it back.
Held on to it there. Nobody was there to paint the zone, and this has completely changed the dynamic here because now Jackpot can just play for flips over and over. That's what they've done as Jared dives forward.
It felt like Kaiser was more focused on the spawn that was going to be happening with the super jump into the zone rather than just inking the zone. And so now a 3-point lead, just over 2 minutes left. Jackpot takes control again. This is a huge game and a couple of big moments so far that Jackpot's been able to take advantage of.
Yep, 2 players from Jackpot going down, though, make it a third. So this is going to be an opportunity for the members of Kaiser to fight through there. Leafy is able to take one out, but it's a trade, so it is a wash. Again, folks, keep an eye on the top of the screen there. Only 30 points of penalty there. Jared goes down. That's big because that was not tactical, Jordan. It's going to be a while before that crab tank comes out, which means they're going to have a much more difficult time pushing back in.
And that was huge. 2 members on the left-hand side of the map. That penalty is being chopped away quickly. They are just 10 seconds away from taking the lead here. And that's not going to help either. Zipcaster can't do anything in a pinch, and the lead goes back to Kaiser with 90 seconds left.
One player does go down at the end of the Zipcaster, but Jared went down as part of it too. Majin staying up there, Fly Zero as well. They're going to try to pin all their hopes on one side of the map and crash in. A couple players goes down, but they have the crab tank, which means they're going to have much better presence on the zone itself.
Oh, that's a big one right there. 3 in a row. Down go 2 members. And this is an opportunity here. They're going to chop into this penalty, but time is not on their side here for Jackpot.
I mean, 1 minute can last an awfully long time in Splat zones, especially when you take out Xeris that early in. That's their main fighting force. Then Majin needs to be careful. Got stuck out just a little bit too far. Escaped with his life. Just over 10 ticks left here for this to switch over, Jordan. They are thinking knockout.
5 more seconds left. Can Jackpot lock out Kaiser? Clock winding down. Jackpot takes the lead. You see the frustration for Kaiser. 6 seconds left.
Let's
Jackpot
go.
Trying to force
Come on.
Can they do it? Oh, yes. Game 5. Pop off on cue. Jackpot has set the table.
Oh, man. They are so excited for themselves right now.
Oh, look at it. I love it. I love it. Yes.
There's an entire other side of the bracket here, folks. You wouldn't believe this was just a semi-final, but hey, if you give it out, you got to be able to take it here. So you saw as soon as that game ended, Xeris look over to the rest of Kaiser and just say, "It happened. It happened. It's what it is." And here we are now. Turf war for our
Kaiser
game
now
5.
is strategical
This
because
was
now
the nightmare
it's going to
scenario
get
for
in
Kaiser after how
Kaiser's
those
head.
first 2 games ended up.
In the words of Michael Scott,
they lost their
have the
chances.
turntables turned here at this point. So now we get set for Game 5. Turf war. Oh my goodness, Kaiser did not want to see this situation at all. And Jackpot, if you look at the momentum as if it was a rainmaker, they just snatched it.
All right, I'll be back in the last 30 seconds of turf war because that's all that matters.
Look at this steely-eyed look that has now turned into a little bit of concern for Kaiser. And this is what you love to see, a rivalry across the pond, North America, Europe, coming down to Game 5 and a spot in the finals.
And Jordan, it always seems to come to a Game 5 in these World Championships when these 2 squads end up meeting. Listen, North America and Europe have been trading domination back and forth for as long as this game has been going on. And I mean, do we need to have people up there like protecting the equipment for like whoever wins this? I'm dead serious here. The pop-off
controller spike is coming.
The pop-off is going to be legendary for whoever wins this set, and I just hope that everybody's equipment ends up making it through because we have a lot more games to play in this tournament.
Kaiser took the first 2 games, had some words to exchange with Jackpot on the North American side, but then Jackpot won 2 straight games and all of a sudden cranked up the volume on their side. It comes down to this. Regardless of what happens, we're going to see some fireworks on the stage and another chapter being scripted in this North American and Europe rivalry.
Ooh, and we're going to get to see it on Turf War of all modes, too. It's, man, what a way for this set to end up going, where for 2 of these games, I would say 3 of these games, you've had a legitimate back and forth between the 2 teams, and then Jackpot gets one very dominant
bro,
pick.
there's
Suddenly,
no way.
It totally changes up. And Jordan, we're going to Humpback Pump Track by Square Turfage, however we want to say it. This is one of the biggest in the game. It is wide, and you can lose games here. I've seen it happen many times where somebody gets behind.
Y'all, I'm literally shaking. It's crazy.
Me too. Literally, bro.
Bro, Game 5 being Turf War is such a whole.
Best of 5. Game 5. Give me every single drop of ink in this matchup as we get set.
The loser choose the map or something like that. Where, like, the winner either chooses
Or
the map
just
or
make it probably like another zone.
30 seconds.
I think that's like a common thing.
up for
Or
grabs.
literally just let the winner choose the mode and put the map as
Couldn't
random.
ask for anything more.
Like, why does it have to be turf, bro?
No, and being that the World Championship is here in Japan, I mean, you knew we had to get turf war in here at some
and then
point.
get wiped and
Oh
then
my
get
goodness,
locked out
Gordon, I
and
didn't even
lose.
consider we're going down to the last
Or,
second, but
you know,
this
reverse
is going to go
jackpot
down
watch
in
in
the
2
history
minutes.
books as one of the great.
We can't let those filthy
Jackpot,
Europeans
give us
beat
one
us.
more.
This banger of
here
a
we
set
go.
continues. Game 5. Who is going to get the win as they get set? One team will see their tournament.
One
come to a
shall
crashing end
fall,
at this moment and
one
back
shall
on track.
stand.
Not surprising at all, the reflux back for both of these teams here. Of course, it is turf war, and that is the strongest weapon for it. The best turfing main weapon in the game, especially when you're trying to hit some of these close.
I'm surprised we haven't
there.
seen much
Leafy
Big Swig.
immediately diving forward and trying to fight. Still a lot
It's
of time
not
in this
really
game,
that
but they're trying
good.
to feel out their opponent, keep them away from certain
It's
parts
sure
of the
it can
map. certain
paint a
parts
lot,
of no
but, like,
return. Zaris does take
Reflex
out
has
Jared
that
very
special,
early.
that
They're going to
global
trade some shots.
special. So it
So right now, it looks like it's
So it kind of
That's fair.
replaces
We can't
this
tell from
role
this
that
vantage point, but
Swig
Madness backs
would
up.
have taken.
Now the advantage Jackpot. You see a little bit more yellow ink on the top half of this map, but here comes Ishik on the bottom side. As you said before, it's ginormous 9. There's all sorts of room there for them to ink.
Yep, and it's a big spawn area too, which means you have to be very deliberate about actually making sure that you've covered it all.
With all
They've done a
deliberate
pretty good job
speed.
of kind of exchanging around and fighting on the other side, though. It can get a little dangerous there if you let them too far on your side. Both teams not really letting that point of no return come. And as I say that, 2 players do go down from Kaiser, so the door may be open if Jackpot wants to move forward.
Jared being very careful as they inch forward, trying to shark out the competition. Leafy going to march forward with that Splatana Stamper. However, Kaiser, credit them for a couple of members going down. They still have a decent amount of ink on the map.
Yep, good job by them here. You can see Jared and Zaris fighting at the top of the screen. Probably means that somewhere on the backside the missiles are coming, and yes, indeed they do. Jared now still fighting it out in the tent of missiles as both sides opt to fire it out there. Everybody was boxed in there, which means that it's Jackpot who will be in a much better position going into this last minute.
3 members went down for Kaiser. Jackpot can try to stabilize things as Madness just tries to cover as much turf on top of that hump there. Fly Zero goes down. Leafy, goes down in the Zipcaster. Zares with a critical splat.
Does get taken down in revenge, though, there. Jared goes down as well, but that's going to mean that this last minute will be started by Kaiser cleaning up their own side of the map. That's going to give Jackpot precious seconds to get stable in the center.
It's going to come down to who can unload the most specials at the 30-second mark. Tactical comes out. Fly Zero juiced up. Leafy in hot pursuit of Majin, trying to keep Majin at bay at this moment.
Whoa! Whoa!
Under 40 seconds left.
That's huge because they used their tactical.
Oh.
Actually, wait, Madness went down there, so that means that they're not going to have a tactical until a little later on. I don't know where their special meter is. Leafy
There is 2-1. It's 2-1. It's 2-1.
She opts to back up ever so slightly with 20 seconds left. This is Kaiser's map to lose. Zaris uses a grab take here. These fights are where it all comes through.
15 seconds left. Who's going to wrestle the victory and find their way to the finals? 11 seconds left. 2 members go down for Kaiser. Opportunity for Jackpot. Leafy's going to have to do some work here real quick. Who's going to get those last few drops in me? 3 seconds left. 3-2 on the map. Jackpot trying to go in a hurry. They feel awfully confident. Let's take a look at the map here. Jackpot. Did they complete the reverse sweep?
Yeah, it's over. It's over. It's over.
How about
Let's go! Let's go! My balls are safe, baby! Balls are safe!
Into the finals.
And they are up and hugging their tears and emotion. Their first set of the day. And it goes like this. They are letting their opponents have it at this point. But their job is not yet done. Let's just hope for Jackpot that they still have some gas left in the tank. Some handshakes there and hugs, some good sportsmanship. They laid it all on the line, both of these teams.
What a set. That's crazy. My goodness, came down to the final second. Jackpot able to outlast Kaiser. And
oh my god.
Splats down the end that just gave him a chance. That is what a treat to get something like that in 9. It's just the semifinals. Unbelievable action that we just saw there. Put
Kaiser
that one
cannot let
in the
this get in their
Splatoon 3
heads. They
competitive
cannot
war.
let this
That
discourage
is a
them.
set that we
Kaiser
soon
just
won't
literally
forget.
I mean,
almost
it's one of the
swept
first
the
times I have
NA
seen
champions.
a Splatoon
That's
set
got to be
go
a
the true
huge confidence
distance,
boost for the
multiple
team.
overtimes in every single mode. And it's at the World Championship. And everything you could ask for from a world championship. Incredible stuff.
Oh my god.
Wing in. You love the talk back and forth, the smack talk. It's terrific. Looking at the highlights here, and this is where everything turned around. The Clam Blitz changed everything for Jackpot. That's when they finally got on rhythm.
Yeah, and I don't want to keep harping on it, but again, it's when Q went back over to the Snipe Rider 5H. And yes, I get that
it's getting.
Did we let guys play
Jackpot is so strong on there, but it allows Jared to go over to other weapons because he's not stuck on the NZAP 85. And I really think that this modern version of Jackpot is strongest when Jared can be up there and attacking as he is so good at doing.
Hey, I'm happy
that kind of
that
the conversation we had with Unadon. Why not get to your best weapons here that you're used to? And once they did that, and then Splat Zones, it was getting a little frightening there for Jackpot at a moment. They picked up a key splat in the corner against Zeras in a 2-on-1 situation, allowed them to wrestle the zone back, and finally they were able to get the KO.
Yep, that game could have ended almost immediately. You can't get anything set up with the Snipe Rider and Tacticooler loops if a couple players go down when you're diving at Zeras on that side. So at that point, they did just enough. They flipped a couple of times here, and they took advantage of the fact that they did have the better turf output than what their opponents on Kaiser had. Oftentimes, that's what Splat Zones can come down to.
And so that made it 2-2, and you saw the frustration coming from Kaiser when they realized they lost the zone and that the knockout was imminent. And every single time Jackpot won a game, that pop-off got larger and larger. And then here it is at this moment, 9:30 seconds, Kaiser's got the lead.
Yeah, they do have the lead, and I don't know if it was Leafy or somebody else, but when Zeras used that crab tank, I thought, okay, you're all out there, but I think someone just got a little bit too off to the side, whether it was Ishik or whether Fly Zero fell into the middle of the map. That completely changed the dynamic because that means one of your shooters is back at spawn. Majin was back at spawn at the time that you would most love to have your reflux there working the middle of the map, and that's how it goes so often in Turf War. If the wrong weapon...
They were so confident in that win.
Jackpot, our first
I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty sure at the top their icons were showing that they had the lead.
That now sets up the second semifinal, the Greasy
I forgot about that.
Versus
I wonder. Yeah, when's a big enough lead, it'll show that at the top.
Yeah, it'll show that, your icons will be bigger than your opponents.
The number one seed from Group B. They looked very, very good in picking up their... In fact, they were the only team that didn't lose a single game yesterday. The home team...
No, it didn't say that.
Now they get a chance in rank mode to go up against the Greasy Goblins.
Yeah, you can bet there's no team in this tournament happier to see that Game 5 could come down to Turf War than this squad, fighting through the absolute best Turf War region in the world.
I wonder how
Great
good
work
Greasy
by
Goblins
them,
is
but
going to
hey,
do
the Greasy
versus
Goblins, we've talked
Thieves.
about them a little bit, and we're going to talk about them a little more. Australia, the first time Australia-New Zealand has claimed a set in the World Championship just earlier today.
And don't forget, for Phantom Thief of the Heart, they were a bit of a underdog story.
Oh, yeah.
Many people were surprised to see them win, and now we know they can handle Turf War. How do they handle the other ranked modes? Is that going to be able to be something that they can feel as competent in? And also, we saw the momentum argument. This is the situation where now the Greasy Goblins have played already. They felt the intensity of the day. Now it's a matter of Phantom Thief of the Heart to step into the chairs and get a chance to pick up that intensity immediately.
And if you're Phantom Thief of the Heart, you would love to win this very comfortably, very smoothly. You just had to sit out there and watch what those two fearsome opponents on the other side of the bracket were able to do. You know that they are on an adrenaline high right now. You need to win these sets comfortably, get yourself into a good position. And Jordan, you brought up a great point there. That has been a question mark for Phantom Thief. Simply because we don't really know what they're capable of in a true all-mode format.
Let's recap the semifinal rules as our teams get set. We've got 5 games potentially. All the game modes and maps have been predetermined. Rainmaker, Barnacle and Dime, Tower Control, and Inkblot Art Academy, Clam Blitz, Umami Ruins, and then if necessary, a Game 4, Splat Zones, Museum Delfoncino, and Game 5, as we just saw, Turf War at Humpback Pump Track.
Bro,
Go back
waiting
to Rainmaker, Barnacle,
after
Dime,
you win
when you look
is
at
insane.
this loadout here for the Greasy Goblins, it is more of a traditional loadout, and we've seen Latias feel very
just
comfortable in
tweeted,
that backline
I'm
position. That would be
insane,
critical
and
for
then
Rainmaker.
you just tweeted Kaiser
I think you're
3-2,
going to see
bye-bye.
we're very diligently going into that position What I'm interested in seeing here is what
everyone tough when they
Nex
get
has
me
been the
off
one player
Zap.
that's worked around, and I do think that he kind of is the linchpin for a lot of their attacks. You see him switch over to the Ink Brush when that is what's needed for the mode. I don't know if we'll see it here on Rainmaker, maybe so, because Barnacle and Dime is a map where that Killer Whale can be very, very strong if you line it up in the right way. The opponent really doesn't have a lot of places to go if you put it up there, but they've got some options here, and they should be able to fight just fine. But I would be surprised if we see any major changes out of them.
And what are we going to see from Phantom Thief of the Heart, their loadout? Because this is the team that also is going to play that snipe rider and have that.
Somebody's over here saying
that's part of what I'm wondering as well. Is what are they going to play here? Because everything that we have seen from them has been Turf War, and Tuya has been the one from their squad who's been playing the Reflux. Now, if you're going to be serious about Turf War, you got to have a Reflux player. There's no substitute for that weapon in Turf War. But it's not really
apparently I saw that
modes, and certainly not
also Jared
like
being on
Rainmaker.
frontline
So
instead
I
of
believe Tuya has a Splash-O-Matic as well, or at least has 5-starred the weapon. We do know that. So Splash-O-Matic,
because otherwise it's Jared usually on the cooler option, except for obviously Turf War.
Play a more attack-heavy mode rather than Turf War.
And if you're the Greasy Goblins, you're almost playing with
I'm
house money. We
surprised
are in the
that Turf War, that pencil isn't used.
We have a chance to make some noise. Our entire argument coming in is let us play against the best competition. Let's get rid of the time zone, some of those issues that keep us from playing at the same time as everybody else throughout the year. Now let's get on the same stage on a LAN setup and see what everyone can do.
Yep, and what a golden opportunity this is. You get to fight against Tsukuyomi and the rest of Phantom Thief of the Heart here. You've already got a win under your belt here. You're feeling good. You're warm. There's nothing left standing in your way outside of your opponent.
And for Phantom Thief of the Heart, as we said before, they were dominant in Turf War, but how will they look when we get to these ranked modes? And this is something that obviously all of these teams in Japan practice and work on, but Turf War is more the specialty for them. You figure they're going to be very comfortable, but you've already seen the Greasy Goblins. They've played 4 of these ranked modes today, having gone 3-1, getting the victory over Smart Roast Chickens.
Yeah, but there's great familiarity with all these modes. I don't want to make this sound as though Phantom Thief of the Heart has never touched these other modes, but the margins become so thin. If you all take one thing from this event, I hope it's that you see how many of these small moments completely change the dynamic of these games. The last time this map mode came up, where Rainmaker came up, look at how much not breaking that first checkpoint.
I'm so happy my balls are
That's
safe.
one random shot going the other way. How that match goes.
You both get to live another day.
Setup taken care of right now, fixing just a few things on the monitor.
This is what I was worried about. You gotta, everybody jumps up, and the poor monitors bear the brunt of your excitement.
Well, the excitement, as we said before, is really starting to raise the temperature here. And for the Greasy Goblins, they're excited to be here. As we said before, no team in the history of Australia and New Zealand, their representation at these World Championships, we've had 4 of these over the last 7 years. They haven't made it this far. They've won an entire set, and now they get to this point. They've got to be feeling very confident. They are seasoned. You've got the experience of Latias. And for Phantom Thief of the Heart, you get a chance to prove that, no, you aren't the underdog. You belong here. There is a reason why we won Koshi in one of the most difficult and challenging tournaments you're going to find anywhere in the world.
Yeah, and say what you will about Turf War as a mode. If you have misgivings with it, you don't accidentally win Koshin. I want to note that they had qualifiers simply to get into Koshin, the biggest tournament in the world, simply by player count. They had to qualify to get into the finals. Then they had to win the finals against all of the others just to make it to here. So certainly fearsome competitors in every aspect of the game, and there's something to be said for the fundamentals that do translate from Turf War into these other modes.
And it's really important as well, too. And with Rainmaker, we've seen a couple of teams that aren't able to get that first checkpoint. And that was really what did Jackpot in their first game on this map and mode. It feels like you really want to be aggressive to get that first checkpoint taken care of, because then it's one less obstacle you have to worry about if you're trying to come back into the game.
I mean, again, that first game that we showed you on this map mode tells you all you need to know about it. There's no arguments left to be had about it. So you might see somebody play a little bit more risky in order to try to get that first checkpoint there, especially on a map like Barnacle and Dime, where, listen, you're probably not going to get an immediately quick pop and take it for a ton of points after that. There's an argument to be made sometimes where maybe you can get a quick pop and then score more points after
dude,
that
respect to
shield.
Jared. He just tweeted saying that Zeros is insanely cracked at this game.
I don't think this is one of those maps where you'll see players do that. That first.
I mean, he kind of is.
Yeah.
Looks like everything's connected and ready to roll. We are getting the stage set.
Yeah, Kaiser was just having like one of the
best of 5 semifinals.
Sets of a lifetime, but just decided to do, you know, be jackpot.
They hit the jackpot.
Coming from behind at the tail end. As we prepare for this,
always bet on Hikari.
The winner here will go on to take Jackpot.
Okay.
And Jackpot, as we've seen, is not invincible by any stretch of the imagination. So this championship is still wide open at this moment.
Oh, absolutely. And if you're Phantom Thief of the Heart, you can't even be thinking about what Jackpot might do. You've got to take care of the business that's in front of you. And if you're the Greasy Goblins, well, you probably don't even care what happened in that last set because you still have to beat Phantom Thief of the Heart, and you'll worry about what comes later here. So I agree entirely with what you're saying. None of the teams here have appeared to be invincible thus far.
Arguably the biggest opportunity in the history of competitive Australia-New Zealand teams here in these championships. A victory over Phantom Thief of the Heart to get to the finals. What would that mean? Boy, a lot of respect for that Australia-New Zealand region.
Oh, and what it would mean for the growth of that region, too. It's a region that's been so dedicated and so diligent about improving. They host so many events there. The production value of their community tournaments has always been top-notch. They've always been so friendly in trying to help grow their insular community. It's a position that's a bit unfortunate. Again, it's difficult for them to play with the other regions there. Time zones make it so difficult. Even a simple weekend event for them would mean having to stay up until 6 a.m. on a work day. It's simply not feasible for them lots of time. So it's a golden opportunity. It could be historic for them, and I know they're just happy to have it.
As we said before, so many teams from all these regions just to get to this moment. Here we are. We are going to get rolling with Game 1 of our second semifinal. The Greasy Goblins versus Phantom Thief of the Heart. Australia, New Zealand taking on Japan. And let's go ahead and get a moment to check some of these loadouts here. 9. We were wondering what it was going to be for this first
Sploosh!
match.
Well, oh my goodness gracious. Here we have Nex.
Sploosh!
Sploosh-o-matic here. This is not a joke, my friends. Nex was the very best player of this weapon in Splatoon 2 by just about any metric that you can push together. And on the other side, we are seeing a Rapid Blaster Pro. Not the
I'm just going to do any pencil. It's 10 yards.
Variant, but there's some other things on the ground right now. Tsukiyomi's mad.
That was very quick. 3 members of the Greasy Goblins go down, and just like that, Phantom Thief is at the first checkpoint, advancing in a lot of purple ink. This is an onslaught already here.
They're all stuck next to each other right now, and thank goodness Nex had that Ultra Stamp there, that hammer, because they had that ink vac set up to cover them as they were running it the distance there. But as I said earlier, melee weapons
He's going the
to
distance.
get through that as well. Nex had the
He's
exact
going
tool,
for
and the only
speed.
tool that's kept this game alive.
A key plat against Tsukiyomi, and that's going to go ahead and give the Greasy Goblins a chance to move forward. But an opening push all the way to 11 for Phantom Thief. That is how you start a game.
Yep, and it can be very difficult to come back from this. Tsukiyomi moves forward and does get taken out there. Maybe a little overzealous, but that seems to be the MO of the Phantom Thieves right now. Move forward, fight, and try to steal some of these splats.
Latias goes down with the Rainmaker, and all of a sudden that's going to stop any attempts that the Greasy Goblins had to get back on the board.
Pencil only if they
all 4
just
members
use
of
cooler.
Phantom Thief just advancing forward, and you've got the Greasy Goblins a little bit bunched up as that splatter color shield comes up.
Yep.
Because Sploosh has a hard time doing anything.
Next dove forward there with that Ultra Stamp to try to take out a key member of the opposing side. But for the time being, it appears that that's really all it's going to do. There was no advancement of the Rainmaker there. They're trying to get it into an okay position. Did you just snipe a crab with the Zipcaster? One shot, all it took. Tsukiyomi have a game thus far.
Clip that, my friend. And down goes the Ultra Stamp. Tsukiyomi all over the map, just creating
They're buffing Stamp.
They're
gonna buff Stamp.
One squid wrecking crew at the moment.
Unbelievable how good this guy has been at the start here. If you wondered if he was warm,
They are definitely buffing Stamp. There's no way they don't buff Stamp.
Kind of run here at this championship has been the key player everyone's been telling you to look out for, and you can see why. But I will say, for at this point, the Greasy Goblins, they're doing an admirable job of defending, but they need an explosive
Nogami's
2 or 3
supposedly
down on the
watching as
opponent's
well.
side if they want to get any sort of stability for a long
Because a
term
bunch
push.
of
And they
players
just
have
haven't
met
had
him.
that advantage with 2.5 minutes left. It's finally 4-3 for a moment, but the Rainmaker in possession of Phantom Thief. Toya just trying to back up a little bit. Burst bombs forcing them to retreat. A couple more members jumping in, and they advance forward, take out 2 members of the Greasy Goblins.
Yep, it is rough sledding for them here at that point. One member does come back and take them out, so good job there by Remy to at least stop that push, but all the other members of Phantom Thief are going to be able to safely jump in. Now they once again pull out that ink vac there. Will they get it fired? No, they fire it, but that means that they didn't have the vac for protection. They'll steal a couple more points on that side, so they've continued to do the same. But Jordan, we've been commentating the same game the entire time.
It really has been. The Rainmaker's just been living on the half of the map for the Greasy Goblins, and they've got to do something to advance it forward. And that's just going to be retreating on the rails at the moment. Backing up, splatter color screen going to slowly advance. Now it's 3-2 on the map. A chance for the Greasy Goblins. They've still been shut out in this game.
Yeah, but they finally did get the 3 down there, as you noted, Jordan. So this gives them a real opportunity. They took out Tsukuyomi as well, who was probably trying to work around and Shark and maybe take out that Rainmaker carrier early. But what that's done is put the rest of the team in kind of an awkward position. Ultra Stamp reaches around, and Next can't close the last out, but they got the checkpoint, Jordan.
Next was able to get 2. They finally get on the board past the first checkpoint, but they had to spend a lot of resources to do so. Now they're down. Here comes the wipeout, and this is an opportunity for Phantom Thief to rush the Rainmaker to the goal.
And they're going to try exactly that. Worst case scenario, Jordan, if it stops up here, it artificially lengthens where the Greasy Goblins are going to have to go. They're going to try one more time to protect it all the way through with the ink vac. The 3rd time is the charm, and the Phantom Thieves get their first game there. A fist pump from Tsukuyomi, who's like, finally, it only took us a few tries.
They get the knockout in a dominant opening game. So no, this is a team that doesn't just specialize in turf war. Very impressive right there with Rainmaker, and immediately from the beginning, it almost felt like they shocked the Greasy Goblins with how quick they came out the gate.
Well, Rainmaker is the mode, maybe of all modes, that can get away from you very, very quickly. That's always been the MO of Rainmaker, is one mistake or one player falls off the map and you can lose the lead that you worked so diligently to build simply because of how fast it goes. And those very early engagements, Jordan, oftentimes you're not tacticalered up at that point yet. You simply haven't built it in time, which means that you can think of those as more valuable in the early game. So that gets away from the Greasy Goblins, and you can
oh my
see
god, somebody just tweeted and said Stamper better get nerfed to the ground.
The Greasy Goblins played poorly as that went on. It's just such an uphill battle when you have to get to 10 after the first minute of the game.
And it changes everything. Normally you feel pretty good about getting to 58.
Why are they even playing turf? It doesn't one-shot.
What are these push. I mean, you figure any other subsequent push, they would have scored just as many points would Phantom Thief, but they really showed you the coordination.
It's a good-ass tweet, though.
Personal performance of Tsukuyomi with that Splatana Stamper.
Banger ass tweet. Hold on, who said that?
It was Octa.
Yeah, and it also
said,
gave us a pretty good look at some
why
of
are
the
they
other
playing
types
turf?
of
It
comps
doesn't
that they
even
have,
one
right? 'Cause
shot.
we wondered, okay, what is Tuya, who's been their reflex specialist?
Hold on,
there?
I'm gonna put it.
What
The
do they
tweet in
have
no
in
mic.
their arsenal as well? That time, Tuya switches over
Here,
to
look.
the NZAP to be the one that provides
Oh
their
wait, I'll just put it in the
that lets
ZC
Router
chat then.
switch over from the Snipe Rider and the heavy edit
There you
Splatling
go.
onto a weapon that maybe they're a little more comfortable with in that Rapid Blaster Pro or Rainmaker. So they do have some versatility, but it still allowed their two main fighting forces in Tsukuyomi and Sanku to stay with what they want, which is that Splatana Stamper and some variant of the Sanku machine.
See several of these players with their amiibo ready to get their gear all set up for game 2, which is going to be Tower Control, Inkblot Art Academy. And this is a map we're very familiar with, a game mode we're very familiar with. What's the approach here for either one of these teams as you look at their typical loadouts?
Well, I would dare say that this is the most played map mode combination in all of Splatoon. It is
Real.
every tournament this finds a way to make it into the
What?
finalists there because it's
Real.
so universally beloved.
No, he's right.
That everybody's familiar with it. You get through that first checkpoint, however you have to there. Cleanly is obviously what you'd aim for, but as long as you get through it, you get to enter the back half of the game. At that point, you used your range specials to try to attack the opposing plat area. You forced them as far back as possible, and then if you have your specials still left or players in the right position, you fight as the opponent desperately drops down to you.
What makes it so beloved? You played a lot of Tower Control on different maps.
Certainly coming from Splatoon 2 helps. There's that familiarity that's built in. But I think because on the right side of the map, just off of mid, and you all will see this, there is one block that you can use to jump directly onto your opponent's plat. And because of that, there are lots of avenues to attack, and we know these players love attacking.
Here we go. Tower Control, Inkblot, Art Academy. Game 2, Phantom Thief dominant in Game 1. Can they build a 2-0 advantage, or can the Greasy Goblins strike back?
Well, interesting to note here, Latias has switched over to the
like
custom E-Leader, which is a weapon that has
if it's ever
Kraken Royale. So strong on Tower Control, can absolutely swipe through players here. And now it's the Greasy Goblins who are fighting forward there with some ferocity there. Took Tsukiyomi almost out immediately, and now have gotten some of the other players. It should be their checkpoint here to take. They've taken another one out here, and they are looking completely different from this first game.
And they've got the cooler Trizuka applying a little bit of pressure as well, too, but misses the shot. And how about Sanku coming through to get the splash?
I mean, huge there. I don't know how he dodged that first shot, but was able to clear the Tower Rider out as well. So those two players going down means that after a really rocky and surprising start, the Phantom Thieves are now on the attack. Tsukiyomi has to back up there, has switched over to that 52 gal. A strong weapon if it can get in position. And that Trizuka shot from Sanku took two players out there. Look at how quickly he's up there. That's triple. That's a wipeout already. That's the opposing spawn, Jordan. He's already there.
And that is an unbelievable turn of events. Phantom Thief just pushing the Greasy Goblins back on their heels, and now with under 4 minutes left, it's all Phantom Thief, and the Greasy Goblins really need to scramble here.
I mean, poor Tuya's just been throwing bombs for the last 10 seconds. Hasn't had anybody to look at or anything to do. They've already taken two members out, Jordan. They are firing at everybody. They're going to be able to protect themselves here. It's just Remy on the bottom of the screen who's going to even have a say in the matter. Next is going to try to dive down and make it work, but there's no conversation to be had.
Two words, 9. Light work for Phantom Thief. They just made that look simple. All it took was one push from them, and all of a sudden, it is 2-0 Phantom Thief. And for the Greasy Goblins, you are looking for any kind of answer you possibly can find right now. But my goodness, I think the surprise of the day so far, despite the semifinal that went to 5 games, is just how dominant Phantom Thief looks already.
Well, look, they had one opportunity to attack there. One. The game, when it was in that middle scrambly position, it gets away from you a little bit. Anything can happen at the start of the game. You lose the checkpoint first, and then you get 3 players down. Sanku makes that great individual play to give you an opportunity to push. And then they waste absolutely no time getting up into the positions that they need to attack. I blinked and Sanku was at their spawn, no hesitation whatsoever. And I'll tell you, Jordan, the mark of a strong and coordinated Splatoon team is how quickly do you get from power position to power position. The spots where your weapon is most effective in that moment. Do you wait for a call out? Do you hesitate? Or do you go?
So that sets up Clam Blitz at Umami Ruins, and well said about the strategy and what we've seen so far from Phantom Thief. For Greasy Goblins, it's a tall task at this point. You're going to have to look for a reverse sweep against a team that is just really limited anything that you can try to do on the map this time. However, we've seen reverse sweeps. We just saw it with Jackpot over Kaiser, so never say never at this point. But it just seems you saw a little bit more aggression there from the Greasy Goblins, and they just missed that opportunity. They had the Trizuka. They missed all 3 shots. Sanku comes in, and that's when everything went downhill that last game.
Yeah, and they've tried a couple of their different comps here, too. Nexus switched around a couple times, so you can tell that's not the answer for them, certainly. Or let me rephrase, it's not the problem for them on a compositional side right now. It's just so difficult in some of these maps in Splatoon 3 to play defense over and over. If the opponent gets you down and then tacticalers partway through their push, your margin for error is so thin. If you get taken out, obviously that's not great, but even if you trade, they're going to be back at you and attacking and creating more and more pressure.
So Game 3 is getting set up here at this moment, and for the Greasy Goblins, you're going to do what you can, and Clam Blitz is an opportunity for some unique strategies, but so far we have just seen not only the one-on-one dominance from Phantom Thief, but the coordination that once they get a push, everybody's on the same page. Everybody knows their role as well, too.
Yeah, everybody knows their role, and they know from an individual player standpoint what to do as well. You can kind of look at Splatoon as something of an improvisational battle, right? Where you're not always going to have the same end goal of where your where your special should go or where you should position in the heat of the moment, but taking into account where your teammates are and where the game is going at a certain point, you need to be able to identify that. And it's why I've always been so starstruck at how some of these players are able to navigate those, because there are so many factors. And if this is your first time watching Splatoon here at the World Championship, if you're overstimulated, don't worry. It never goes away. But these players are able to navigate it nonetheless.
We've been calling it for years, and there's even times that we can get lost in all the action. But that's the best part about it. Game 3, Clam Blitz, Umami Ruins, Phantom Thief trying to get the brooms out for another little Greasy Goblins. Can they take the first game off of Phantom Thief in this tournament? We'll find out as both teams start their encroachment to the middle.
One last switch here from Phantom Thief, the heart. This time it is Rauru going back over to the Sniper Rider 5H, and Toya moving over to
That's
that
only a
splatter
total of
shot.
30?
On the other side, the Greasy Goblins going back with the brush comp they ran earlier. It's clearly a comfort pick.
15 seconds in, neither team really taking strong position.
Honestly, I might change it to every pencil.
Take out a member of the
every
Greasy
pencil in
Goblins.
general.
A little bit of a trade there, 3-3 on the map. Down goes another member of those goblins that are also greasy.
Technically,
now it's just a matter of a power clam in the hands of Phantom Thief as they get their approach set up.
Yeah, the Greasy Goblins have done a good job here at not going down in big bunches. You saw earlier when this map mode came up in our last set, it was only the moments when Kaiser went 2 or 3 down that Jackpot moved all the way through. They created those opportunities for themselves, and with 2 down, Jordan, the door may be opening.
Phantom Thief trying to move forward. It's going to be Ardino that finally goes down, and that's going to leave a lot of opportunity here for Phantom Thief. They are going to fill that basket with every clam they can possibly find, and they continue to push the Greasy Goblins out. Look at the positioning they're able to get.
I mean, Rauru immediately got to this position as well, and that's a tactical or midway through. You hate to see that if you're the Greasy Goblins, because that means this push is only going to get worse. Plenty of time for them to continue to score. They've done it. They've kept the basket open for the time being. The Greasy Goblins have fought all their way out, but Jordan, they haven't cleared enough players. There's still points.
And that's the problem. Phantom Thief's just going to run out of clams on the map at this point. That's the only thing that's holding them back. Triple Link Strike ready to go. Here comes that Killer Whale, 5.1, takes down 2 members of Phantom Thief. Triple Link Strike, basket's still open, but it looks like the Greasy Goblins finally put a stop to that push, but 80 big points come off the board.
80 big points, and it took them a little while to get back to the center of the map because of how long it took them to clear out those players. Now, the nice thing is when you come back into the middle of the map, you get to turf and build your special, but taken out by Sanka, who was waiting there with that slosher to safely fire and take out that Trizuka.
3 minutes left. Phantom Thief, a sizable lead. Power Clam in possession here for Latias, just backing up, trying to provide whatever support that she possibly can, and gets out of there because the Zipcaster was coming in hot. Under 3 minutes left at this point, and now we've gotten to a little bit of a stalemate in this match here, but here all of a sudden 2 members go down for the Greasy Goblins as Phantom Thief advances forward.
Man, it never feels like a stalemate when you're down to 80 points here. Poor Greasy Goblins simply trying to find stability in the center of the map, but there's been none thus far. Sanku fires more in there. Jordan, they have enough clams to end this right now. 1 more will get the job done, but nobody is up left near it. You'll see a couple grab, but they are grabbing it back from spawn. So the Greasy Goblins will continue to fight another day, but a tough fight it will be.
Yeah, just 1 point away with a 29-point penalty. It's just going to take 1 more push from them. They get the splat against next. Now it's 4-3, and it is all Phantom Thief. We are seeing a team flex their muscle, show their dominance, as the Greasy Goblins can't help but just retreat at this moment.
Yeah, but it's so difficult to fight your way out when you have to build up power clams as you go along, too. 2 minutes left. Yes, there's still plenty of time, but you get the sense that the Greasy Goblins
Jackpot's just got to continue with off momentum from their other set.
That Crab Tank has to rotate all the way back there. 3 members are bunched up.
I think the teams are like
so idea of where the members of Greasy
good
Goblins
to the point where it
means
just
they're going to be
becomes a
able to
mental
make
battle.
their attack based on that. Now, the Greasy Goblins have done a good
I
job
hope
of
we
at
see
least
a
moving up and getting some sort of pressure forward. But with one Zipcaster, Sukiyomi has broken that entire momentum.
And that's
Under 90 seconds left, it's the wipeout, and all of a sudden, Phantom Thief is going to go for the KO. They get the win, a 1-2-3 sweep to the finals, and all of a sudden, they are looking like
We got a sweep and a reverse sweep.
They have
That's
yet
pretty
to drop
cool.
a single game in this championship 9.
And 3 knockouts on the way, too. Certainly living up to the billing of what you would expect the Koshin champion to bring in their first set. Thumbs up, some smiles there. Sukiyomi very, very happy with his team's performance, as they should be. And for the Greasy Goblins, a tip of the cap to you, my friends there. A great fight there, further than any Australian team has made it. Great job for them for winning the set. You know they're going to use this to try to build and become even stronger in the future.
Great story for them, so they get an opportunity. Congratulations once again to the Greasy Goblins, going further than any team ever has from Australia, New Zealand. But that sets up our finals. You've got Jackpot that had to go to Game 5, a reverse sweep. They were down 0-2 before they rattled off 3 straight victories as they take on
Barrett
a
senses
dominant
negative
Phantom Thief team
4-5
that
and
is
then
yet
plus
to
2-5.
drop a game in this tournament. Something we'll have to give. North America versus Japan in our final best of 7. And that's going to change up some of the map and mode rotation. You've got to win 4 games now, which is a tall task for any of these teams against this talent. So let's take a look at our maps and modes. Tower Control, Brinewater Springs, Splat Zones at Flounder Heights, Slam Blitz at Mako Mart, Rainmaker at Manta Maria, Splat Zones again at Hammerhead Bridge, Tower Control at Crabley Capital. If it goes to Game 7.
This is really not a map pool, though.
Someone in chat said Pearl Harbor recreation nail biter emoji.
On Brinewater Springs, that is a brutal path that the tower has to take.
Manta,
It's
and
really
then
only
zones
one
on
spot it can
Hammerhead
go, and
and
there's not a lot of
Flounder are
avenues that you
terrible.
can attack. It's about building those specials up at the right time. Splat Zones, Flounder Heights, Jordan, that is one of the most snowball-heavy, knockout-heavy Splat Zones maps in all of Splatoons. And Clan Blitz, Mako Mart, I mean, it can just get ugly there. Everyone's fighting in the middle of the mart.
The best 2 modes here are Clan Blitz Mako and then Tower Crab Leg.
Victories. They have known that this
I wouldn't say
is
Tower Crab. I think Rainmaker Manta is better.
Coming in, we saw the change.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Difference was .Q going on that Snipe Rider. You didn't really see much variation for the most part for Phantom Thief, and so early thoughts as we take a look. Tower Control, Brinewater Springs, you said it's a brutal path for that tower to try and travel.
Yeah, I think the real question at this point is really .Q, right? They won the games when she went Snipe Rider, right?
Yep,
now, whether that's because it's Tower Control, Rainmaker, whatever it is, that is a conversation that you need to have. Now, Jackpot has been prepping specifically for this for a long time. If they feel confident in their prep, they are going to stick with it. So I would hope at this point they don't outthink their way into this event, and I'm sure that they trust their prep on that side. Something else, though, kind of interesting to note here is that Rauru, right? You saw how strong that Snipe Rider was in that one there. Also switched over to a Rapid Blaster as well. So today is the day of Rapid Blaster Pro. Apparently, everyone's bringing it out here. Yeah, nobody.
I'm not quite as competent as they are with it. I'll tell you that much right now. I'll be the first one.
No, fair enough. But that burst damage type of weapon there that can clear out those towers, of course, is very strong. But what it really changes is what your shooter player plays, because they have to go back to.
Yeah, I've been watching. I've been keeping up with Worlds. I was just in a different PC. Everything that's happening is crazy. I'm sorry, I can't do. I was unable to do push-ups for pencils because my arms are giving out from doing too
what happens when one player changes their weapon? Well, that's going to impact
Hi, Micro.
My arms are sore from doing push-ups last night. I can't do any more.
Tactical cooler so important as well. Trizuka hasn't really had as much of an impact on things as far as
freaking Jackpot reverse sweep is crazy.
Well, it's one of those actually, it's almost like for those of you who watch the
Whoever
Mario Kart
decided
World
Turf War
Championship
Game
earlier,
5 would be
listen,
a good
those
idea
lightning bolts are
deserves
going
to
to
be
rain
fired.
down at some point, and you're just going to have to deal with it when it happens.
Yeah, but now we get 777 win potential.
Here. You always get one free shot on the opponent where they have no idea that it's coming at them there, so you kind of wonder if both sides it's going to happen and it comes out in the wash, and you just hope that you aren't the one who gets hit by the unfortunate shot at the worst possible moment.
And 9, it's been a long journey for both teams to get here at this point. Of course, Jackpot, they won the championship in North America almost 8 months ago and knew that this was going to be coming eventually. Here we are. We get it done in April. And for Phantom Thief, just you've mentioned the grind that Koshian is and just being able to become victorious in what is arguably the most difficult tournament. Here you are. Everything has led to this, all the hours of practice and scrims and meetings and conversations. You are now beginning your best of 7 series to claim the title of best Splatoon 3 team in the world. The first world
best of 7 and it goes to
Turf
Turf War. They have to deal with Turf War after freaking
Jordan, there's only
6 sets.
Yeah, right. There's only one, and no matter what happens,
and
for
here
the
it
rest
is,
of this game's lifespan,
the
what
first
other
potential
championships
NA
may come or
champion.
go,
Like
World Championship stays for.
Has Japan won all World Championships?
Their only goal since
Probably.
they formed. It wasn't to be the best in North America. It was to be
I haven't keeping track.
the world. And
but we'll figure out if when NA wins and it turns out like the first time JP doesn't win. JP is just a whole different scene.
We'll steal the world championship too, and we'll steal your hearts.
Somebody told one dev
to
pick a map list for World Finals, and MF went and did this and have a screenshot of the World Finals stages.
My God.
Really, if you take a look at our first 4 games, it's Tower Control, Brine Water.
You know what?
Springs,
What if they
Flat
rework a
Zones,
stage
Flounder Heights,
that's in
Clam Blitz,
Worlds?
and
Like
Make
they
a
see a
Mark,
match
and
that they're not
Rainmaker,
happy with what it
Manson
looks like, and
Maria.
they
You said
rework the
these are
stage other
some
than
unusual
weapons because
combinations.
there's not
I'm
enough
sure you
pencil
practice them, but what's
to
it gonna
see
be
a
like when you go against
true
a team
pencil
as
nerf.
talented as either
Maybe.
Phantom Thief or Jackpot? Yes, they have their scrims, but this is different when you're going against a team this organized and this competent.
Yeah, game speed. And I think the thing that always comes back in Splatoon, again, I kind of talked about it earlier, this idea of getting from power position to power position, right? It's
God, man, I gotta grind this game. It's so fun.
Lots of different team shooting games.
Put your phone on silent.
Familiar with some others, but you have to very quickly make do with the information that you have and get to a better position, right? And you saw both of these teams, whenever they would take one player out, they would move up to the next spot to play for the next 10 seconds in the game. You can't play reactive in a game like Splatoon. It's simply too quick.
It really is, and we've seen how important speed is. In fact, that was something you said that the North American teams learned from some of the Japanese teams. We have got to up our movement speed. We are not moving at the pace that they are. We've got to change that, or else we're going to be left behind.
Yeah, and you can't hitch, right? When we say improve your movement, it's not like they're tapping a button to move faster here. We're all moving at the same speed, provided you wear enough swim speed up. But it's, again, that mental side of recognizing I took this player out, now I go here. Or my teammate said there's 2 players on this side of the map. I need to go here. It's amazing the processing speed that these players have. They're working with different graphic cards and RAMs than you and I have.
That's for sure. And so we continue to get the team set up. They'll make their approach to the stage here in just a moment for the finals. This is a moment they, of course, have all dreamt of ever since they formed these teams. They picked up the sticks for the first time for Splatoon 3, and when this tournament was announced, could we be that team that claims that first championship? And really, it's a attitude that comes in here. It's a big moment for everybody. You can tell yourself that this is something that you want, but until you actually sit in that chair with the stakes right there in the middle of it, how do you best calm yourself and make sure that you're not letting this moment become too big?
I mean, no matter what sport you play, that's the question, right? I mean, I think that Jackpot found their answer to that very quick, which is when greatness is pushed up against a wall, that's when you really see what the peak of it is. That's where the absolute determination, that's where all of the practice that they've come through and the instinct comes forth. There's no more outthinking yourself at that point. You just act, right? For Phantom Thief, I don't know that they've had to answer that question yet. They felt so comfortable as they've played through here that they certainly haven't had to worry.
Let's set the table for the finals. Out of all the teams across the world, it comes down to these 2 and a best of 7 for the title of World Champion.
Here it is, boys. 336. I'm so strong.
2024. North America versus Japan.
Dang, it's only
for the title of champion, and for the hardware right there, it is the finals that are finally here after all the months of waiting.
Holy peak.
Going to die.
The stage.
Okay, it's worth it.
Since the excitement, it's Jackpot, the favorites from North America.
Let's go. USA! 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 USA!
Really start to push their buttons. Are they the ones that can claim the first ever championship, a world championship?
They're still yapping, dude.
Or will it be the home team that has looked steely, that has looked unbeatable? They haven't dropped a game yet in this tournament. It'll be Phantom Thief of the Heart getting set to take center stage.
Boo! Boo!
They got a
throw the heart sign up
those
there.
Japanese
Sukiyo,
announcers
we know
that were
you
like
intend to steal it from us.
screaming.
Don't flash us the
Nah,
heart.
bro. Micro. It's not like a you suck, boo. It's a I don't want you to win, boo.
Jackpot, who had a tumultuous run to get here. Phantom Thief of the Heart.
They definitely deserve to be here. I'm not even gonna lie about that, but like, I don't want them to win.
Have two more different routes to get to a final in a championship format like this across the globe.
Okay,
across
before
format,
finals
this is
actually
everything you could
starts,
hope for
what are
in
your
a
guys'
championship.
predictions for the
4
winner?
long games of Splatoon they have to win.
Jackpot's on a hot streak. Jackpot has momentum right now.
Well, what it would mean for a North American team to win a world championship.
I want Jackpot.
I'm actually believing Jackpot because they have the mental momentum from that reverse sweep. That's like, God.
It's changed a lot since then.
They might have
top of
it.
the world right now.
If you are Phantom Thief.
And
what does that
and
say?
like
That
we all
message
saw
to the
like
rest of
Jared
Japan
and
teams
Leafy just have the
questioning whether or
craziest
not you belong,
pop-offs,
saying
like
maybe
Jared
you got
looking for
lucky to get in here.
52
You win a
deco or
world
Leafy getting the
championship.
occasional double kill.
Nobody has anything they can say to you.
Like
No,
Leafy
and
now
it's great that you
locked
bring
in,
those up
she might
because
clear.
For North America, it's a sign that you have finally ascended to a level that you had never been at before. Yes, like you said, in 2017, winning in a newer game that hadn't yet to be released. There's always that question about that championship. Now, it's a game that has been open and on the market for a long time. You could achieve a height that nobody else from North America has. And like you said, for Phantom Thief, this is a reminder that the deep, deep pool of talent that Japanese Splatoon has that can produce a world championship threat and competitor from any corner of its player base. Both so much they can prove here at this time. And you, again, folks, the fireworks should be fantastic.
Micro, you missed it. I bet my balls on the Kaiser jackpot set.
Going to use?
There's a lot of people who put their balls on the Kaiser jackpot set, dude.
He said he was going to eat them if he lost.
Someone said they were going to cut their dick off.
First 2 games against Kaiser, and again, that's nothing against Kaiser. Kaiser is a very talented team, and they're a team that, in fact, they're the only team I believe that came close to taking a game.
Look,
from
every
Phantom
single
Thief to the
team
heart,
that
but
made
was
it here is
Turf
the
War.
ghost,
That's
especially
Kaiser's
even the ones that
least
ran double
effective
reef
mode.
slider.
Yeah.
They ran 10
Jackpot's
though, their
weapon
base.
choice here, I think we'll get an idea of pretty quickly, because I think every Splat Zones map that comes out, you're going to see her switch back to that, and I would wager Clam Blitz as well. The question is going to be Tower Control and Rainmaker. Is that where it's going to come out here, or are they going to have Jared switch back to the NZAP and be their provider? The answer to that question is going to be big because of the arrangement of this. Jordan, as you noted, you're going to have to play each mode a couple of times before you get to the very end of it. So whatever her answer is, you could end up playing a bulk of this set with her off of that Snipe Rider, and that's going to be very interesting as well for Raru on Phantom Thief's side.
Yeah, not a welcoming proposition at all for Jackpot. I think you want your players to be on the weapons that they feel the most confident in, but sometimes the situation in the mode doesn't call for that. But you see the relaxation, and I still feel, Nine, Kaiser poked the bear a little bit. I think Jackpot, they're normally pretty reserved. We have never seen them show that type of emotion in a non-championship game moment. So here we go, Tower Control. Game 1 of our finals of the Splatoon 3 World Championship 2024. Who will take the first step closer to becoming a champion?
Here we go.
Ready? Go!
Finals, and we're
get
running Red
started
Rapid
here,
on
Madness has
tower.
switched over to the Range Blaster.
Range
Jared
Blaster.
on
Wait,
those
Madness-
Dualies, and that means
Madness's
Jordan
first game
Q
on Range
has
Blaster
switched
in
back
like
over.
a really long time.
Dodge
Wow.
We're two down, we're
Sniper
two down,
Rider,
we're two down,
already
we're
two
two down.
members for Jackpot go down as Phantom Thief quickly getting on the
Like,
tower, and they'll make the first push
when
at this moment.
we've
As
been
Jackpot
practicing
down they
Range
go in their spawn.
Ooh,
Living at their spawn was a member of Phantom Thief, and that's going to buy them some precious time to get to the first checkpoint.
20 seconds? That's how long it took them to get into their spawn. Unbelievable.
Madness,
the way
what are you
Tsukiyomi
doing?
moved forward on that time. Sanku has already taken another
Cool,
one
right?
out. Jackpot sent
Okay,
two
cool.
members at the start of the game to try to attack, and this is all on the back
Oh
of
my
that.
God,
They've already
dude, this
moved
is
over
just like
here
freaking
to
Death
this next
Motif all
checkpoint.
over
Jordan,
again,
they
isn't
are
it?
so far ahead. Leafy is the only person who can work on the tower from a melee side. Not like this. Is the game going to
Two down, two down, two down.
They get past the checkpoint and get a right back.
There we go.
Let's go. That's how.
There we go.
You're just happy
Ahead
the
of
game's
me.
still on.
Phantom Thief nearly a KO
Oh my God.
that kept
Freaking
Jackpot
reversal.
locked out for a moment, but now here comes Jackpot's opportunity to be on the offensive. They've got 3 specials ready to roll. They are just trying to get on the board. They finally get to the first checkpoint. They are coolered up, but again, another splat on the other side by Tsukiyomi,
nice
and that's going to give
crush
a 3-3 set on the map at the moment.
And the nice thing here for Jackpot is this is a map on Brinewater where you will get your chance to throw your punch back at the opponent.
Oh my god.
So as long as Jackpot is slow and steady and doesn't give up the knockout here, they're going to get a chance. But right now, they just don't seem to have any answers for this Phantom Thief squad.
You saw 3 members go down for Jackpot, and here is Phantom Thief already setting the table. Zipcaster ready to go for Tsukiyomi, but down they go to the suction bomb. That'll take out 2 members now of Phantom Thief.
They're backing
and again,
up.
I know I use the expression fall on a bomb a lot here, but you can see just how much that changes things there, where Tsukiyomi goes down there to that small little accidental play, and the whole attack falls apart.
I think that was like a wave combo that killed the
Tsukiyomi
freaking Rapid because it like walked back into the wave
breaker. They're going to have their
breaker.
presence on the center of the map, but things can change in such a hurry.
It really can. Under 3 minutes left. Oh, that's a big pick there for Jackpot. They take out 2 members. Towers moving forward. They've got the first checkpoint out of the way. This is a chance where they can maybe make up some ground. You see Toya up top. Tsukiyomi coming in to drive. Down goes Zanku as well.
Yep, those are the 2 big fighters. That's 3 down now.
Big crab.
The last
Big crab.
Out. Now they're going to have that checkpoint there that they can use on the defensive side. But Jackpot just brought out the tactical.
Oh, this is our last special. This zip's got to pop off.
Oh. They're going to have to dive the tower in a hurry. 1 goes down. They buy enough time. They're in checkpoint 2. They take the lead.
Let's go! Let's go!
But then they're stopped in their tracks. Down go 3 members. Jackpot, they have an opportunity here. It is just Zanku trying to keep things alive. No, they've got to spawn back to Phantom Thief. It's Jackpot putting all the pressure here down the
Let's
stretch.
go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
I told you, you get your opportunity on this map. You simply have to keep the game alive, and you will get your chance. Oh,
let's go! Let's go!
Push as they were approaching it. That's when you knew that they were attack, and they were eventually going to overpower because they were going to outscale.
And 9, Jackpot showing that if you ink the Phantom Thieves, they can be splatted. That's the first game taken from the Phantom Thieves in this entire tournament. And all of a sudden, they were going to have to deal with a little bit of adversity, and that was remarkable. It looked like
madness!
They got as far
Where's Protractor, my favorite Stamper player? I'm not even looking at that's apparently stuff that's in it.
Protractor is crazy. And you can't take them apart. That was an unbelievable turn of events into that first game.
Well, it's such a difficult map to defend on, too. I mean, I hope that was very evident given how both of these 2 teams...
USA! USA!
Nowhere for you to go to hit the tower.
When Alistair, I will dress up in a cat made outfit on stream. Jackpot manages to win the tournament. You have my word.
From their side of the spawn, so you really hope that it doesn't get to that point, but that's Brinewater tower control
the side bets are crazy. I was just doing push-ups last night.
Awkward map mode combinations for these teams are going to force them in positions maybe they're not as familiar with, or maybe that just aren't good for them to be in. So Jackpot, as ugly as it
the comments are crazy.
They were telling themselves,
the comments are wild.
We're still alive. Let's just keep going. Once we get our turn, we think that we can attack better.
Here are some of the highlights, and for a moment it felt like Phantom Thief was going to stop anything that Jackpot was doing, but this push right here, where they continue to maintain...
It'd be really funny if Jackpot was a Canadian team.
Zanku drops down 9.
That would be hilarious.
It did, and Madness came right back in at the right time there. .Q, of course, being the one that holds on to that tower. We wondered
USA.
If you want this to be a close match, but also that if it's a close match, it goes to turf war.
There's your result. They still haven't lost.
It's a close match.
We can have it be close.
Game 1 goes to Jackpot, and that sets the stage for Splat
that's why I
Zones
missed it
and
on my
Flounder
prediction
Heights
4
coming up
teams. I don't want to
next
see
year.
it go in
Not
first.
only was it a win, 9, it was a
especially because that's where Phantom Thief is going to be super strong.
Oh,
yeah.
Because that's what their qualifier tournament was.
Talking a
For
lot
all
of
turf
mess over
war.
the first 2 games. That
literally the
woke
thing they've
in
been practicing the
something in
most.
Jackpot, a ferocity
God,
that we
the
haven't
Jackpot
seen
has
in
to
them
win
in a
by
long
like a
time.
better
I think it
lead than
exuded
normal
itself
win
in that
condition,
second
so they
half
don't
of
get
the
taken to turf war.
I mean, at
Yeah.
this point,
Unless they want to gamble.
Jackpot can literally only give up 2 losses.
I mean,
If they get more than 2, we're going to turf.
And that's like it's not impossible. It's just huge risk. Jackpot has been clearing the turf for them. They won the freaking preliminary super hard.
Then you come all the way back, can say whatever you want. You take the big shot.
These guys haven't lost a single turf game in this tournament. No, but
it's a single game in this tournament until now.
There's nothing left for them to feel at this point. They've gone through all the bases so far, and there's still so much left to play.
As we said, coming up next, Splat Zones, Flounder Heights. You said this is one of
I
those
feel like
big
it would be
snowballing
better
Splat Zone
if they
games where
swept, though.
You go ahead and get the zone first. You have a chance to
You know what I'm
really
saying?
run away with it.
Well, it's just so hard to get back to the zone, and there are 2 zones. One of the few 2-zone maps.
Not only did NA win for the first time, they swept. They swept? Think about that.
That very first engagement, the teams might be a little bit
more the people saying that Jackpot didn't deserve the win and then 4-0ing changed their mind probably.
You can lose a game in a hurry. Kind of like we saw in that tower control game, Jordan. You can see
Yeah, I keep hearing Splatoon music playing. I'm like, tap again.
Games can turn no matter how the opening looks.
Both teams taking their time to get their loadouts all set because
I feel like what's it called? I feel like if Kaiser won, hypothetically, I feel like they get run through by the JP team.
They would have.
Well, too, because you've got to cover so much
Like now that I'm
I was saying as well is it was the fact that Jackpot wasn't warmed up. You remember what FLC tweeted out about all the seeding stuff?
Do we play some more?
Oh my God! Wait, you're right.
Weapons? Do we play Carbon Roller here?
Jackpot wasn't warmed up. Kaiser already had the momentum of being warmed up and also just destroying their previous set. So.
But you also need weapons that have a little range in order to counteract that.
Here we go. Game 2 of the finals. Jackpot versus Phantom Thief. Can Jackpot build a 2-0 lead? Or will Phantom Thief tie it up at 1 apiece? Splat Zone.
Let's go!
Let's go!
Dynamo!
What? Dynamo Wiper.
Wiper! Yes!
What are they cooking? What are they cooking?
Wait. Dynamo Wiper Flux.
Very powerful weapon
Wiper's dead.
Like, is Jackpot's good on this map?
Big changes all over the other side, but the
but they don't know that.
So we're going to talk about
Jared's gonna like go crazy.
So far,
in
neither
trench.
team has been able to wrestle too much of the zone. An early 2-point lead for Jackpot. 4-3 advantage for them on the map. Both teams lose a member at this moment, and this is such an interesting combination of zones to wrestle for. There's so many different areas that you can approach them from.
Yeah, different angles.
Dude, he just walked at that Wiper,
It all
dude.
kind of conjugates here, and 2 people jumped right into that side. They could have both been taken out there. One of them managed to get away. I believe it was Tsukuyomi, but that could have been the start of the snowball that gets away. Instead, now we've got a scramble situation, and it's Jackpot who will have the first real look at a lockout on his side, Jordan. And this is where it gets scary. One has already gone down for them, and the others are
They
pushed
should be
back.
eating though,
Yeah,
crazy.
madness
This is
goes down.
like
However,
you
the
can say
score
this later.
continues to move in the favor of Jackpot. That is ticking down. Leafy trying to chase down Tsukuyomi. That Stamper is going to keep Tsukuyomi down there for just a little bit longer. Pops up and gets the splat against Leafy.
Yeah, Leafy stayed just a little bit too long in that position, and that is going to be a big wipeout there. Wow, they turned that
well, Dynamo Roller, Dynamo Comp win against Jackpot. Place your bets.
They're going to have tens of missiles here to force the other members back even further if they want. But you see,
really good
not
weapons
diving in all the way. They're
Dynamo.
giving up some space,
Cannon
respecting
missiles.
Jackpot's position.
Nine, did Jackpot just simply overextend themselves there? They had the zone, and they were
That is a great kill.
It's an interesting choice to make. They were firing at opposing players that were in different
That's
positions
one.
there. That's really all you can hope to do in that spot. But they have fought their way back in very methodically.
Man, do we root for the Dynamo or do we root for the home team?
Home team, easy. I don't care.
I know, but at the same time,
down there to close it
you
out
gotta
there. Now
know
they're going
it's
after Toya here.
Dynamo.
This is a rough fight for Toya against a sloshing machine, and will actually get a trade there.
No, I
so
want him to
nicely
lose
done
to
there.
buff Dynamo.
Tsukuyomi is up here as well.
They need to lose to the buff Dynamo.
And this should be
We need a 0 damage hitbox.
Tsukuyomi, 2 splats in a row. How about the individual effort by them to take control
They're actually
of
doing
this
pretty
game
well.
so far? Jackpot had a moment, But Tsukiyomi
Wait, why
shut
could
the
he still
door on
hold
that.
there? Why
And
could
now
he
they've got
held
the
low,
lead. They're
no?
chopping into the
Trust
rear
him
end,
back.
and they're looking to get the lockout as all 4
Theoretically
members
held low back
congregate
there,
towards the top of that ramp.
Oh, Madness
Not
got
with
a
ult jab, just
wonderful
kind of
shot
like
there on
holding
Raul,
back
so
and
that's
down
gonna
a
be
little.
one player down there.
They're
Now
definitely
Jared
buffing
just
Hammer.
there was tactical
They're
alert
definitely
up there.
buffing Hammer.
Back to the fight in a
Yeah,
decent
they're
time.
gonna buff
I'm more
Hammer.
concerned about this side of the map as Doc Q now in a rough spot
And then
against
next match,
Toya. They're
Hammer's gonna
firing
be-
in Hellfire. Doc Q wins!
Picks him off.
Reflexes are
Doc
so
Q
scary.
dodging and weaving.
I
That's
will
a
never
critical
not
splat as
think
Jackpot
reflexes are
able to hang
terrifying.
on to control of
Oh,
one of the
Hammer's
zones,
getting
but
buffed 100%.
there is Phantom Thief
There's
already
Hammer.
trying to ink the other one. That'll take the other zone, hold things at a
One
pause
down.
for a moment. And now both teams trying to reset their approaches here with 3 members on the board for Phantom Thief, 4 for Jackpot. It's going back and forth at this moment.
Yeah, but I think that that's about to swing hard in favor of Jackpot. Toya is forced all the way back there. That
Oh,
reflex is not going to be able to
Madness.
hold back these main weapons.
Madness is
and
clearing
this is the
space.
dangerous
Madness,
spot here.
Madness.
Swimming forward.
Blowing
Doc
things
Q
up.
Madness
perfect
combat.
forward to allow
Madness
for that
combat.
approach here. This range
What
blaster
is
could
this?
absolutely
What is
blow
this
open
wave
this
breaker?
position.
Why is it in the
Instead,
middle of
isn't
the
able
ramp?
to find anybody.
Oh my God.
They will take the lead, but there was a lot more on the table for that. Right now,
Lead?
Phantom Thief has a
What?
great opportunity to push back in. Would love to stabilize here, but Tsukuyomi goes down.
Reflux,
That's
I
their
just
main
realized
attacker on
I'm
that
slow.
side, Jordan.
And you saw the splatter color screen providing a
too
little bit of
busy
support.
distracted
Here
by the
comes
wiper
a
and the
curling bomb
dynamo.
as well too. Just
Yeah,
to
I just
try
realized.
to get the
Ledge?
zone
Oh
here.
my God.
Over a minute left, 37-52 advantage for Jackpot. Now all of a
Just
sudden
teleported
Phantom
up a
Thief
ledge,
is in
bro.
control,
It's
but they've
it's-
lost
it's
2
not-
members here
it's not
now.
And they
latency,
really
it's the
don't
game.
have a great way to get rid of Dot Q on that heavy edit Splatling. She is sitting back
But
there
we've known
and
that,
simply
but, like,
turfing
still.
this side. You see that Songkyu
Game
just
TPS
has to
being, like,
risk
garbage for
life
no
and limb
reason.
in order to put any sort of damage on that side.
Now, if you're Jackpot, you just want to focus on covering your zone. You don't need to really take any more
Laggy
risk trying to get
foreigner.
those zones, I
Laggy
imagine.
No, and that's
foreigner.
what Doc Q hasn't done. Now, if something does go down there, I think Toya must have hit one shot with that reflex to take that player out.
And they just
Finally, they
still
have
had
fought
the
their
zone
way
through
through,
all of
but they're
that
taking a lot
madness.
of damage in doing it.
Yeah.
Tsukuyomi
Ooh,
does
that
get the
dynamo's
revenge shot there
really
on
bad.
that side.
Oh
Jordan's
my
going to start
God.
flying off the board. Jackpot is going to have
Dude,
plenty
Leafy
of
was
time.
mad. You
Watch
could
for
see
them to
that.
build as many specials as possible and slowly try to move back.
However, time
like,
is
saw the
ticking. They're
blue
just
get
7
killed,
seconds
and
away
then I
and
saw
9. All of a
Leafy, like,
sudden,
get
Jared's
mad,
able to
like,
get up there
physically.
and put a pause on things. That was huge. However,
Wait.
now the lead goes back
No,
to
no, no,
Phantom
no.
Thief with 15 seconds left.
Jared took an awful long time getting back on that side. Did it stall them long enough? 10 seconds left. They're just going to try to go for the neutralize to get into
one's down,
overtime.
two
Songkyu
down.
fights forward and takes
JP
control
wins this
back.
one.
There's still pandemonium on the zone, but with 1 second left,
Dang.
Phantom Thief
Splatoon
makes good
won.
on it. And even though things could have gotten away from them there, they held on, and you see some elation there for Tsukuyomi
I
there.
know actually had like
Kinda
consistent
bearing the lead
damage
here,
there.
Jordan. That was one of the most unreal compositional changes that I have seen there.
We're not getting a wiper
We don't
or
see a
dynamo
lot.
bomb.
Reflux outside of Tokyo, we don't see a lot, and even Tsukuyomi changed over to another version of the Splatana wiper. That
Damn,
side. So
who's making fun of
they
me?
made it work, changing things
I'm
up
not
in the
making fun
middle
of
of
you.
the
Squishy
moment.
ban 'em.
Between these
I'm
two
sorry.
Goodness, so many moments
brain
in this
is not
game
on.
that could have really gone the other way. And you saw
My brain is
earlier
so
on,
dead
Jackpot
right
felt
now.
like they had the lockout, but lost some of
Sorry.
those one-on-ones. That allowed
We still
Phantom
be
Thief to come in
friends.
there and get their big
Of
push.
course.
But down the
I'm
stretch
just-
tonight,
I'm just
what
messing
happened
around.
with Jackpot, it felt like all
I'm
they had to
kidding.
do was focus on their zone.
It's
However, they just
God.
got disheveled.
I mean, easier said than done, right? When you have .Q up in that position, on that top right perch, you could see how easy it was for them to hold on. But once .Q went down, the great shots from the reflux of Toya, everything else became that much more difficult for them to move in. Jared, with this incredible attempt to move through there,
Damn.
Raul, though, turned around just in time, and another player had already gone down for them there. So meeting threats on both
If
sides,
that was
you
my
see why
dynamo,
that dynamo
they-
roller
that-
can still get it
Jared
done
would've
on
went
certain
right
map
through.
mode combinations. And
Real.
great response
If
there
that
from
was
Phantom
my
Thief. I was
dynamo.
hoping this would be a long set.
Yeah, Sheldon
at
just
least for the
sold
time
you a
being, that
broken dynamo.
Well, it
bro. I
guarantees
don't know what
another
to.
splat.
I don't know what to say.
That's for
dude.
sure. We'll get a game
It's
5, and that'll be
unfortunate.
at Hammerhead Bridge here shortly. But up next, Clam Blitz and Mako Martin. You said this can get messy sometimes. A whole lot of
Clam Blitz,
fighting going on in the
Mako
middle of this map. But so far, what we've seen from both teams is that there's some
Macro
vulnerability for sure. And it seemed like Jackpot was in control for most of that game. It was just that last final push that we saw from Phantom Thief where they were able to force Dot Q out of that perch, lost the leverage that changed everything for Jackpot.
Absolutely, and sometimes it is that simple. Some weapons are very strong in some positions, and when you get them out of that, they're not as strong in certain spots. And that's one of the reasons why Flounder Heights in particular can be such a difficult map to play. It's the defender just has a much better position. You've got the high ground, as it were. It can be so difficult to fight a literal uphill battle, but we've now seen that in both games, Jordan, where one team goes out to the opening lead, they
Still
look strong, the other team fights their way back. Great resilience.
All I know is we would love to see 7 games. That's for
Oh,
sure.
Man.
These finals.
No, we wouldn't.
So Clam Blitz is coming up next
Most
year.
people
Talking
wanna
about
see
Mako
6.
What do you like about this matchup?
Both teams clearly like to fight. That's the thing I have noticed thus far, and anytime you have a messy map,
I think not Luffy. Leafy is having a bad day today.
Very difficult for anybody who's trying to spectate.
It's sad because
You could also
Leafy's
bet that
stamper
generate
is
some
so
real
good to
fireworks here,
watch.
but something specifically about the Clam Blitz variation, Jordan, is this is
Real
one of the
Leafy stamper
shortest
And if you get a
plays.
map mode like Flounder
in all of Splatoon.
zones, you
It
just
takes
can't
you
play
less than
Stamper.
5 seconds to swim from one side of this map to the other, which means that if you risk everything to get a big score out, your opponent's going to get to do the exact same to you in a hurry.
Really fascinating concept there, because we've seen the last couple of Clam Blitz opportunities. It's taken a while for teams to get back into things and try and have that response when they get their own power clam. So this is going to be one of those electric matchups that you just imagine will be a lot of mayhem in the middle. And for Phantom Thief of the Heart, what we've seen from them so far is just the ability, their pushes are so strong, especially at the tail end of that game. The first game as well, too, at the beginning. This is a team that will try to go for that knockout punch when they get that opportunity. You've got to be very, very careful if you are Jackpot.
Well, yeah, and the angles at which Phantom Thief is attacking from are also, like, stunning to me. the angle that Tsukuyomi took on one of those fights to get into it, and then Sanku, like, squeezing through 2 or 3 players fighting in order to
who
take
got
the
that
fight
bouncy
as
leg?
well.
We got
Actually
777 win is trending number 8 on Twitter right
all know
now.
where the powerful positions on the map are. Now, what do you do with that information? What angles do you take into fights to throw off where your opponent's coming from? And there's been some great creativity from these teams thus far.
There's the bell. That's the chime. It means it's time for Game 3 of our finals. It's tied at
Oh,
1-1 apiece.
goodness.
Clam Blitz and
We have a
Mako
game
Mark.
on our hands.
Who's going to go to the store and pick up a dub? We'll find
It's not
out.
really
as
a crack
we
and
get
cheesy map, but we
just
still run it.
first glimpse at the couple of loadouts. The finals continue to get set to go on
10
Mako
edits a
Mark.
W, trust.
Pentabrella Jordan.
This is like a
is
Moonlight
out
comp,
from
low-key.
Leafy here. She
This
has
is a
been playing
Moonlight
this weapon for
comp.
quite some time, and I knew we'd see it at some point
They're
today.
running a
On the
Moonlight
other
comp.
side, though, Tsukuyomi
Oh
has
my
switched
God.
off the Stamper class and is now
Dude.
instead going back over to
Leafy
that
said,
52 gal.
"I gotta
Leafy got
play
behind
10."
them, but wasn't able to finish the job there, and the other person that they snuck over, Jordan,
Dang.
got taken out as well. This has gone just about as poorly for Jackpot at the start as it could. Madness desperately needs to win that fight and does get a trade, but as a result, there's going to be some points scored now. It's not a lot.
Wait,
Jackpot is
why did
fine
the
in this
freaking
position,
Zap
but you
not
can see how
die?
scary
Like,
this
you
map can
definitely
be.
thought
They
that
get
Zap
2
was
splats, though, and the timer expires. They're going to get a
yeah,
power
that's
clam. 3
right.
splats.
Pen-
All of a sudden, they
Pentarella
try to
gave
give
it,
themselves
walk
an
in.
opportunity to take the momentum with the free
Walk
power
in,
clam that'll
Leafy.
drop.
Yep, and they actually snuck somebody behind there. Jared was already back there. They should
Oh,
at
Jared's
least
going
be able to score one
crazy.
power claim here at
Jared
the side.
just being the
Tsukuyomi
rat.
dives way down. That's a very
Jared
dangerous spot
ratting
to
hard.
be in. Yeah, Tsukuyomi goes
How
down
is
there.
this
There should be
bucket not
tons
dead?
of points being scored on this side. Leafy is now back behind them there. The threat is coming from both sides, and Sanku does win the fight with Madness to at least get rid of some of the clutter in the middle of the map. It'll be a
God, they
cleanup
just
here for
went in their spawn
Phantom
twice.
Thief. But again, Jordan, think of how long it took us to get our first score on some of those other maps, and now we've already had 2.
It goes
Oh,
by
that was a
quickly
good kill.
for sure. So the early lead right now for Jackpot, but certainly not safe at Mako Martin. Let's go ahead and check in
God,
as
through
Madness
the wall
goes down.
forward
Killer
on this
Whale
pre-
5.1 trying
yep.
to apply a little bit of pressure here for
Yep,
Phantom Thief.
52
And here
gal.
comes that coordinated push from our team from Japan.
Worst
Yeah, they get
nightmarish,
taken out there, though.
nightmarish
One player did
matchup.
try to move up there
Most of the
to
time.
go and
It's
attack
on.
the
It's
crab
on.
alongside that
Wait,
Killer Whale
biffing the
5.1.
52
They
gal?
got taken out.
One.
Jackpot's defense is a little
Nation?
too strong. They're playing great
Oh,
complementary
one.
Splatoon for the time
Sure,
being,
the team
but
that
Tsukuyomi
actually
dives
hard
down,
ran
not
Terrabella is
needing a
going to win,
compliment
but
of
we're
any
seeing some
sort.
tent.
Gets one down, but
Yes.
will emerge over
Yeah,
one
just
every
faster.
time.
Nice.
Tsukuyomi goes down, and that was a huge pickoff, and all of a sudden, Jackpot building upon their
Go to
lead.
spawn.
Triple
Spawn
link
time.
strike comes
Yes,
in.
go
That's
spawn
going to try and
camp
open
them.
things up. Couple
Yeah.
more clams coming in. Leafy's able to fit one in as well,
Yeah,
too.
yeah, that actually is a
builds
bad
up to
idea. You shouldn't
34
do
to
that
80 the
right
lead.
there.
2 more members go down for
Oh,
Phantom Thief.
lost
How about
it,
the
yeah.
one-on-ones that Jackpot's winning here?
Well, I mean,
You don't
Jared's
have
just
one
gotten behind them
sub-special
again
saber.
twice, and now will jump out for
have
safety there.
safe
We'll have a
Zuka.
safe landing. So
The
it's
jump.
The same thing
Oh,
both times.
that's big!
Able to get behind them there
Bad
with those
kill whale.
dualies and
Huge.
force these awkward fights
Huge.
in rear
Curling
position.
dog.
Did an amazing job.
Is
closing
Q
that gap there,
actually the
needs to find
GOAT?
Jared and does should now have a
Is
good
actually
opportunity
the
to
GOAT.
move
Actually thinking to curling bomb.
Well.
Just
From a head it. It's a head it. That thing like never throws curling bomb.
Imagine that being recorded live to millions.
And you see Phantom Thief having to retreat
Look,
just a little bit.
dying to a curling bomb, it's a
Toya
bomb.
now with
You can still die to it just like any other bomb. But like, it's the thing that surprises me is that the decision was actually made to throw a curling bomb instead of charging the main gun. Leave you gunning it down.
You should, but then Toya got in behind them, and now they've gotten in a position to score. They're not going to take the lead off of this, and Raul is actually going to stay back and continue to fight. Gets one there.
Almost got through two of them.
Oh my gosh, that completely changes the dynamic here because now only one member is moved up there, and it's Madness now gives up his position there to try to fight it out with Sanku. That's a big bit of the lead that has been pulled back there. One power clam, now two power clams will take the lead back for Phantom Thief, but it's going to be Jackpot's turn before we get to that.
These games see the Tentabrella going up against the splash wall, trying to march forward. Jackpot creating a little bit of a lane for themselves here on aisle 5. And here comes an opportunity to throw the power clam. They get it in, and now they've got to provide some supplementary clams to add to this.
These guys are
there
so
they go, into the
unserious.
penalty, down to 24,
Nice.
and an effective push.
Nice.
Down to 4. They get another
Nice.
power clam in. A chance for a KO.
Nice.
Can they get it in with the crab? Jared being pursued.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. The commentators just did not seem very energetic like in the first match. They were just kind of solving WC line and like all energy was lost.
Nowhere close here. 3 power clams won't even be enough here. So for Phantom Thief, you almost have to look at this as a
of course you can't be energy the whole time.
Or one really long perfect push.
They're trying to save it for the later matches too, because this is just game 2.
And that's a very difficult thing to do. It starts by taking this side of the map here, forcing these members back. That is one player they've gotten down here, and they built themselves up a nice outpost here on this side. Tsukiyomi goes and fights forward, but Jordan, they don't have
They did
the power
nerf sandbagging.
There's not enough follow-up there. They do get
Mario
that first
Kart
one,
players,
but with
I
2
guess.
members going down here, it just wasn't connected enough.
And they had to use all of their specials, so how about the defensive stand by
running
Jackpot?
around
Under
here?
20 seconds left. They've got the lead. They're trying to close the lid on this Clam Blitz battle and pull up 2-1. Power Clam in possession of Phantom Thief, just trying to avoid that triple ink strike. 8 seconds left. Couple of one-on-ones taking place here. They're going to retreat. Is Jackpot and just fortify the defense. 1 second left. All of a sudden, we're going to head to overtime. Phantom Thief is going to have the push of all pushes here as Jackpot is just trying to hold on.
They're going to have to find some clams as well on the other side. First of all, you got to get this one in.
It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over.
Forward on this side, but
It's over.
That's
game.
Over to close it out. A
That's
couple
game.
more ticks, and Jackpot takes game 2.
Jackpot.
What?
With that push,
Through
where they
that
got
clam
2
spin.
power clams in to build
That was just the overtime
lead,
time. That
4
wasn't
to
a clam just
49. That was the difference. And Jackpot
Imagine if Jackpot
moves to a
scored back if they
2-1
win the final
advantage,
game.
taking care of business
They wouldn't.
on Clam Blitz.
Actually, no. Mattis will get too excited.
And what a series of fights that it worked.
They would out of pure joy.
Man, that was just.
Otherwise, they would have done. They
blow
would have done
after
it to
body blow.
Kaiser,
Both teams
but it was
throwing
triple,
it
so
back
they
and
really
forth there,
they
but
can't.
we said that could get a little bit messy on that map mode. Mako Mart is known for that exact scenario occurring over and over and over again. But for Jackpot there, their coordination, their willingness to slow down a little bit if it means assisting and closing out some of these players. They're not willing to let any members of Phantom Thief get in an awkward position that could be a thorn on their side. They are finishing their meal, as they say.
I thought Jared was exceptional in this game. Jared's ability to get behind the defense and to force a lot of situations.
Hey, that's
that make
me.
Phantom Thief uncomfortable.
Well, and if I may, Jordan, earlier when I said .Q needs to be the provider of their tacticooler, this is what I wanted to see. I have tremendous respect for what Jared is able to do in all of his weapons, getting behind opponents, being slippery, winning these fights, and that's only possible when he's allowed to play some of these other weapons here. Great stuff here from the members of Jackpot.
Yeah, it really had Phantom Thief out of sorts early on, and that's why Jackpot was able to take the offensive, and then we saw them build this big lead, and it was too little too late. Not enough clams on the field for Phantom Thief, and then when you get into scramble desperation mode, it all starts to go downhill. So Jackpot, an excellent job by them of really locking out Phantom Thief on such a short map as well, too. Phantom Thief never really had a sizable push at any moment.
I think someone was mewing.
That far, it also changes the way that you have to play in Clam Blitz
Madness
as well, right?
mewed
Because
at the beginning of one of their sets, I think.
2 power clams won't be
Earlier in
enough.
the,
The reason why we
I don't
use that
remember
2
if it was
power
this
clam
day or
method is
yesterday,
because
but
that's
Madness
really
mewed
the
at
limit
some
of
point.
you can
Yeah,
jump them
you
in,
mewed
right?
yesterday,
Quick,
but I'm pretty sure
immediate
he
40-40
mewed today
burst
too.
and steal
Someone
the lead
did.
back
Oh
for
my God.
yourself. Once you get beyond that point, though, it has to be either a really, really long push or 3 power clams. And some of you at home may have noticed it's not easy to build 3 power clams at this level, much less score 3 of them. So that's not really on the table. The only other option is getting everybody down on the opposing team and spawn camp them for an extended period.
Her eyes are really interesting.
That's not going to happen as well, too. So that sets the stage.
Dark hues.
Manta Maria. And this
That's not a bad thing, by the way.
You and I have both played a lot.
I don't know what you
mean
because I wasn't tapped in the stream.
Well, this is a map where the final 30, 35-ish, 40 points are very interesting. There is a drop down, and those of you who have played on Manta Maria know this, a drop down and a sprint to the goal. And you will see points go from 30
I went with my dad to a gun raffle today. I thought I was helping
Both of
some people
these
carry
teams get
around
there.
some stuff.
It could be just one
And like I
stray shot
thought
of
that
pink
was what
that
made me
makes the
feel a little
difference
sore, but
between
no, it
winning
was
and
the push-ups
losing
last
on
night.
this map.
And this is a huge game because if Jackpot wins, it essentially means Phantom Thief has to win 3 consecutive games, a 3-0 sweep, to take this championship. So this is huge. Phantom Thief, I get the sense, 9, you've got to win this game. If not, going down 3-1, you can't give Jackpot 3 opportunities. We saw how hard it is to win 3 straight against them as Kaiser looked like they were dominating them. Won the first 2, then got swept the other way.
Yep, and it's not an easy task to, from a stamina side, keep up with a fast-paced team like Jackpot over and over again. But this is a longer, slower Rainmaker map. You saw a little bit earlier how quickly some of these maps can end up going. This is not one that usually goes slow. Now, I say that, and I may have just cursed this game with the way that these teams are attacking, but I hope we'll get to see a nice, good, lengthy Rainmaker game here.
And a lot of these games have been back and forth, pushes from both teams. And
Lieutenant's
been
getting
impressed with
next
the
patch,
way that
and
each
he
team has
wins.
shown a different kind of resolve. They might get down, but
I
they
like
just
the
scramble at the last minute, or they
I would just
keep their
mage
composure
3D.
to ensure that they can dominate or need to do what they have to do in order to get that
L3D.
victory.
Yeah,
H3D.
L3D. I'd main L3D.
Kind of knowing like, all right, that game got away from us. It happens here. This is
This is
what
a
it
cool
looks like when
weapon,
you're playing
so-
against a team at your level. Some of these fights aren't going to go your way, but be interesting to see here, Jordan.
Let's see
Phantom
here.
Thief has changed a lot from a compositional standpoint
Here we go.
game to game right now. No surprises here from the side of
52.
Jackpot. On this side, it does appear Tsukiyomi
Ooh,
has gone
Camper,
back
interesting.
over to the
Camper
Stamper here.
Nova,
The
huh?
Crab Tank variation of the Stamper, an interesting choice.
They even played
A
Stamper Nouveau?
Titanic Game 4
Yeah.
on Manta
Stamper Nouveau
Maria.
got played.
Here we
They
go.
did
Jackpot
on
trying to
what's it
build
called?
A monstrous 3-1 lead, or can Phantom Thief
here's
tie
your
it up
double
and force
talking
at
this
least a
team.
Game 6?
I remember when I
Both
saw
teams fighting in
Campus
the middle,
Cup,
and
which
this
was
is
like
essentially here 9 that
Cap
them
Cut.
doing a Rainmaker
What are
only
these teams
tournament
trying
in
to do?
Japan.
Well, they're trying not to
There was
break
like
the
triple
big
talks
mistake here.
missed,
You want to
and
have at least
honestly,
some
it was
stability. Some
stupid.
players are going to go down, but you need
It was
to
so
Oh, they're
dumb.
2 down. They're 2 down.
Tactical or out for a defensive resource
This
there.
is why you don't
need to
run
hold on
double
to
talk to
certain
miss.
positions. Now, both of the attackers there went
They will be
down
able to stall the
early
objective. They
on
could probably
for the
deny this
members
jump
of
too,
Phantom Thief,
but-
but it appears that a couple of the attackers have gone out on the other side as well. Now,
Just
stuck in an
kidding,
awkward
toxic
position,
miss
but
is
once again, Jordan,
bad.
Jared
It
is
didn't even
behind
deny the
Phantom
jump.
Thief
Fair
right now.
enough.
Probably know where he's at there, but man, this guy is so good at hitting these awkward spots. Now you're looking that way. The Trizuka comes out. They're dangerously close to once again getting through this first checkpoint after this jump.
And they're trying to go through that jump, which is one of those shortcuts, but all of a sudden the Toxic Mist will snuff that out for a moment. So Jackpot's going to have to rethink their strategy. Sounds like they might let that Rainmaker respawn as they fortify. And look at all the
It's a
yellow
bit.
ink here as they just claim so much of this territory at the moment.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's
Oh, no.
frustrating when the
Crab
Rainmaker is in that spot.
Hide
Yes,
in
you
the
can
crab.
defend it, but you always have to have something at
Quiet,
least looking
hide in
on
the
that side.
crab.
Leafy has been sharking and waiting that entire time.
Oh, double
Oh,
splat,
oh,
looking for 3, almost
Jared,
an
yes.
unbelievable turn of
King,
events,
king.
and how about the pressure
King.
and disruption we just
No,
saw?
that's-
Oh,
it-
when you shark
actually,
that
that's
long,
Madness.
that's the best
Madness
case scenario
king.
that you're hoping for there.
Now Jared walks
with
in and
Jared
does the
over
same
there,
thing.
They are going to be able to move
Rolls
for
for
it, and
Gal.
they do get through that first checkpoint,
Cooler
Jordan.
trade.
We know how
We
getting
love
to that
those.
first checkpoint early changed
Cooler
the
trade for
entire
checkpoint break.
dynamic. And another one goes down. Leafy is going crazy
Oh wait, that's
this
across.
game.
They went across
You
cut.
see Tsukiyomi go down by the
shit,
Rainmaker at
Leafy?
that first checkpoint.
They're wait-
It's a sizable lead for Jackpot,
Wait, that's
and
Leafy
now
on
they can
shot.
really focus
I'm
their defensive
wrong.
efforts if they need to, but they would
Yeah,
love
it's
to
freaking
move it a
3
little
shot
bit
players
further.
in the team.
Now Tsukiyomi up top, trying to jump down low, feeling pressure from all the angles, avoids getting splatted, goes after the Zipcaster and the Booyah Bomb that comes out. However, down they go. It's a wipeout, though, for Phantom Thief.
And I cannot tell you how good that defense was. 3 members
But
in
the
your
not
alleyway,
jumping
one of them
across cut
with
is crazy.
a Trizuka, and you don't
Why
give
did
up
he
a single
detour?
point beyond the checkpoint, and you get the
Okay,
checkpoint
now
on the
you're
other
doing
side.
okay.
Oh Oh my goodness, Phantom Thief, what more do you have? Fighting takes down Jared. They should get the pop here, Jordan.
What a turn of events by Phantom Thief. They were
they lost it. They lost it. They lost it.
All of a sudden, now they're knocking on the door to try and take the lead. However,
They lost it.
Wait.
Gotta pop this Rainmaker shield.
They still got jumps.
Still for Jackpot.
They can hold, but they can't push.
To pop this Rainmaker shield. You want to be careful. Can a member get on there and advance the lead? Right up top. No luck with that ink back. Oh, they take out Radu. That was massive. And down goes Saku.
Oh, man, and I wondered what they were going to try to do in order to take that there.
Choya goes down.
I mean, this is getting a little overzealous with these jump ins there. You're going to have points here. You're going to have your checkpoint at this point. You're going to let Jackpot go way too far forward here. Jordan, the points are going to start to fall off here. And I have to wonder if Phantom Thief should have done those jumps there, not sensing the moment and how quickly it was going to fall. They're going to lose even more points on this side. Still people fighting down to 7.
Just don't shoot.
9, you got the sense that Phantom Thief saw they were trailing by 1. They were just trying to do anything they could to advance that Rainmaker and take back the lead, but in
two people looking at you, you're missing.
how
Just shoot
badly
backwards
did they
and
expose themselves?
get closer to goal.
They have 2 specials
This
right
is
now.
Rainmaker, Jordan. This is what it looks like when you wait just a little bit too long. You give your opponent one open shot. You're going to be able to get a lot of points very quickly. And even now, you see Tsukiyomi backs up there. Not sure if one more member of
Saber walking
Jackpot
back
is waiting
means they
by
lose
the
their machine,
Rainmaker
lack of
to maybe
crossfire.
steal 1 or 2 more points and just take the game. They are going to need to touch the pedestal here. The bottom part of it is fine. They don't have to knock it out, but that's how close they're going to have to get if they want to take this game back.
And if you're Jackpot,
Oh,
1 minute
that's
left.
a big
You can
pick,
think about
getting my
playing some
head in.
defense. There's not that much time left on the clock, but you just got to
I
be
didn't know
careful
cooler.
not to make that big mistake. All of a
Yep.
sudden, here they come sneaking through.
Oh.
Rainmaker still in hand. Oh, but
Wait,
the
the back
splash
carries.
roll 1 on the map.
Wipe.
It is a wipeout for Jackpot.
That might be
Yep,
game.
and the worst part
They
is
could hold it
nothing
back.
for getting to 37 there. That functionally
No,
gets you
well-
absolutely nothing.
No.
There's
There's no need to risk that. Like, here's the thing. It's still a little too soon. They got a really fast comp. They got Zap, Stamper. They could run down this spawn if they tried to hold it.
Was Leafy, but eventually you're going to have to
Leafy
fall back.
going
And
in.
the other members of
Paranoid.
Jackpot are pushing forward. Clean that up.
Look, they got
Corner
2 down
a couple
now.
more members here.
Just keep
and
it
there's
That's another wipe.
That's
It's over.
They're going to move
Dude,
forward
that's
here.
a
and I don't
second
know if
wipe.
Phantom Thief's going to get into the center
That's
of
2
the map.
wipes in like
Jared
45
just
seconds.
all over the place, creating havoc for Jackpot. 10 seconds
it's
left.
over.
They've got to just try to hang on. Can Phantom Thief organize one more push? No, they are just outnumbering and cornering Phantom Thief.
I don't like that
Jackpot,
POV,
they
though.
sense
I'm
it.
still
Yes,
bad for that
Jackpot picks
sloshing
up the
machine.
3rd game, and now they lead
has the
3-1
craziest muscle
in the
memory,
best
but
of
just
7,
whiffed.
just 1
I feel
game
so
away
bad.
from the
Yeah.
championship. And Jackpot has now taken 3 straight off of Phantom Thief.
And you've gone through all 4 modes to get here too. There are no more questions to be answered about if you prepped properly for the modes. Jackpot, they can sense it in this moment. And I want to again point out there that
Penta
I don't
fellas.
think the game needed to
Tented
be
finals.
I don't think the game needed to be that dominant for Jackpot. It was that one mistake where they put all their eggs in one basket to take that 1 point, and we caught it right here. Came in here with the ink fact to try to make it happen. Super jumped everybody on that side, and it opened up everything from there.
And I really think, 9, when you see the 1 point differential and just the thought of if we can just get the lead, all of a sudden we can play defense, I think Phantom Thief just panicked a little bit and overextended themselves and didn't think about how much time was still remaining, because to your point, they don't jump in and they're able to stop this push from Jackpot. It's a completely different game the final 2 minutes.
Sure, and again, look at it right here. It drops down here on this point. It gets to 22, but once it's in that point, it's in the danger zone. One pop is going to clear out a couple players, and it just gets away from you at that side, and it is all because they super jumped there in that side. And listen, I know you're trying to keep the pressure up. It's impossible to know how bad that's going to go from you in the heat of the moment, but it's just a couple critical mistakes that we've seen from the Phantom Thieves that have given Jackpot a couple of these games.
Correction, not 3 in a row over Phantom Thief, but 3 out of the last 4 for Jackpot after taking game 1, nearly won game 2. And so Phantom Thief came into these finals 9. They hadn't dropped a game yet. All of a sudden, Jackpot, who was on the brink, down 0-2 against Kaiser. And it was the final 30 seconds, it felt like, of Turf War as well, too, in game 5. They are standing on the precipice of a world championship. They're going to have 3 opportunities to try and close it out.
Oh.
And you've given yourself the best chance to
Oh,
do so. Now,
I found the
once
thing you were
again,
talking about, B.
we're gonna
Madness
see
and
a
Mute
run
after
through
one of
of
their
the
games.
modes.
Yeah.
These maps have all been predetermined. They've been set. No surprises at this point. We will only go to Turf War if it gets all the way to Game 7, but they're going to get another chance on tower control that they won on. They're going to get another
Splat
chance on
zones.
splat zones, which even though they lost on, I know Jackpot feels comfortable there. So we're going to start here, though,
Just
Jordan,
Hammerhead
on
Bridge,
another
right?
really interesting map mode.
Splat Zones, Hammerhead Bridge.
That's why.
Oh,
Reminder,
no.
Splat Zones was game 2 on Flounder Heights, and that is
I think they swap. Maybe they swap back to pencil here. Pencil on Hammerhead is
so
just.
both teams probably feel very confident here, but Hammerhead Bridge is not Flounder Heights.
No, it is not. This is maybe
Unless
the
they want
most
the edit
Splatoon
to
3
like
of Splatoon
kind of
3
stay back
maps
and
in
be
the
hard to
sense
rush
that
down.
You've got a couple choke points that you are going to have to push all the way through. Everyone's going to put their pressure there on that side. But if you can fight it through, you are rewarded with swaths of incredible inkage that you can then work through.
Zero
and
Seed
attack
if he
the
was allowed to
opponents,
be here
whereas
with
they're
us
not
today.
in a
Sometimes
great
I think you
spot
could
to
still
defend.
smell
So,
him.
Hammerhead Bridge, a very
Okay.
interesting map to see in this position. Crab Tank was dominant. This is one of the few maps, Jordan, that you'll still see some teams bring two Crab Tanks to the
Somebody
party.
just tweeted Dynamo
At
winning
this
a
point,
game
though,
of
I
World
almost
Cups
wonder if
finals
Jackpot
just
has
revived
found their
6
stride
years.
and isn't going to try to
Dynamo took a
deviate too much.
W.
I would expect
Yeah.
to see Jared
Damn, we
But
nerfed
it's
that. We buffed it too much. Damn.
I see the exact tweet.
We buffed
Yeah.
it too much like we did 52 Gal. It's too broken now.
She's been rotating
But unlike
around
52 Gal, we're gonna just hard nerf
all of her weapons are
Dynamo
conventionally
and just
strong
let
ones,
52 Gal
so
be
some
broken.
answers to be found on
So.
that side.
Yeah, because 52 Gal's a
Could this
shooter.
potentially
I'm
be the
not a
final
shooter,
match
therefore
of the
Dynamo will get
Splatoon
nerfed.
3 World Championship 2024?
Non-shooters are weird.
Phantom
We don't know
Thief
how they
down
work, so we can't let them be
3-1.
good.
Another
Splat
reason to
zones, the
nerf
tower
Dapple
control. You
Delays.
imagine if you're Phantom Thief, you're going to feel
Yes,
very
sir.
confident
Yes,
if you can get to that game
Yeah, the
7
weapon that
turf war.
didn't really take a
You
set.
are Jackpot.
Did it take a
You
set?
really get the sense these are
No.
next two
Two
best
Dapple.
opportunities.
It only
We don't
took a
even wanna
game off
get to
Jackpot.
tower
It took
control.
one game
We wanna
off
end it
Jackpot.
right here.
Yeah,
Splat
they
zones.
refused to
Hammerhead
elaborate.
Bridge. Jackpot.
no cooler.
One game away. Is this their opportunity to claim the
Yeah, okay,
championship?
Pencil, that's
They are locked and
Oh,
loaded.
God, we can run
Phantom
Pencil's
Thief,
map.
one last
Oh,
chance to stay
no.
alive. Let's go.
They're not running
Interesting note here, Jordan.
Pencil.
Raudu is not going
Whoa.
to
I
that
think they can
Snipe
still
Rider
bag
5H.
this.
Instead,
They could
it's
still
going to
totally
once
win
again
this.
be
Yeah.
that Rapid Blaster
But
Pro.
we're
So they're
facing
gonna
a
have to do
Pencil.
it with some burst damage there. Leafy charging
They
right
believe
forward
in
there,
us.
is happy to take a couple
God
of shots.
did.
Jackpot all around them right now has surrounded them.
Oh.
Jackpot in control.
Oh,
They're pushing
damn.
forward already. Jordan, they
Oh,
sense the
damn.
moment.
Jackpot
Oh,
doesn't
shit.
want to leave it to
Oh,
chance. They're
damn.
moving forward. They've got a 20-point lead at this moment. Zipcaster, they're going to retreat and try to fortify their defensive efforts
All the
as
way back
that
to
Ink Vac
spawn.
moves forward, and all of a
Try to
sudden
be
Phantom
back.
Thief has wrestled away control of the zone.
They took a couple
the shot
members
find
out there. They're
something.
going to need a lot more sustained
Damn.
up attack there, and they're going to need to do it cleanly.
Shot
They
to not
got
find
rid of
something.
Leafy there early on, so they should be in an okay position here. But I'm going to again continue to point out that Snipe Rider is going to be so
Wow, that was
difficult
such a-
to
that was a
turn
fast
over there.
retake.
Well, they're also trying to fight. Bit of a scramble near the zone. It is going to be a shift of the lead. but with their
Zipcaster
two fighting
down.
members down here,
What?
Jackpot moving forward.
And they chase down
Oh.
Radu, but then down goes another
Two down,
member
two down,
of
two down.
Jackpot. Asanku gets the splat,
Damn.
and they're all over at 9. Phantom Thief so far showing a lot of offensive
jumps,
prowess
bad jumps,
midway
bad
through
jumps.
this.
Yes, and
Those were
Jared landed and
jumps.
barely got away
Nice
right there. It was
reverse,
almost a
reverse.
reverse situation where two members of Jackpot jumped into a bad spot.
You
A
whiff.
missed opportunity there for
What?
Sanku. Jared, who has
What?
gotten away with just horrible deeds a
no,
couple
I mean,
of times
you would
here.
still die to
Getting
the
out of these
sword, but
positions
like
you
now the
should
duel,
not
now
be able
the
to.
downside.
Jackpot will once again get the benefit.
Jackpot's got control of the
stuff
zone. They're
with
chopping into that
Zipcaster, just
penalty.
going
Two
back and
members of Phantom Thief is down. They're moving
Hey, that's
forward.
what- that's-
and all of a sudden
that's
you
the
see
tap,
Dot Q
dude.
advancing with
How you
that
supposed to
Snipe Rider,
catch it?
just trying to provide a little bit more support on the other side. They claim the lead, does Jackpot, and
That
they
hit what
continue
ain't
to build
there.
upon it as they have
Oh,
locked Phantom Thief
52
out, but that
gals.
H-Vac is all of a sudden going to pause it for a
Guys,
moment.
I'm not sure if I
long
said
enough.
this already, but
Jackpot
if
marching forward.
Shock gets nerfed,
The one
52's
resource
taking
they
over.
have is Sukiyomi
Like,
did get behind them there, but he's
Yeah.
going to get taken down before he can use
Yeah.
that.
We saw it in the
Zipcaster.
$20
Jordan, this
tournament,
is so
right?
close to
And the
going
Blaze Gauntlet, I
distance right
think.
now. All the way pushed back here.
If you
are
guys
the
saw
members
that
of
at those
Phantom Thief.
tournaments,
Jackpot has set
$30,
up their
not
traps
$20.
on different sides of the map here. Here come the
You already
specials
know
there.
that's Jared
Firing
shocking.
forward there. Will one go down? Can Leafy close out on this player? She is hiding in this position.
Give it up
and
for
will
the
get
North
taken
American
out. 10
jetpacker.
more seconds there. A few more pointing down. The ink
there's
back
a
going
back, though.
forward, and it will fire at the zone. And it
Ah.
will Hail Mary shot. Give Phantom Thief with the heart one more chance.
4 seconds away was Jackpot, a 64-second penalty. 2.5 minutes left. We might just have to go the full time here because that's a lot of time. All of a sudden,
no,
Jackpot
they have
back
so
in
much to
control,
push through, and now the penalty
slowly
is
chipping away at that penalty, and now they just need to regroup here. 9, take a deep breath, and try to close
God,
this
it's
out.
2
And I
minutes
guarantee,
more than
Jordan, they feel totally fine with how that went. They have been controlling this
Keep your heads high,
for
Jackpot.
a
Keep your heads
long
high.
time. Phantom Thief has not had any good looks at the zone here. And yes, Leafy's going to go down there, but she was
Lovely
tactical
production
up.
of this tournament
She's
is
fine.
really
Now
nice.
the other members of Jackpot can't get positioned.
Damn.
You're gonna see a
Zone.
Trizuka out to
They had to pop
find a
2
couple
specials
of these
just to
players.
get zone.
Jordan, they are A-okay.
What do you do to
giving
get
up a
further?
few more points.
What's our KO push?
Under 2 minutes left. You've
I
got
think
control
Jackpots
for
can
Phantom
really
Thief here
just
in
push them
just a
back.
moment as they try to threaten. They're finally out of their penalty. They're inching a little bit closer. 143 left. They lose control. Here comes Jackpot. They've got 50 seconds left in their penalty. Jackpot's got 2 members of Phantom Thief down.
Really long time
as
ago,
Jackpot has now got
Jackpot
all
made
4
it- the
members on
team,
the map,
they had, like,
and
a
they have
poll on
got
Twitter
that wall
about, like,
built
who's
up.
the-
It's all
who's
sorts
the
of
best
pressure
member?
coming in from .Q.
Raudu firing this ink vac once again. Everybody moving forward, though. That's that resource out of the way here, Jordan. They're
Damn.
going to swim forward. Just
So late, my
20
dad's
penalty
gonna be
points
awake
left,
again.
and even fewer with that now. Another goes down here. They're diving. Sanku is going to throw these at the zone, but it's not going to be enough. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2. It comes to the end.
Let's go! Let's go!
The journey is over. The pop-off is complete. That was their goal. That was what they set out to do. They had to overtake some of the most dominant teams in North America. They did it one step at a time. And when they were threatened to be knocked out in the semifinals, Jackpot rises to the occasion and in dominant fashion leaves no doubt as they win the finals over Phantom Thief of the Heart and claim the first ever world championship for Splatoon 3.
When Jordan, they won every mode too.
Huh?
Think about it. They won that
It'll
last
save these,
Splatoon
right?
game. They
These
won
videos
the
are saved?
Clamblitz game.
Yeah,
They won
yeah,
the Tower
you can go
Control
back and
game,
rewatch
and
them.
they won the
And it's on my
Rainmaker
stream
game.
if
No
you
funny
can.
business, no stronger
right.
on
We have-
some modes
yeah,
than
yeah,
other.
yeah.
If you want to be a world
I
champion,
need
you
sleep.
have to be good
Yeah,
at
no,
all of them.
Micro. It's like
And you just
almost
look
4
at
for
the
you, isn't it?
faces
Or
of
4:30.
Jackpot there.
Oh,
So
yep.
elated there. I think
bad
Madness
for
went
you.
through 3 bottles of water as that set went on.
I'm gonna go to church with my dad. I'm gonna wake up in 3 hours.
That you put into
I just can't believe that Pfizer put up a better fight than a JP team. That's
and they
insane
faced
to
all
me.
kinds of adversity
There
today.
it
They
is.
dropped a
Telling
game
you, they
yesterday
weren't
in
warmed
their
up.
seeding.
Yeah, let me
There-
this 777 win this.
I can't wait to get the jackpot banner, guys.
Home with no victories
Same.
on day 2 of this tournament. Instead,
Wait,
they
that
got
jackpot
all
banner.
the way back. And I mean, for these players who have been putting in so much effort over and over.
Everybody
Madness
my goodness,
choked
what a
them
show they
interview
put on.
this time.
Now we'll get a chance
Wait,
to
there's no
hear from
interview?
the champions, their thoughts after this title.
Winning world champs.
All right, someone's gonna call me out for plays, but I don't care, dude. I'm posting it.
Quiet down.
It's an absolute dream,
I
man.
know.
I'm so proud of all 3 of you. You guys are amazing. I love you all. And thank you all to the family, friends, and fans that have been supporting us for so long. We love you all. Thank you so much.
Just the love and adoration for all the support, all of North America. And they had so much help along the way. The number of teams that helped
Alright,
them
guys,
scrimmage.
Stamper's
and
getting nerfed to the
we've seen
ground.
this team.
All right,
Ryan,
good
we
night,
remember
y'all.
calling their
For the ones that
games
are
when they were
going to
by a
sleep.
different team name and some of
man,
these
I watched
online
Stamper.
matches where they were getting dropped out in the semifinals and not able to necessarily
Alright, good
dominate
night.
everybody, but they got better
Night.
and better and better. And to execute at this moment when their backs were up against the wall, the mark of a champion.
Winning Worlds, like you said, biggest stream. This is probably like the most stressful month of my life. We were honestly struggling a lot when we were playing other people, and to just like play good on stage, it felt amazing. I really wanted to win this. No cap.
Weren't they like gonna like disband too?
No, the Japanese translation for no cap, but either way, the
I'm
honesty.
not sure.
Just this month, it is very stressful. You know this is looming, and listen, this is no surprise that we weren't sure what this was going to look like, this championship as well. But for this team to wait as long as they did and to prepare and to think about this for as long as they had to, then you come here in this moment and you execute and leave no doubt about it going 4-1.
Nothing like else to say. I mean, I think it's nice that me and Leaf are the first 2 women to win the world championship, which is pretty cool. And I also want to thank the JP teams and Western teams that were willing to practice versus us during this stressful month.
That's why.
Yep, she says it right
Yeah,
there.
they got practice against
Two
JP
women
team.
winning it
No,
is,
no, I'm.
It's a very cool game, this Splatoon.
Her eyes remind
Very,
me of one
very
of my
hard
friends.
To make this game open and accessible for players of all ages and all genders, all creeds, and it's just incredible, again, to see when hard work pays off. And like she said, a lot of teams helped them prep for this, and I know they really appreciated it.
It feels pretty amazing. The support we received is like indescribable. We like can't even put it to words how thankful I am for everybody. But yeah, thank you so much for supporting us, and I hope this is the era of Jackpot.
So 777s come up for Jackpot, and to do it in the way that they did, Nine, and I go
This
back
is the
to
first
that semifinal
non-Japan
set
team to win a
against
world
Kaiser,
championship.
where Kaiser was huffing and puffing after those first two victories. All of a sudden, Jackpot, just something awoken in them, it felt like, and they were able to rise to another level and claim this championship, and to do it on the road, and for the first time for North America since arguably 2017, historic when it comes to the scene of competitive Splatoon.
When they say 7 years, they mean it. All the effort, all the work, and on your screen right now, Nogami-san to present. What a trophy here, and Madness, hold it tight.
Nogami was watching. We're doomed. Crazy, we're doomed.
It's over. Wiper and Dynamo are getting
Dynamo actually do something.
I think what a lot of people don't realize is everything that happens
Dynamo,
behind the
Slosher,
scenes
and
to
Stamper
get
are
to
getting
this
nerfed.
point, the preparation,
100%, bro.
all the
It's
hours,
over.
all the sacrifice, all the stress, all the
52
Jover.
gal is just gonna become meta.
It's
Exactly.
Jover.
Execute.
It's Jover,
Now
guys.
the relief, the sense
Imagine
of
if
joy,
they
the sense of
actually nerf
jubilation,
Slosher,
and all of a sudden,
Dynamo,
it
Wiper,
completely
and
changes
Stamper,
the game
and
when
then
it
they
comes
leave
to competitive
52 Zuka
Splatoon,
and
because
Shot
North
and
America
Cooler
has
alone.
made a statement.
It would
A
be
lot of credit
pencil,
to
not
Kaiser.
cooler.
Kaiser almost knocked this team out.
Fair enough.
Mr. Nogami.
That just looks like, what did he say?
ジャイルズ選手もこう忍者のようなこうで相手が攻めてくる時でもしっかり潜伏して抑えるとか、あと9選手も方が
They look so confused.
前がやられて
They don't know what he's saying.
That's so real.
すごいしっかりしたチームだなと思って、はい、見ていました。ね、通訳さんが言葉を研究者の言葉を伝えてくださっています。
They look.
Translator.
They look
I
so
think.
unamused.
Mr. Nogami-san with some words for Jackpot, the champions, and he went around and visited everybody, and just everybody's appreciation and adoration of Nogami-san and what this game has meant to everybody, and just the mutual respect to see it grow into what it's grown into has been pretty special. And that's one thing we talked about, the World Championship Splash Tag, a special splash tag featuring the winning team's Inklings and Octolings. Immortalized is the term that we like to say, as Jackpot will forever go down in Splatoon 3 lore.
Me too.
Jackpot, you're a part of Splatoon 3 now. Nobody can take that away from you at any point. The trophy, it's great. The memories are great. And now to top it off, you are a piece of your favorite video game. Just don't be surprised when other people are wearing your T-shirt in the game, my friend, because we're if it's a publicly available splash tag, I mean, why not sport the colors of the world champion?
And well-deserved for Jackpot. We've talked about their journey, how they had to get here, and then, of course, this competition was so challenging. You look at what Kaiser did to them. I mean, don't get that lost at all as far as what Kaiser's been able to accomplish, as we see some of the other teams make their way onto stage, and just a wonderful 2 days of competition. And credit to Unadon.
Give them all a round of applause, because they all did amazing.
Smart Roast Chickens from Taiwan, and the Greasy Goblins making history for Australia, New Zealand. Of course, Phantom Thief of the Heart showing people just how strong of a team that they can be. And then Kaiser, of course. Just surprising, but
Dude.
none of those teams.
I told you, he seems just like a W dude.
Flexibility.
Yeah.
I think you pointed it out
He
well. When
is.
Donahue got back to that Snipe Rider, they look like a completely different team.
And that's what prep can do.
He almost made me some chop off and eat my balls though.
Come back to
I was this close.
You were doing that to yourself.
That was my own fault. Don't get me wrong, but it was also his fault for winning.
One competitor for their region, reaching new heights, and it really does let you know there's so much to this game. There's so much love for the game as the two give the heart for the world who has supported them, but there's no telling where we'll go from here, Jordan.
And that's what you want to see. You want to see more regions represented as this game continues to grow.
Where's the English subtitles?
We don't have any.
Unfortunately.
熱い試合の中でも結構選手の皆さんに笑顔が見られた、対戦の中で笑顔が見られたっていうのが本当に素晴らしかったなと思いまして。
That's one thing about Nogami's-san that we've appreciated throughout the years. He loves seeing the product, loves seeing the competition, makes sure to visit and say hi to everybody involved in everything, and it just means so much to him. It means so much to the competitors, that relationship that everybody has, that appreciation that everybody has to make Splatoon into what it has been in such a short period of time in the grand scheme of things when it comes to video games. What has happened from 2015 to now, it is a movement, 9.
An incredible movement it has been, and there's so much love, but today there is one champion. Jackpot, once again, a round of applause for you. Your very first
They look so unamused too.
will live on
They just feel like
forever
I just want to
in
get
the
out of
history
here.
of Splatoon 3, in the game of Splatoon 3, and man, to come down from this, how do you go back to real life? How do you go back to
You don't. Your
real
life changes from this point on, 9. You've got a splash tag as well. And so what a wonderful day of competition. We saw some unbelievable sets here, and it was capped off by
Dude,
Jackpot
the Kaiser
winning
set
the
was
championship.
has to be the
You
best
have
one
been
of this
such a
entire
big part of this
like
game
worlds,
as well,
right?
too. And, you know, we get a chance to really check out one of these great production things
The
we've seen
Kaiser
from this
set
team
was like,
involved with
in my
everything.
opinion, the
Let's
best
go ahead
one.
and check out
That's
again
fair.
real briefly the sights and sounds over the last 2 days of competition. All these teams came so far. They've worked so hard to get to this point. And 9, what do you take away? Just the growth of this game and having it culminate in this championship over these last 2 days.
Well, it just makes me so hopeful for the future of this game as well. And listen, you don't get this far without incredible effort, as you said, but also without incredible love for the game, desire to push it forward and to grow. And Jackpot is a team that almost didn't even occur in Splatoon 3. There was a real question for them if they were going to reform from their other teams or if they were going to focus on other things. And, you know, them coming back together, I think, speaks to the spirit of what the competitive Splatoon scene is all about, which is that we love this game. We will continue to play it and push it as time has gone on. And you saw it today as these teams showed their stuff, gave each other everything they could handle.
And I would say, too, 9, that this is the best place the competitive scene has ever been in over the last 9 to 7 years for the most part, because the opportunity, this is a situation where a team like Jackpot that you mentioned might not even form. And this is a team that was taken to the brink today. Just a couple of sloshes of ink away from being eliminated by Kaiser. There is so much talent out there that it is up for grabs any given year. And at this point, you've got to be excited if you are a team that maybe didn't compete here. All you are is potentially the very next Jackpot if you're willing to put in that work, that effort, and that sacrifice.
Well, and also, in the spirit of competition, there are a whole lot of teams out there today that are saying we can beat Jackpot.
Yep.
And you know what? There may be some teams that can. And that's what makes this so exciting, Jordan, is we're going to go back. There's going to be more community-run events. There are going to be more official events in the future, we hope. And you're going to get your chances to go at the world champion. And for Jackpot, you heard Leafy say it at the end. I hope this is the era of Jackpot there. They have their sights set on a big, broad future where everybody will remember this as their era. And listen, it's hard to get to the top, and it's even harder to stay there once everyone's coming at you.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. Once you have the target on your back, you've given people something to aspire to and rise up to. We saw so many teams come here and really outperform their capabilities, and that's what was exciting. Everybody rose to a different level once they hit the big stage, and it sets a new path forward as far as the possibilities in this scene. And you're thrilled for a team like Jackpot. We know how much that's meant to them just coming from North America as well. They come here and they're able to deliver on a life-changing moment.
You only get so many chances at this, Jordan. I mean, years ago when you and I worked the World Championship in 2019, this was becoming a yearly endeavor there, and we just foolishly assumed that we'll be back here. See you next tournament, same time, same place, and we will fight it out. Once again, we'll crown another world champion here, and you just never know which opportunity will be your last, when something will change, when a team will disband. Even when the lifetime of Splatoon 3, Jackpot isn't even the first team to become dominant. There have been so many teams that have come and gone even in the first couple of years of Splatoon 3's lifespan. So difficult to hold on and, man, keep going back to the end of this game. As it ended off, and this is the tournament changer right here, how this ended.
It was the best of 5, Game 5, Humpback Pump Track Turf War. We have never seen this type of excitement from Jackpot. You would have thought they won the championship there, but they understood just how close they were to getting knocked out and the great sportsmanship. And that set the stage just around the corner, as well as we saw Phantom Thief of the Heart steamroll their way through the semifinals. They looked unbeatable, hadn't dropped a game at all as they were getting set for the finals. And this was a team that looked determined to claim the championship on their home turf, and you weren't sure what they were going to bring to the table. A team that was so talented at Turf War. What was it like when we got to the ranked modes? Well, not much change. They looked very, very good.
Yep, they'd certainly lived up to the billing in their semifinal, and I know for them, they felt that they had a lot to prove coming into this event as well. Again, winning Koshin, a very, very difficult task, but it's so difficult to continue that over and over in these ranked modes against Jackpot in these longer sets, and a team that feels like they get stronger as time goes on, and as the waning moments came into the game, there's just not any answer for what Jackpot was doing at that time. They were on a new level, and I mean, you could see them right there. They were at the back of the stage. They couldn't believe it. Arms in the air, hugs all over.
And I think what really struck out to everybody was the fact that they mentioned how much they sacrificed to get to this point. And to claim that championship after all the hard work, the hours of practice and scrims, and here it is, your champions. You can breathe a sigh of relief. It means the world. And so thank you so much again for joining us. Some unbelievable sets as we cap off this Splatoon 3 World Championship 2024 for Jordan Kent and for Nine, and for our wonderful crew behind the scenes, our wonderful hosts here. What an event it was. But the world belongs to Jackpot, your champions this year. They are the victors as they now get a chance to celebrate. From all of us here, take care, and we'll see you next time.
Bro, what an amazing Worlds.
They didn't announce anything.
Nope. I don't know why anybody was expecting an announcement.
They usually do. That's why. All right, y'all.
I saw a couple people on Twitter like, why are you guys expecting an announcement?
Because
usually Worlds, dude.
Usually they announce
Yes,
something
sir.
during Worlds.
Yeah, maybe they'll announce it like later on, like in a day or so.
This was a 6-hour stream, y'all. I've been streaming for 6 hours.
The Worlds has been a while.
Yeah. Anyways, thank y'all for watching. Catch y'all in another one. I do not know if I'll ever record a video again / stream again, because I know I'm very inconsistent with this. Maybe I'll do something cool. Since Kaiser lost to Jackpot, I will not record myself eating my balls. Peace out, y'all.
Wait, recording? Hold on.